things, speculation as it relates to that, because that information almost always changes. And if the information itself doesn't change, the context in which it's provided will absolutely change within a 24, 48-hour period. So there are definitely going to be some challenges that law enforcement's going to have. But the bullet and or bullets that did hit Mr. Kirk will have some physical signatures associated with them based on the type of weapon that was used. So be able to track back where that weapon was purchased and try to get an idea as to where what ammo was it, where it was the ammo purchased. I mean, all that information is out there waiting to be collected by law enforcement while the adversary is actively trying to keep from getting caught.
And Miguel, we continue to gather all the details. We're getting information. This just happened around 12:10 local time, so about 2:10 if you're on the East Coast here. So we're talking about maybe just 2 hours ago. How do you feel, based on your investigation, your skills, your background here, what do you think about the flow of information from law enforcement? Each situation is, of course, a different one, but how do you feel about what we've learned from investigators so far compared to other situations that have been fairly similar?
Well, I think you're going to you need to look at the individuals who are making the comments. When you look at those individuals, look at their roles, they're going to have a different risk tolerance depending on whether or not they want to be first or whether or not they want to be right. And I don't think there's any right answer when it comes to these types of situations, right? You have to resist the compulsion to get out there and start talking before you know what happened. If you look at the standards for law enforcement, especially with how prevalent information and how quickly information travels, I can see law enforcement being reticent to make statements before having things that they can definitively say. So I think that within the next probably 30 or 40 minutes, you'll probably see somebody coming out and giving an hourly update of some sort based on the state of.
How are we doing today? This is kind of crazy. I guess just now they're saying the elderly man taken into custody at Charlie Kirk event is not the shooter, per New York Times. So this guy is not the shooter? Is the shooter going to get away with it?
The responding law enforcement agencies, their media preparations are what's being tested now. So I wouldn't really kind of think too much from a law enforcement perspective of the agency itself, but the media folks that they do have that are present, that are currently working now, based on how experienced they are. And
as of 30 minutes ago,
just what the tolerance
Charlie
of the
Kirk is in critical
from a risk standpoint. Those things are all coming into play right now as they determine what needs to be said and when.
That he has a source that says Charlie Kirk is stable. Where did I see that? Yeah, source tells me Charlie is stable. I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe. Okay, so now stable but critical condition. It's kind of conflicting. Alive, critical condition. If you've seen the video, it is not good. It is not looking good. Let's see what MSNBC is saying. I'm sure they're being nice and respectful about this.
Then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Oh, so Charlie deserved it? Is that what MSNBC is saying? Charlie deserved it?
Turning Point
At what point do we blame South Park for this?
USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of
then lead to hateful.
identification of the shooter. So probably name, description. You'll start to see family members and friends that will be not really coming out of the woodwork, but kind of emerging from the background. You'll probably see that. Of note, this attacker was not looking to get caught and was not attempting suicide by cop either. It appears now that they're actively trying to avoid getting caught. So now I'm starting to think about either potential.
Charlie Kirk pronounced dead, age 31. Yeah, this was in Utah. Charlie Kirk pronounced dead. Let's see if we can get more confirmation. That's Disclosed TV. Let's see if we can get someone else to confirm. I don't know where they're getting that information from. I don't know if that's confirmed. That's Disclosed TV. Yeah, I want at least another source on this other than Disclosed TV.
Appearing received nearly 1,000 signatures ahead of this event. But at this time, Kirk has been taken to this local area hospital, as you can see there, and is currently in critical condition. That's the latest update that we have from the Associated Press. A law enforcement official did brief there, was able to speak to the AP under the condition of anonymity. Of course, if you're not familiar with who Charlie Kirk is, he's the co-founder of Turning Point USA, founding that back in 2012 at the age of 18.
No, that was not an old
he
post.
soon became a very regular presence on cable TV.
It was
where
2 minutes
he talked a lot about some of the conservative values. And so we brought you this update here on Live Now from Fox. I'm now going to toss things over to my colleague.
But I don't see this anywhere
Andy
else.
Mack. He's going to be taking the helm here in order to continue to keep you updated on the very latest.
I'm not taking this as fact. Oh, yeah, Aaron, you're on East Coast.
All right, as we continue to monitor this developing story at Utah Valley University. All right, thank you to my colleagues, Josh Breslow, Christina Evans, for
I feel like
continuing
B&O
to
would have
dive
it.
into the latest.
It would be
dynamic
everywhere if he was
situation
confirmed dead.
here following all of these
I won't be
headlines.
shocked
Of course,
if that
Charlie Kirk,
happens.
the CEO, co-founder of the conservative.
Obviously, it was, if you've seen the video, it doesn't look good. I guess someone reached out to Congressman Randy Fine and said, this is a journalist. Good afternoon. Was wondering if Charlie Kirk getting shot affects your position on campus carry. If gun control had been in play, could the tragedy have been avoided? Good God. They don't wait 2 seconds before they get political. I learned that Charlie Kirk was shot 23 minutes ago. I'm repulsed that you would even think to ask a political question when all anyone should be doing is praying for his survival. Never contact me again. I assume the campus has a no gun policy, no guns on campus policy. Are you telling me the shooter ignored the policy? Looking at Charlie Kirk's latest posts on X, a lot of leftists cheering. Oh yeah, there's cheering everywhere. Reddit, TikTok, X, Facebook, Instagram. Oh yeah, the left is doing what they do. The ghouls are cheering. The rhetoric from the left, I mean, if you go on any website over the last really couple years, but it's really ramped up since the election, it's just perfectly fine for Democrats to call for violence and call for assassinations of Republican leaders and thought leaders and talking heads, and it's just fine. It's totally acceptable for them to do it. They get tons of reposts and tons of upvotes, and there's really no repercussions.
Just listening in there, Eyewitness described they do say they did hear just one shot heard as he was speaking to a crowd, hundreds, thousands there
Libs
on
of TikTok
hand for this. Of course, AP continuing to report he's in critical condition after being shot there in Utah. Of course, videos posted on social media circulating, very disturbing, from Utah Valley University show.
These evil scumbags just deleted their whole account after posting this. Right on cue, deranged leftists are celebrating Charlie Kirk being shot.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
And goodness knows the wicked's lives are lonely.
Yeah, I keep getting conflicting reports, so right.
All right, you just heard there, Chip Roy, conflicting reports right now about the condition in which Charlie Kirk is in right now, but the AP reporting.
Yeah, I mean, some people are reporting he's dead.
So we're going to continue to follow that here on Live now from
others
Fox.
have
So
not
this is just a scene
so
there
I don't
from
know.
the ground in Orem, Utah, on the campus of Utah Valley University. And I believe we're going to be joined right now by a reporter that was a witness to what transpired today. Eva Terry from Deseret News. Deseret, you're live on Live Now from Fox right now. Can you hear me? Can you describe what you heard, what you saw today?
Hey, yes, this is Eva Terry with Deseret News. I'm here also. I've been here all morning with another reporter named Emma Pitts, and we were here an hour before talking to students. It was a really exciting, upbeat atmosphere, and there were a lot of underclassmen there. We talked to quite a few freshmen who were just really amped up and excited to see him. And then he got through his first question, and then at his second question, it was about the student asked him a question about how many transgender shooters there had been in U.S. history, and he responded. The student asked another question. Charlie Kirk went to go pick up the microphone. And that's when he was shot. It looked like it was on the left side of his neck. And it was pretty bloody. He lifted his arms up a little bit, and then he went limp and he fell. And then all of the students, everyone in the audience, the big amphitheater, we all crouched down, stayed there for about 30 or 40 seconds.
According to NBC, there is currently no suspect in custody.
I can only imagine. We're seeing on social media some of those chaotic moments in the immediate aftermath. How far away were you from Charlie Kirk when you heard that shot ring out?
Emma and I were about 3 or 4 rows back of people, so we were really close.
Can you describe the scene? Because like you mentioned, I can only imagine what someone is thinking in this moment. Can you describe the chaos right after that? Were there people tending to Charlie Kirk? Were there people running, potentially scared for their lives?
I think everyone in the audience was just focused on, I don't want to also be shot, because it was clear that it was a shooter. It sounded like, I talked to some students afterwards. They said they thought it
Andy
was
Capable 35. They have not caught the guy that shot him. They initially arrested a man, but they've let him go. He is not the suspect.
So
the suspect is on the loose, and they do not have anyone in custody.
Another classroom, and then just went under a desk. And no one really knew what was going on. So we're in there, and the administrators in there didn't know what was going on either.
All right, and obviously this is a very dynamic situation, very fluid. The AP reporting that Charlie Kirk remaining in critical condition. I do want to put up a post from Deseret News talking about the shooter, saying it was initially believed that the shooter was in custody. Officials now saying the suspect is not in custody. Can you provide any clarity? Do you know if they have a shooter? Are you aware of anything?
So we
correct. The old white guy did not do
it.
Was
a man who had been taken away by police. He looked like he was a man in his 50s or 60s, an older gentleman wearing a worker's uniform. But reports are that they're still looking for someone. So they've cleared all of the students off of campus. So yeah, we have no official reports of who the shooter is, and if he's been caught.
Is there a lockdown, though? Because sometimes when active shooters like this, have you been alerted of a lockdown if they don't have a suspect?
I have not been alerted of any official reporting from police yet, but they have removed all students from campus and it's completely shut down.
All right, very good. And can you just set the scene one more time? Because Charlie Kirk does go to all of these college campuses coast to coast here and speak to them about the conservative values, about his mindset, about his perspective. But obviously there's the other side to it. Can you talk about that? How much people were excited for him to be there on the campus at UVU, but also I heard there was a petition against having him attend. Can you speak to that at all?
That's old.
Right, so there was a petition for him not to come. It was signed by a lot of people.
So I don't know. There's so much conflicting information out there.
It was in kind of a bowl.
Some news organizations are reporting that he's dead.
10 or 15 protesters
none of the
with
big
signs
main
and
ones, so I don't want to call that
pride
official.
flag. But most of the people in the crowd were just really excited to see Charlie Kirk. Like we talked to one sophomore here at UVU.
Yeah, the video and the picture of the old bald white guy.
Pictures with it, and there was an older
he is
couple
not
behind
the suspect.
us who
He's
came
been let
down
go.
from probably like 15 or 20 minutes away. And so generally, everyone in the bowl who was actually participating in the event seemed really excited for him to be there.
Have you ever spoken to Charlie Kirk? Because he does go to these campuses. He's in the news a lot. He's a commentator on all of these sorts of things. Have you ever had an audience with him? Have you ever spoken to Charlie Kirk yourself?
So I have not personally, but my friend and colleague Brigham Tomko just recently went down into the profile of him in Florida. So he's had good correspondence with Charlie, and he just had praises to sing about him and how much he loved God and his family.
And obviously, the rise to popularity, to prominence for Charlie Kirk was very quick. Can you describe that at all? If people aren't aware of who Charlie Kirk is, what he stands for, what he's about, can you describe that for our audience here?
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk is the founder of TPUSA, which is a college conservative group. He has been doing these debates for a long time now, and he just really speaks to traditional conservative values. He's very pro-family. He's very pro-faith. He's very public about his faith. He's a very devout Christian. He's an evangelical.
This is the man that everyone thought was initially the suspect, but he is not a suspect.
He's been kind of an icon for
released.
College students, especially here at UVU.
Yeah, and obviously speaking to the kind of youth movement, that was a big point of President Trump's win in November to get back the White House. I want to ask you, have you spoken to any witnesses? I imagine everyone is fleeing at the same time. You may have gone into the same classroom as people, students, otherwise there. What are they thinking? What are their sentiment right now?
There was a lot of fear among the students, especially the younger girls who I talked to. I got some videos from students that they had taken on their own phones, and you can see people just cowering.
Newsmax is saying
a lot
he's
of
dead.
fear, but then
Twitch tweaker, old man Patsy used for clean getaway.
There was a
I
lot
kind of
of
had that thought
patriotism
too. Was that guy
before,
there to like distract the
across the
the
board, it was
investigation?
very positive
Potentially.
and very somber
So
afterwards.
Newsmax is
and as a
reporting that
reporter
he's
there
dead.
on the
Hang
ground, Eva Terry with Deseret News, what questions do you still have? What questions do you want answered after this moment? Because there is certainly going to be reaction, fallout from this. When you think of what comes next and what you want to ask of authorities, because
Where
I
are you
imagine there's
seeing
going to be a
that
press
from
conference, you
Newsmax?
will likely be present for that.
I don't
What do
see
you want
it
to know?
on X. Did they report it like on their channel
first of
or
all,
what?
I think it's very important to know who shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I don't see
What is his
Newsmax
history?
saying he's
Has he
dead.
been arrested
Only
before?
like
If he has been arrested before, why is he still why was
semi-big
he able
news
to
that says he's
come?
dead is Disclosed TV,
So
but
a lot
I
of
don't
questions
fully
around
trust them.
the shooter himself
Or really at
or
all.
herself, whoever it was. But aside from that, just also what universities are going to do moving forward for events like this. I think it's really important to have debate with conservatives and across the whole political aisle. So
Yeah.
moving forward, what is that going to look like?
Yeah, and that kind of, I just thought of that question about that security on hand. Did you see police officers? Was there a security presence at this event at all? I imagine, obviously, he's just a commentator, he's not necessarily a lawmaker, wasn't voted into office in some sort of way, which would have potentially protection. Was there security around?
Mario Newfall is
Right.
saying
So
it.
Emma, the other reporters here from Deseret News, Emma Pitts and I, we both had tickets, but there was no one checking tickets. There were no metal detectors. We came in. All the students had their backpacks, bags. There was no vetting or anything as we were going into the event. We did see police officers on campus. We also saw Charlie Kirk had a team of a few security guards with him. They had a couple
Mario Newfall
vans.
1 minute ago. Breaking, Charlie Kirk confirmed dead. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, 31, has been confirmed dead after today's attack. The announcement came just hours after chaos unfolded. Details surrounding his death remain unconfirmed as the investigation continues. Source sent Defender. I don't really trust this guy either. This isn't the best source either. Just the news. Once again, I will not be surprised if he's dead, but I don't want to call it official yet.
A part of the Bible line there saying, Psalm 46:1, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. So as you can only imagine what's going through their mind at this time, posting this here on social media. So we're following it very closely. We're also hearing, like we said, different reports coming in about whether or not a shooter is in custody right now. But the latest check from UVU, they're saying the campus is closed, classes canceled, those on campus secure in a place until police officers can escort you safely off campus. We've seen some students there with their hands on their heads, leaving it here right now on Live Now from
Tim Pool
Fox.
says
And
he's dead?
let's take you right now out to some more sound from eyewitnesses of what they saw and heard today.
Experience before, and I never want to experience ever again. You know, it's just terrible.
May I get your name, sir?
It's Luke.
Tim Pool is just saying that reports
sir.
are saying
Thank
that
you
he's dead.
very much. So
It
we've
feels
heard more
like
here,
it feels like
just
one
now,
person
from
said it, and
the
everyone's
members of the
running with
UVU
it.
base.
All right, you're just listening
As
in
per
there
usual.
to different members of
I
that
don't know.
community in Orem, Utah. And if you're familiar with the location,
Breaking
it is just
911 's now
down the
saying he's dead?
road,
Okay.
a few short
Well, then
blocks
someone knew
away
something,
there
and it's
from
finally leaking out.
BYU. So obviously a very dense populated area with young people coming out to this event. Again, just live pictures right now. You can see some students potentially that were on lockdown, arm in arm, leaving this right now. UVU saying the suspect is not in custody after Charlie
Kirk has been assassinated at the age of 31. Per Real America's Voice. Charlie Kirk has died at the age of 31.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get here?
I mean,
Yes. Wow, right here, Rav, at this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gino. You were continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events.
John Solomon's
He's
reporting.
officially not surprising at all based on the video, but there was some hope there for a minute that he was in stable condition. Or oh boy.
Well, I can tell you that us standing in the question line there.
What next? What happens from here? Does anything even
We're all
happen?
talking to each other. I was helping a person of a different viewpoint actually role play to ask Charlie Kirk a question. And we were all laughing, joking, sharing, asking each other, what's your question? What's your question? And all the shooter did today is take the ability for us to come together and share different discussions, and they completely took that away from us.
What?
And
He was an
anybody that has any
effective
ideas of
voice
doing
on the
something
right.
like this in the future, that
He
is
was
all you're doing is
turning the
taking
young
away our-
vote Republican in droves. You just look at how many people voted for Donald Trump in the young demographic last time compared to 2020 or even 2016. And it's massive. The shift is massive. He was,
kind of describe that.
It was effective.
We were all watching Charlie.
The left can't argue his ideas. They were losing trying to argue with him. He makes them all look really fucking stupid because they are. So take him out, right? Spanky bonkers. Charlie only ever talked to people. Yeah, Charlie had an open dialogue with the left. That was his mistake. His mistake was trying to reason with them. You can't reason with them. We've known that for a long time. They don't want to be reasoned with. They don't care about reason or logic.
They're transgender. It's not whether or not they're white, black, yellow, orange, green, like guys, like girls. What matters is the fact that this person has issues, that they feel murder is the way to resolve those issues.
Listening in there, talking about the exact question, talking about shooters and active shooter situations. That was a question to Charlie Kirk there on the campus at UVU as that single shot rang out, striking the conservative commentator in the neck. And we are so monitoring what condition he is in right now. Critical last check, and at last check also a
come on, Fox. You're way
suspect
behind.
has not been apprehended by authorities. As we're following all of it here on Live Now from Fox, and different lawmakers responding. This is a live picture right now there in Washington, D.C. We could get some comments from Speaker Mike Johnson here in just a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that. Until then, well, let's bring in right now Deseret News reporter on Capitol Hill, Cami Mondo. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We just spoke with your colleague on the ground in Orem, Utah. What's the scene? What's the feeling right now in Washington, D.C.? I understand there was a moment of silence, a prayer on the House floor. What can you tell us?
Right. Ever since this happened and the news broke, this has been one of those moments where I think I've seen the most people react so quickly. You're seeing reactions from both Republicans and Democrats just decrying and condemning this incident all around the place. You're seeing Republicans who are urging prayer for Charlie Kirk. His condition is not known. And
Mel, you can see the emotion in the House Speaker. It's written all over his face. You've been there talking to lawmakers. This is one of those moments that brings Democrats and Republicans together in just shared outrage that this is possible in 2025, that we are still dealing.
You can't let them get away with that. Oh, this is bringing us together. Oh, frankly, no one wanted this as they celebrate him being shot.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Kristen. Members that we've been talking to really on edge, some of them visibly upset, tears in their eyes. And this has really hit close to home for a number of reasons. First of all, Charlie Kirk was really close with a number of members of Congress, obviously through his work through Turning Point USA. He was trying to help win over younger voters, but he also would help recruit members to run for Congress, including Anna Paulina Luna. She's been particularly outraged and upset on social media and in the hallways just here moments ago, blaming the left, blaming the media, but just really upset about what's happening. Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone else who's really close with Kirk, she actually interrupted a House Oversight Committee meeting to hold a moment of silence and inform the committee that he had just been shot. So that happened just seconds after.
I do not think this will be a uniting incident.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We do have some breaking news.
Was there also a police chase in LA?
I do have to read this. It is from President Trump, who just posted, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." Mel, this is such a somber day, and it is so horrific to think that such a young father could be taken in this horrific manner, having a rally, political debate, doing what he loved, which was to debate, and his life taken in this horrific, violent manner. Mel, please continue with the reaction there.
Members, like I said, are just completely rattled. I haven't been able to speak to anyone since this news just broke that he has passed away. But it doesn't change the facts here on Capitol Hill, which is that members are frightened. They are worried about their own safety. This is something that has been a concern for members going on for years, of course. Back in 2017, there was the baseball shooting that almost took Steve Scalise's life. There was Gabby Giffords, who was shot in the head, miraculously survived, but nearly assassinated. And over the years, the threats to members of Congress have been on the rise, political violence on the rise. They've taken steps here on Capitol Hill to try to,
which side has been the majority of the political violence?
When you're going out to these events, it can be difficult. There's a lack of resources. Not everyone has a detail like the president would or members of leadership. That's something that everyone wrestles with on a day-to-day basis. And so I think that's part of the reason, aside from Kirk's personal connections to members here on Capitol Hill, I think that's also why it's hitting so close to home for members. But this is just really tragic, really horrific, and something that is certainly reverberating here on Capitol Hill, Kristen.
Melanie Zanona, thank you so much for that. And we continue to track the reaction that is coming in. And again, President Trump announcing that Charlie Kirk, the conservative commentator, is dead, killed earlier today at an event in Utah. We have more now with this NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
We are coming on the air with breaking news right now and an update on conservative activist Charlie Kirk. President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building about 200 yards away while he was speaking at Utah Valley University. Here is the Trump the president has just put out. I want to put this up. He posted it on Truth Social. He writes, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood
this is
or
a
had
message
the heart
from
of the
the
youth
left,
in the United States
that if you are
of
an
America
effective voice
better than
against
Charlie.
them, they will take you out.
He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." This is also important. The school is now saying there is no suspect in custody after they previously said that one was. Charlie Kirk, as you see here, was speaking at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. He had just started to take questions to debate some of the people who had come to watch him speak in this amphitheater. There were thousands of people there. Within a few minutes of him answering the second question, eyewitnesses heard a gunshot and then say they saw him recoil back, blood coming out of his neck or his chest. Thousands of people there, everyone ducked down and then started to run out and scramble. It is unclear exactly who shot Charlie Kirk, but if you are not familiar with him, he has become a very powerful person on the right when it comes to the political spectrum. He started Turning Point USA, which is an organization that has supported President Trump in both his campaigns, all three of his campaigns, I should say. And Charlie himself spoke at both Republican conventions. A very young activist who's gotten so popular with podcasting, on social media, a massive presence. And one of the things he does is he goes to college campuses, and you see it right here under the tent. Prove me wrong, prove me wrong. He asked to debate college kids across the country. Obviously, he comes from a conservative side. He is a staunch supporter of President Trump. He worked with the president's son, Don Jr., and has carried the MAGA mantle all across the country and through various campaigns, and has become really one of the most powerful non-elected people in the Republican Party. I want to bring in our Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, just earlier, I think this year, Charlie Kirk was speaking with California's Governor Gavin Newsom on the podcast. People from across the aisle today saying they are praying for Charlie Kirk. And this is stunning for so many reasons, but yet another political assassination in America.
Our nation's history has been stained by the blood of assassinations generation by generation. Infrequent, and yet when it happens, it is obviously a wrenching issue that often brings people across the political spectrum together. Charlie Kirk was a provocateur. He was someone who was fully engaged in all the modern tools of how you talk about politics and ideas in the United States. He did challenge his sort of political adversaries and those who were new to politics or those interested in politics to debate him. That was a core part of his political identity. He worked aggressively to galvanize young supporters, especially young white men, in the column for Donald Trump as a candidate and then returning to the White House. His access as a young man, 31 years old, to the president himself, the vice president, put him in an extraordinary category of the modern political influencer. Perhaps at no time in our country have we had someone who could come through not holding elective office, not having the traditional pathway, and yet carved out a voice and identity that, of course, brought many people along to his views, but also, because of the nature of politics, there were many who vigorously opposed his ideas, many traditional ideas, ideas that were often challenging to the political, cultural divides that are in the United States. Also notable, Tom, is that it is incredibly rare that the President of the United States would make a death announcement like this. Typically, we learn from law enforcement. We do so after we know all family members have been notified. This speaks to the direct personal relationship between President Trump, his team, and Charlie Kirk, his wife, family, and so forth. So we have not yet had official confirmation beyond the president, as far as I know, in the moments I've been waiting to speak with you here. We've been reaching out to the highest levels of law enforcement. Also incredibly notable, at this point, we are not aware of any suspect being detained. When you saw the scene and the video that you showed gave us a sense of a very crowded campus environment. A tent largely for sun protection, not for security protection, but that would, of course, diminish some of the lines of sight, would give some ideas about where they might have been able to try to learn more about where did the gunshot come from, what direction, what are they learning. As we know, there was an older gentleman who was taken into custody, apparently not related to the violence itself, but this kind of thing happens at these chaotic events where police are trying to sweep up any kind of witnesses, information, people who might be able to help fill in the picture. So major questions remain. Who is responsible? Were there a person or persons involved? What were the motivations? All of that yet to be identified. We have been in a season of political violence, Tom. In Minnesota, we saw the lawmakers at the state legislative level who were killed along with a spouse, another lawmaker wounded along with a spouse. And we have seen these attempts, including on the life of President Trump. That is notable. Separately and unrelated, the trial is beginning, the jury selection phase for one of the assailants, Ryan Ruth, in the Florida case involving an attempt on the life of President Trump. And then, of course, the Butler case where the president was injured, but others were killed and severely injured. So in the case of Charlie Kirk, what a remarkable and tragic moment in our political life, that someone who engaged, exercised his democratic rights, both encouraged and provoked those to share ideas, and violence has apparently taken his life, according to President Trump. Tom?
Yeah, you know, Kelly, we have covered politics, you and I, for a while now, and I don't know if we have seen, as you described it, a season of political violence like this, starting in Butler with the assassination attempt on President Trump that came so very close, just inches away, as we all saw in the photos and the video, and as the president has described, a second assassination attempt on his life. What happened just recently in Minnesota with those lawmakers assassinated literally on their front doors?
Yes. Perpetrators are all Democrats. This is weird. This is weird. The guy that they the initial suspect, who I guess they're saying is no longer a suspect, as they were hauling him off, he was saying, "Shoot me, shoot me."
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Was this guy just a diversion? Was he there to, you know, he's clearly not sitting there saying, I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Was he the diversion so the real shooter could get away?
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Why would he be saying, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me? It's just very strange.
When there are these wrenching moments of political violence, there are waves of what happens. Initially, there is the shock. There is bipartisan or across the spectrum condemnation of political violence. There are inevitably questions about the availability of guns and questions of security. Obviously, our elected senior leaders have intense security around them. But on a campus, a political actor like Charlie Kirk, you would have basic security, local law enforcement, campus police, that kind of thing. You would not have the kind of screening that would prevent weapons. We're also talking about an outdoor event where you could have long-range kind of ability to assess a situation on the part of a gunman or gunwoman, a shooter. And so there are so many questions to be filled out. But I think there will certainly be a moment to again address what is the place of violence. Are our politics so poisonous that people cannot control the impulse to act out? Those are societal issues. Right now, we're still in the early fact gathering. There'll be a period of acknowledging his life, those who grieve his
pushing
memory,
all this,
and then
this narrative?
what are the next steps?
Yeah,
It's
Kelly,
the
stand
fucking
by for
media.
us. I want to bring in former White House
At what
Deputy
point
Press
do we hold the
Secretary
media
Hogan
responsible
Gidley, a
for their
friend
rhetoric?
of Charlie Kirk, who was just texting with him yesterday, and he was on the House floor moments ago during a moment of silence. Hogan, first, I am so sorry for your loss. You knew Charlie. Talk to me about what you remember about him and what this moment means right now. It is so incredibly sad for those people that were close to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for having me. I remember working in the first Trump administration in the White House, and Charlie would come by, and we would all kind of look and say, "Who is this kid? What does he think he's doing?" He's so ambitious, and he's so talented at this young age, and we all kind of gravitated toward him. We watched what he was doing with the youth across this country, not afraid to go into hostile areas and have a debate over ideas. No violence, altercations other than verbal, because that's what the country is all about, disagreeing. And he built a brand, he built an entity, he built a movement based on the ability to come together and have these sensible, honest conversations with statistics, with data. And just watching him do that, it was just
the thing is, isn't that shocking to me at all in any way. I feel like I should be more shocked by this. But quite frankly, I'm not. I'm not one bit shocked by this. This has been the culmination of the left getting more and more violent for years and years and years, going unchecked. It basically been supported by the establishment, by the media, by liberal politicians. This is not shocking to me in any way whatsoever.
I'm also filled with rage to think someone would do something like this simply for disagreeing with somebody politically. We don't know the motivations yet, but obviously
we don't know the motivations yet.
But there's no place for political violence in this country. This shooter is grotesque, is vile.
Jarvis, we talked about it with Rick. And that was, 4 years ago?
As Kelly said, as you said, we're going to wait and see more information as it comes out. But right now,
Sharon,
I think a lot of
Democrats
people
are celebrating all over the internet.
A lot of people are sad.
I showed some of it earlier.
Hogan, you can never get in the mind of somebody who want to assassinate a political figure, a public figure, right? Likely they have some type of issues. What was it you think about Charlie that would compel someone to do this, in the sense that he, like I said to Kelly, he was not elected. He had never held political office, but he had a huge platform, millions of followers on social media. But he's not a household name. If you're not really into politics, you likely don't know who Charlie Kirk is. And maybe even if you're not into Republican
you've heard
politics,
of Charlie
you've
Kirk.
never
If you're
heard
not
of
into
him.
politics,
we know him because we work in this space.
You've still
you work
heard
with him
of
closely,
Charlie
as you
Kirk.
had said. But
he was
what do you
just
think it was
fucking
about Charlie
excoriated on South Park a couple weeks ago. He is a household name.
That would, should, or
across
could
God, yes, it has been
push
confirmed
somebody to do something like this.
passed.
That is unacceptable, regardless of your thoughts of his policies or his positions. There is no excuse, there is no reason, there is no rationale for this behavior in any form or fashion. I don't care what Charlie Kirk said, what he did, no excuse for this. at all. And what is so frustrating
Democrats
is,
are going to come out and denounce it and say there's no place for violence.
You brought this up at the beginning of the segment.
That's all they'll say today. And then tomorrow they'll ramp up their rhetoric again, ginning up their base to commit violent acts against anyone who disagrees with them.
The assassination attempt was foiled.
Wash,
and now we
rinse,
have someone
repeat.
like Charlie Kirk as well. You mentioned not elected, true. But someone who just wanted to go on these college campuses, and as they used to be places we could share ideas and debate ideas, it seems like they've become petri dishes or cesspools for silencing and censoring voices that differ with your opinions. And so there is no reason for anyone to want to attack Charlie Kirk. There is no reason that is legitimate by any stretch of the imagination. We don't know this person. We don't know the motivation, as you said.
I've read Rules for Radicals, Sloopadoodle.
This is just flat out evil.
Flat out evil, and it speaks to sort of how large of a figure Charlie had become, if you will, Hogan, right? He had become someone who, when we just see that video in Utah, thousands of people had shown up. We've spoken to eyewitnesses who were excited to be there.
I think what drove the left nuts was how effective he was at turning out the young people. And he was turning young people Republican. And they just can't fucking have that. That's their domain. He's coming to college campuses. He's coming to their domain and turning kids against the establishment? Oh no. No. Can't be doing that. Not on our turf.
They set a new bar, a new high for entertainment too. Not just someone getting up behind a podium and giving a speech, but so much of this was showmanship as well, bringing in the youth vote. He had a massive impact on the election in 2020, obviously won in 2024 as well, doing some incredible work in many key battleground states, just from a mechanical standpoint, getting out the vote, doing the non-sexy parts of politics, the roll up your sleeves, door knocking, engaging with voters. This is what he understood. Again, at such a young age, that's how you get involved, and that's how you effectuate change. He didn't even hint at violence. He didn't hint at anything other than honest, open debate and conversation. That's why this is so tragic, and that's why this is so hurtful to so many. I will just say this, and I would be remiss if I didn't. Charlie was a devout Christian. He believed in the risen Lord, and right now the people out there who are suffering and who are sad for him understand where he is and what he is doing. He is embraced by his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and that for many of us is going to be one of the things that gives us some sense of comfort today.
Yeah, we've seen that in a lot of the posts from
Scott Greer just posted on X, if you go on Blue Sky or Reddit right now, liberals are acting like they just won the Super Bowl.
I mean, it speaks to his relationship with the president and also what he had built, that the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, announced his death to the public.
Well, the president and Charlie were very close, in large part because the president is about getting results. He is about seeing the fruits of labor actually coming to work and getting things done. And Charlie provided that. He would always ask Charlie about the pulse of the young people in this country. What are you hearing? What are you seeing on the road? And what makes Charlie so valuable to the MAGA movement, to conservatism, to the Trump family, to the Trump organization, the Trump administration and orbit, is that he would tell them where he thought that they were missing it, where there are some problems, where to focus on, shifts in strategy, if you will. He knew those things as it related to his area of expertise. And so when you're running campaigns and you're looking to try and mobilize and motivate and create movements out there across the country in different segments, Charlie had the pulse of so many youth across this country, people who were yet to be able to vote from an age standpoint, people who were just starting to vote and getting involved. And so that's why they relied on him so much. What he has built, and I know it's going to live on, is you can't overstate how much he has been important to this movement.
Hogan, and how does this change sort of what happens in the way we interact with people who work in politics, right? Because, again, like I just want to hammer this point home. I mean, Charlie Kirk was not elected. I mean, he was a huge conservative figure, but he is not somebody who had run for office. He just had a huge platform, and he was the target of an assassin, right?
Sure.
And yet you work with people like Speaker
was
Johnson
most
who have to go out there and meet
death.
voters, and everybody else that runs for office. And we've seen what kind of violent world it has become in our country now when someone like Charlie Kirk is killed in cold blood on a college campus.
I don't know. Maybe not completely instant. I don't know.
No question, this will send shivers through the spines of many elected officials, many public figures, because we're out giving speeches all the time. We're out interacting with voters all the time. I was just talking to someone on the floor who.
Yeah, there's also been a shooting at a high school in Colorado. New report saying 3 students are in the hospital now in critical condition. Massive police presence at the school. Evergreen High School in Colorado.
Of political violence that has no place in our country.
And the White House Situation Room had been monitoring this since that shot was fired. And I'll just read you a piece of what President Trump had to say, calling Charlie Kirk legendary. He said, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you."
What?
Back to you, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. A dark day there in Utah and so many of this political circles there, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. Connor Hansen, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great reporting there as always. President Trump making that announcement that the conservative commentator Charlie Kirk fatally.
A person was fatally stabbed and beheaded at the Downtown Suites Motel on Samuel Boulevard in Dallas, Texas. The suspect used an edged weapon multiple times in the stabbing attack. The victim died at the scene. Suspect is in custody. Charges pending. Jesus Christ.
Political violence in this country. If you look at simply what has happened just this summer alone, I know you've talked about the assassination attempts, obviously against current President Trump, of course, back when he was a former president running for office. But you look at just this summer, you had the CDC shooting, of course, that happened just last month. You had in June a Republican congressman, a former Trump staffer, in fact, says he was run off the road by somebody who threatened to kill him. You have, of course, the death of that Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband, along with the shooting of another lawmaker and his wife. In April, you had Governor Josh Shapiro and his family sleeping inside their home when it was set on fire at the governor's mansion in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That is just the last couple of months, Tom. And you are seeing now from Republicans, from Democrats, a condemnation of political violence that defies the political spectrum here. And you are also seeing, I think, from so many people, Hogan spoke about this, how close Charlie Kirk was, how influential he was, not just as a so-called influencer or a conservative activist, but as a friend, as a confidant to so many people who have now, in this second Trump term, attained the highest levels of power in this country. Despite his age, just 31 years old, he had gotten close to so many, including the president's son. He was instrumental, of course, in being vocal in support of now Vice President J.D. Vance. And you are seeing this stunned reaction, Tom, across Democrats, across conservatives, to the death of Charlie Kirk, as we have learned tonight, from President Trump himself, Tom.
Yeah. Hallie Jackson, stand by for us. Joining us on the phone now is Taylor Dufour and Haley Birmingham. The married couple were at the event about 30 feet away from where Kirk was speaking. I know you guys join us now by phone here. I'm sorry that you guys had to witness that. Tell us what you remember seeing when you heard that first gunshot.
Hi, thank you.
I'm sorry, guys. Are you there? Taylor and Haley?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're here. Sorry.
Again, I don't know if you were able to hear me. Tell us what you remember seeing. Did you hear the gunshot?
Yeah, we did. we heard the gunshot and people just started dropping, and so my wife, my biggest concern was getting her down and laying on top of her. I looked over and saw him as he was falling out of his chair, and I saw the blood coming out of his neck. And it was just, people panicking, kind of chaos. But everybody worked together. Everybody kind of came together and was, what can we do to help everybody and get everyone safe?
Taylor, I don't know if you heard, but the president announced that Charlie Kirk has passed away. Knowing that you went there to see this event and then kind of witnessing that, what are your thoughts tonight?
It's just sad, honestly. It makes me angry. I do get very angry about it, that somebody could have this much hate inside them as they want to take.
I kind of get the feeling they're not even going to catch who did this.
And it's just sad as well because our world is so divided at the moment, and I feel
they have no suspect in custody.
Get along and,
how are they gonna find who did that? With all that madness going on,
he was incredible.
If he was shot from 200, 250 yards away on top of a building, that person
that was there, everybody was
long
so
gone.
Happy and fun and having such a good time.
Feels professional,
and it's the kind of people that he drew, and for it to turn into what it did is just sad.
Haley, what do you remember seeing or hearing when you were there with your husband?
I just remember the pop and everyone looking around questioning the same question, and I was questioning if that could have been a real gun. Kind of sounded like a louder version of a pop gun. And then there was like a more military stature-looking man in front of us, and he was pushing people down, saying, "Everyone get down, that's a gunshot." And then the next thing you know is you're just trying to look for your exits, and he's saying to stay down, but do you run? Do you stay down? Do you crawl? You don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I'm sorry you guys had to go through that today when you just went to go, hear somebody speak. When the gunshot rang out, they're saying it was from 200 yards away, which is pretty far away, in a different building. For people that aren't familiar from where this happened, the place where they're saying the shot came from, is that somebody where they could have sort of been hidden, maybe incognito, or just sort of covered and then gotten a shot off? Because I asked you this because they're still looking for the suspect. Initially, they thought they had a suspect, but now they're still looking for a suspect.
So there's like a causeway, like a walkway from building to building, and there was a lot of people up top. And that would be where somebody probably could have been. It sounded in that area. And I don't see how anyone in the crowd, everyone was shoulder to shoulder. I don't see how anyone would get away in a group like that if it was in the crowd. So
they clearly weren't
to
in
me,
the crowd.
It sounded about 60 feet away. I instantly looked to where I thought it was, and it was, I would say, about 60 feet in about the more top area, but middle of the crowd. And I didn't think it came from up top, but with knowing that he hasn't been caught yet, he had to have been hiding.
We're living in some sort of very violent times, whether it be mass shootings or these political assassinations and assassination attempts. Did you guys know what you were witnessing when it happened, or was it all just so strange?
Yeah, I think we knew instantly because everyone around us kind of stopped, looked at each other, wondered if it was real, and then dropped to the ground. And we kind of talked about it on our way there, that he's
in hindsight,
super brave,
it was insane for him
like
to do these public
glass
events out in the open every day,
Utah, no way.
all
Utah's
the time.
Respectful, like that would never happen.
So you even acknowledge that. That's incredible that you guys acknowledge that, because you thought, hey,
we
what
know
can
how they
happen
are.
The times that we're living in.
We all
and
see
he's out
their
there
rhetoric
speaking to these people, and then this happens.
Yes, we didn't think that, not in a million years, it would happen, let alone in Utah.
I don't know how anyone can say that. Not in a million years would I think this could happen.
We've got to come together
wasn't
and love
even
each other and
initially phased or shocked at all when I
never-
saw the news.
He never yelled at anyone
And then
in
I saw the
anger
video.
or made them try and believe his opinions and his facts.
Sounds about right to me.
He challenges people to listen and learn. That's what we need to do.
If this shocks you,
Haley
you haven't
Taylor,
been paying
thank
attention.
you for talking to us. And again, I'm sorry you had to witness that today. I want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, rightly so.
No, Nick, I was thinking the same thing.
We mentioned that there was a
claiming
person
she could
in custody
determine the
that
direction of the
school had said
gunshot
there
and
was
how
someone
far
in
away
custody.
it was. That's
social media videos
It's really hard
of
to
somebody that was being handcuffed. NBC did not put that image out because we had not verified it. Now it turns out that the suspect is still on the run. What do we know?
That's right, Tom. And in case anybody's seen those photos online of somebody apparently put into handcuffs following the event, that is a person that, according to the university, is not the suspect and is not has not been arrested in connection with this incident. It is not uncommon, and you know, I mentioned this to you right at the time. It is not uncommon in these incidents when you see the people fleeing there that we're looking at on screen. In order for people to be put into custody, if somebody says, I think that person did it, that somebody might make a statement, might say something. And so that's something where it is not uncommon to, like I said,
is there supposed to be a FBI press
be
conference
placed
soon?
into
Is that what
custody.
someone's
We've
saying?
seen that with other shooting incidents, other attacks, and then it turns out that person had no connection.
Older man, white hair, blue shirt, you know, so.
All right, just listening in there, and of course, some of those images coming on social media, but according to the university, suspect is still at large at this hour after this all unfolded several hours ago. So obviously a lockdown still in place. Classes have been canceled. We are monitoring just this scene right now there on campus in Orem, Utah, just down the road from Salt Lake City, from the capital in Utah. And we're hearing plenty of reaction right now, including from the president, who really broke the news that Charlie Kirk had died. And he also says, in honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. So you'll see the red, white, and blue there just at half-mast for the next several days to honor Charlie Kirk after this fatal shooting there. Also, Joe Biden, the former president, saying there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. Also, from the vice president and others talking about this, including Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, saying, rest in peace to my friend Charlie Kirk. My heart is with his loved ones at this devastating time. This inexcusable violence belongs nowhere in a civilized society. Charlie was a brave man, a devoted husband, a loving father, and a great patriot. Please join me in praying for his family and our country. From Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, saying, Jeanette and I are devastated. Charlie Kirk's commitment to America's future generations and sense of patriotism will resonate for decades to come. May the Lord bless Charlie and his family. And J.D. Vance, the vice president, saying, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, speaking about Charlie Kirk there, the fatal shooting. And I believe we also have a post from Charlie Kirk's wife, obviously leaving behind a wife and two children, also reciting script.
Transgenders being banned from having guns, which I totally agree with. You guys are off your rocker. Like, seriously, like, we don't have to agree with what you are. Who cares? Be you, but stop trying to force it on us and stop pushing your ideology on us and going to this radical with it. Like, I don't get it. So they're talking about that, and right when they're talking about that with this guy, this is when it happens.
Supposedly there's a press conference coming soon.
Coincidental at that point. I mean,
not
he
entirely
should be
sure
talked to.
who's holding the press
Whoever
conference.
was asking that question, it seemed the timing seemed way too convenient.
James, thank you for telling us what you saw from your perspective. I did talk to other witnesses as well earlier today. Many of them said the same thing as James, that same question immediately after being asked, before he had an opportunity to answer Charlie Kirk being shot. I'm told by the witnesses I've talked to, in the neck. Of course, President Trump announcing that Charlie Kirk did not survive that gunshot. We're still trying to confirm things on our end to see if that's true. Of course, James here has a lot of the same questions a lot of us do. Is it politically connected? Obviously, Charlie Kirk is a very
no, they have not. They,
person.
as far as we know, they have no suspects in custody.
Some assuming that this was politically motivated. And of course, things that the police and investigators are all going to try and figure out in the coming days. Right now, it sounds like they have their hands full, not looking into a motive, but looking into a shooter. We heard from multiple witnesses that somebody was taken into custody very shortly after the shooting, but we are now told that either that person was not the shooter or that there is another outstanding suspect. So we are all waiting for updates on that so we can bring them to you. But what we do know so far is the timeline from the witnesses we've talked to seems to match up. It happened very early on in the event. It happened immediately after that second questioning a comment that President Trump made earlier in the week about gun rights for transgender individuals. But again, right now, no way of knowing if that question has anything to do with the motive here.
Did you want to hear from Charlie? You were excited to hear him speak, right?
I don't know a lot about Charlie, but I was just interested on what other people were going to say to Charlie and what was going to happen. And something happened, which is just insane.
Anything else you want to share with us today? Thanks for a few minutes and glad you're okay.
I don't know. I just feel like it was something that totally could have been stopped. They would have maybe checked bags or done something to protect him. And because they had cops above on the walkways. They had cops above on the walkways who were stopping what I assume people from throwing stuff down towards him. So I wonder why there wasn't any level of security taken to stop people around, like in front of him or anything like that.
So you didn't see any true security measures other than maybe from afar, is that correct?
Yeah, it was just, there was not a lot of cops there. I've seen more cops at UVU during sporting events than right now, which is, and this is the most amount of kids I've ever seen at UVU. Just insane.
Thanks for coming over and talking. I'm glad you're okay, and thanks for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And I hope obviously
All right, just listening in there, a witness describing the scene and also describing the lack of security that was there on hand. He spoke to the Deseret News saying they had tickets for this event. They were attending it, but no one even took their tickets. No one scanned their tickets, and they also said there were no metal detectors and no real security on hand. So it's very interesting to look into that. As, of course, following it right here on Live Now from Fox, a manhunt, a massive one, is underway right now there in Orem, Utah. Live picture one more time, as we haven't really heard from authorities, not in a press conference setting, not in a way that we can provide to you in full, live, raw, and unfiltered. But obviously this is the scene just outside of this campus as traffic is moving along, as obviously very difficult for this entire community, the conservative group, the political sphere that is Charlie Kirk in it. So obviously President Trump confirming that he has died. I also want to put up a post from the Washington Examiner. As the manhunt continues, they look for the suspect. Mia Cathell saying, according to a live feed of the Utah County police scanner, at the time of the Charlie Kirk shooting, an individual was spotted with a long rifle, wearing jeans, a black shirt, a black mask, and a black vest on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest, and a speaker said on this police scanner. And of course, Salt Lake City police also on hand for this, just down the road, taking the highway there to this scene. So a manhunt underway for this of what's going on, as potentially we will see also the flags be lowered to half-mast to honor Charlie Kirk. That was an order from the President of the United States, as he announced that they will be that way until Sunday at 6 o'clock. So we're just following it very closely, and it is gone quiet right now, but obviously investigations, the search for that individual is still very much present, taking place. So just monitoring this here very closely. Different reaction continues to filter in. Nikki Haley saying, we pray for Charlie that he may rest in God's arms. May God comfort his sweet family. May God heal our country. We need his grace now more than ever. So, of course, that was a presidential candidate herself going up against President Trump, putting up a valiant fight. So she's in the GOP circles there, as well as Charlie Kirk. Again, a live picture in Orem, Utah, one more time. And just to reset here, if you're just joining us on Live Now from Fox, a very dynamic situation as the Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist and close ally to President Trump, was shot and killed on Wednesday at that college in Utah at an event that acted to draw renewed attention to the threat of political violence across the country. Just monitoring this shot one more time here on Live Now from Fox. The death was announced on social media by President Trump, who praised the 31-year-old Kirk, the co-founder and CEO of the youth organization Turning Point USA as, quote, great and even legendary, saying no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. The suspected shooter has not been arrested. The mayor said a person who was taken into custody by law enforcement at the university where Kirk was speaking was not the suspect. Videos posted on social media from the Utah Valley University show Kirk speaking into a handheld microphone while sitting under a white tent emblazoned with slogans like "The American Comeback" and "Prove Me Wrong." A single shot rang out and Kirk can be seen reaching up with his right hand as a large volume of blood gushes from his neck. Of course, stunned spectators heard gasping, fled the scene. So, of course, public relations for Turning Point USA saying, confirming he was shot, praying for Charlie. So still very dynamic, a fluid situation, but everyday life going on this street, just outside. So it's just hard. The distance between this and what was going on, hundreds of people, almost 1,000 or more in attendance for this event. And I do believe we are seeing now as people potentially getting on top of the White House to lower these flags to half-mast to honor Charlie Kirk. So we're just going to stick with this shot here briefly as not a ton of other information. We're still waiting on a press conference from law enforcement, waiting on an update of some kind from lawmakers there in Utah or beyond. We were hearing that Speaker Mike Johnson held a moment of silence, a moment of prayer to honor this. And of course, very fluid. So many people are close allies, close friends of Charlie Kirk in Washington, D.C. So the lowering of the United States flag now taking place atop the White House. All right, just listening in there. I just wanted to give that a little bit moment to breathe as a somber day here on this September the 10th as the flags being lowered to half-mast there in our nation's capital by the order of the President of the United States. So still following this, and we're still trying to grasp, trying to understand what happened as police, the investigation continues for that suspect. Let's take you right now out to other witnesses of what they saw. And of course, this was students, different members of the community alike coming to hear.
Immediately raced from the newsroom and from other places where they were covering other stories.
That's right, and they've been speaking with witnesses since we first learned that shots were fired. Here's what some of those folks had to say.
I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
We were like second row. We were just looking up, and we see, he was debating about shooting, and he was talking about it, and then we hear a shot, and then just a wave of blood come out of his chest. And we all get down. I had a couple people trample me, actually, so it was pretty horrific.
So I saw it, and I immediately just couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. But like a few seconds after, I just quickly got down. I realized that it was all real and super scared.
We just thought today was another Wednesday, working on campus, doing what we're supposed to do. And then someone comes in, running frantically, saying, oh my God, there's been like a gunshot. We didn't believe it at first because Utah County is pretty safe. UVU has been a safe space for me and her and my coworkers. I've been here for like 4 years. Nothing of that sort has happened. And so seeing this all together tie up, it's very crazy. It's very surreal.
Again, much of what we've heard today, it was just a regular day, and this is what it has turned into, scary moments for a lot of people. And we are hearing reaction from across the state and from across the country.
And across the political spectrum as well. Here's what the governor had to say. I just got off the phone with President Trump. Working with the FBI and Utah law enforcement, we will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy. Abby and I, the First Lady of Utah, are heartbroken. We're praying for Charlie's wife, daughter, and son.
And then we have reaction from Mike Lee. Charlie Kirk was an American patriot, an inspiration to countless young people to stand up and defend the timeless truths that make our country great. This murder was a cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie, the students who gathered for civil debate, and all Americans who peacefully strive to save our nation. The terrorists will not win. Charlie will. Please join me in praying for his wife Erica and their children. May justice be swift. So
yeah, and then I understand we have a statement from the Salt Lake County Democrats.
That's right.
These are the folks on the Salt Lake County Council who are Democrats, got together and sent this out. The Salt Lake County Council Democratic Caucus unequivocally condemns political violence in all its forms.
Oh, bullshit.
Affected by today's tragic.
I don't want to hear it from Democrats today. Oh, we condemn this. No, you don't. You've been calling for this. You're celebrating this. Every single one of you loves this. It's part of your ideology to take out people that can effectively go against your message, that can effectively turn people against you.
Our own Taylor Stevens.
At what point do we do something about the mental illness in this country known as being a Democrat? Liberalism is a mental disorder. It is a known fact at this point, and nothing is ever done about it.
What do we know about that petition and who was behind that?
Well, this petition appeared on the website change.org earlier this week. We don't know exactly who started it. The website said it was created by an anonymous contributor. The petition said Kirk had become known for his divisive rhetoric that often supports policies and laws which aren't inclusive and can marginalize various communities, end quote. That platform is inconsistent, they said, with Utah's Valley's university's ideals of, quote, inclusivity and diversity. The petition called on the university to reevaluate the decision to allow Kirk to speak, saying that a reconsideration would champion, quote, a campus environment where every student feels welcome and respected.
Right.
The petition
well, I guess Charlie Kirk wasn't welcome.
And more than 50 comments as of just a few minutes ago. Many of the comments raised support for the petition, with one calling Kirk an alt-right influencer and another saying that hosting him is despicable. Max, Robin.
Thank you for that, Taylor. That does give us additional context.
Some context and it.
Oh, context. We have context.
All right, just listening in there as people are kind of shocked by the news. Of course, that all coming down prior to
Once
the announcement.
Again, if you're shocked by this news, you have not been paying attention at all for the last at least 5 years, if not 10, 15, 20, 30 fucking years.
On that campus, as we're getting live pictures right now, the
Rush Limbaugh was warning about this crap in the 90s.
Atop the White House. This will be happening until Sunday. Also, live picture there in Utah. So we're just bouncing around to all of this, and also there in Phoenix, Arizona, the headquarters of Turning Point USA. So obviously, the co-founder of that, Charlie Kirk, there, and we see different people potentially going to speak about this and his influence in just different points, different parts of the political spectrum on the right side, the GOP, but also just his influence amongst other people. So let's take you right now. I want to see if we have any sound from someone there in Phoenix talking about his influence at Turning Point, what it meant for them. Let's listen in.
Once it didn't shock me.
I'm gonna get emotional.
I've seen a lot of shit. Maybe I'm just desensitized. I don't know.
You brought flowers out here.
Yeah.
You want to talk about?
Because I have a young man who's in college right now, and I know how important Charlie Kirk was to this generation, and I just think it's important that
the shooter was trained 200 yards, sounded low caliber, escaped, shot placement perfectly, probably destroyed
and come out of the shadows right now, because some of us have been quiet for a long time.
I agree.
And Charlie was brave, and he spoke up for all of us who couldn't speak. Sorry, I'm just very emotional about it, because I just heard it pass.
Brought to you by the Democrats.
We just live in a very strange society right now, and I just think it's very important that those of us who have different views from most of you who are standing here right now understand that there are those of us who don't agree. And Charlie Kirk was one who would get up and speak for us, and he just had a very strong voice, and he was very calm in his response to people, and especially this generation where a lot of kids who have different views than the mainstream media has, and other people who don't agree have felt like they couldn't say anything. So he was able to speak for us, and especially for young men. And we just live in a society that does not support conservative views and the role of family and having children and doing things the way that we were brought up to believe things were supposed to be. And so I don't know what to say.
As a parent, what do you think Erica and the rest of his family is doing?
Well, I'm sure they're devastated right now.
Gee, I wonder how his wife and kids are doing. What?
You can get a look at kind of the mess that's left over right now. You can see behind the caution tape, their tent where Charlie Kirk was set up originally is still out there. You've got a bunch of trash and people's belongings on the steps where they were lined up earlier. And again, there were hundreds of
Breaking news, there's trash at the scene of a shooting. What the fuck are you talking about? All right, what is this? New audio reveals police believe Charlie Kirk's assassin has fled the campus. This is campus security audio.
Confirm the university, no suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking in this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Confirm the...
Okay, so they think he left campus. Susie, Twitter has a picture of him on the roof. Can you tag me in that, please?
Earlier, some cops going through the building that's behind me, all their gear on, and again, it's just an interesting sight to see right now, empty except for cops and those flashing lights. I know we brought up that there was a bunch of different agencies here. I've seen Salt Lake City Police, I've seen South Jordan. Really, all people from all over the Wasatch Front are here to help. Again, we're going to continue to talk to people and find out more as soon as we do, but I'll send it back to you guys in studio for now.
Before we let you go, Julia, I did want to get a sense from you of what we're seeing, what's behind you, and that is, it really does bring it home to see that everybody just left their stuff.
Absolutely.
And leaving stuff is not something that modern people tend to do.
No, we love stuff.
Our phone, our whatever.
Okay, so this person's tweets are protected now, but apparently they posted yesterday, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. Really, Omar? A they, them. Joined in August of 2020. So they got radicalized in 2020.
So you see kind of them zooming in on this scene as they talked about the empowerment that Charlie Kirk brought to so many people that potentially it felt like just a number, just a statistic. So obviously a very dark day there in Utah and beyond. A live picture right now in Orem, Utah, as we're still watching a manhunt underway. A lockdown is in place there at the Utah Valley.
Whoa, what? Oh my God. Today's just going to be nuts, isn't it? Unbelievable moment on the House floor. Representative Lauren Boebert requests a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. Democrats can be heard shouting no. Then Representative Anna Paulina shouts back, y'all caused this. Shh.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay?
For the last 5 years. So that's a big concern.
Tom, thank you. Let me pause for a second because I want to bring in somebody who was at the event today in Utah, Tyler McGettigan, who was there in the crowd. I believe you were in line, Tyler. First of all, how are you doing tonight? I'm sure this has been just a horrific day for you.
Yeah, definitely was not expecting anything like what happened. I went to that event, because I wanted to ask Charlie a question. He wants to engage in a debate. I had something I wanted to ask him. And so I was in line with people talking about our questions and, people that were of all political backgrounds. I had a conservative on one side, a couple vegans on another side.
Vegans?
And we were just
Are
enjoying
vegans
it.
their
And then,
own political faction?
I looked at Charlie and suddenly I hear a shot and he falls down. And that, it took me a moment to process what had just happened, but that was, it was shocking, just being there.
And what did you do once you did process what was happening, Tyler?
Well, I backed up. I mean, naturally the crowd around me started panicking and running, and because I didn't hear multiple shots in the quick succession, I didn't think that there was any intent on whoever it was to shoot at the crowd. So I reasoned that it wasn't really necessary to panic, that people can get stampeded and crushed in these kinds of panics trying to get through a door. And so I tried to encourage people to not panic, to calm down, to take it slow.
Catnip, I don't see anything.
That was my initial response to it.
Just to lay a baseline here for some of the factual reporting, Tyler, how many shots specifically did you hear? Just the one?
One. Yeah. Just one.
And when walking in to attend the event, can you describe what, if any, security measures there were before you were able to take your place in line at this event?
So when I signed up for the event, they sent an email with a ticket that I printed out. And you see that it has a QR code, a barcode. I was under the impression that when I would go to the event, they would scan that, like there'd be kind of a check-in kind of deal. And there was, in fact, nothing like that. I just walked in and it felt kind of pointless that I had the ticket in my pocket. So clearly there was no real effort to screen people. That's what it...
Okay, let's see. What is this? Just got sent this video from UVU. It appears the shooter was on the roof.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that.
So this was right before everything happened. Interesting. Well, gee. Yeah, how did you have to know at an event like this that there's going to be potential problems. Did they not have anyone on roofs? Did they not sweep the roofs? And I know it's not, I mean, it's not Secret Service protected or anything, but did Charlie not have his own security? Did Charlie not have private security that did sweeps like this before hosting massive events for a controversial figure who gets death threats every single day on the internet, far and wide?
The police presence out here remains.
behind the crowd directly and like very brazenly just took a shot. So who knows?
Yeah, and again, indications had been from officials that the actual shot had been fired from further away. Tyler, we're glad that you're okay. You are no longer on campus. Are you home now?
I'm home now.
Okay. We're glad that you are okay after just as you described, just a traumatic and chaotic day. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate that.
My head's in a place of anger right now for his loss, and my head's also in a place of the evil that it took to take his life, the hatred and evil, all in the name of I don't agree with you. That was all. Just I don't agree with you. And that's not a reason to take someone's life at all. There's a lot of people I don't agree with, but I'm not out there shooting them, you know. I'm not sabotaging their life in any way. But that's what this was about. It was about, I don't agree with you. I hate you to the point that I'm willing to kill you. That's what this was about.
You said that it was your daughter who told you about this. What did Charlie Kirk and his work mean to you and your family?
My oldest daughter is a veteran of the Navy. She was a doc at Camp Pendleton for 3 years. So to have conservative commentary that supported our military and believed in what we did in America as Americans means the world to her. And to have someone like Charlie to speak up not just for veterans, but for unspoken Americans everywhere, as well as the privileged and the underprivileged. Because Charlie's message was all about faith and belief and patriotism, okay? And your First Amendment is your First Amendment, but you have to be sure of what you believe in, and you have to be willing and ready to share that at a moment's notice. Because people are going to question you on what you believe, and Charlie believed it, and he knew it, and he was always ready with a good answer, with the right answer that he knew. And when you love God, when you're safe, when you're Christian, you could be Catholic, Methodist, whatever it is, there's a belief in your faith, there's a belief in God, and you will answer for that to people who ask. But people didn't want to hear Charlie's views. They didn't want to hear what he had to say. There's all kinds of ugly on the internet right now about that, Lord knows. And he died for what he believed in. And the only thing I can say is they hated Jesus too. They killed him for it. But Jesus rose on the third day. Charlie, in a mortal body, is in heaven with God right now. So his mortal body won't come up out of the grave today. But I digress. My daughter and I are both, it's just time to go buy more guns and more ammo. That's all. Because if they want to bring a fight like this to the street, I can guarantee you there's enough of us, Americans, veterans, active, whoever it is in the neighborhood that wants it to stay safe and a safe America. I will guarantee you that gun sales are going to skyrocket beginning today. By the end of the week, stores are going to be out of ammunition. They're going to be out of guns. It's crazy. That's what the conservative will do when somebody does this, because that was foolish and selfish, just like the person who killed the man in the turban after 9/11.
That's even how you say
a local gas station owner.
Name. Huge. He's a Twitch streamer, right? Kai Sinnett's head mod pinged everyone celebrating the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. Wow. This is what she looks like. I'm not even surprised. Well, it looks like the black portion of the internet is celebrating a white man being assassinated.
Well, it's beyond them.
And Mike, to your point, we talk about who Charlie Kirk was, how influential he was in the conservative space. I have to think there's not, maybe but a handful of people on the campus where you are who hadn't heard of Charlie Kirk, whether they were at the event or not before today.
Yeah, without question. There's a number of people who don't know. And again, you probably had anywhere from what we're hearing, 2,000 to 3,000 people who showed up. That's not all students. You had a number of people who were coming in. They knew about the event. They know Charlie. They wanted to listen to him, hear his opinions and his thoughts on things, ask him questions. We spoke to a number of students who were here who actually had the chance to ask him some questions. And that's what people were hoping for. Yes, a number of people I talked to They didn't know. They didn't even know this was going on. So I don't know, unless you're kind of in that circle, maybe that conservative circle, knowing that was going to happen on campus today.
Mike Hedrick, our thanks to you there live on campus for us tonight. Our thanks to your colleagues as well at our NBC station KSL there in Utah. Really appreciate you being with us. I know it's you got all hands on deck out there. Appreciate that. I want to go now to Adam Bartholomew, who is just about a block away from campus, as I understand it. He was on the ground. He was at the event today at Utah Valley, live streaming.
Susie, pinged everyone just means
Adam,
sent
thank you for being with
a message that notifies everyone.
Thanks for having me.
People may have seen your video. It was making the rounds online right as word had come out that this shooting had happened at the Charlie Kirk TPUSA event. You were basically live streaming, and from what I understand, from what I saw, you were kind of interviewing people. You were talking to people, and then the video picks up in the aftermath. Tell us what happened and what you saw.
Yeah, well, my son and I and my wife we were all there. My son wanted to see Charlie Kirk, and I live streamed protests around the state as much as I can. So I brought all my gear. I heard that there was going to be some protesters, and sure enough, there was.
Fuck
I was
you,
on the
Barack.
upper balcony.
We don't know yet what
directly
motivated
above
the person who shot and killed Charlie
tent that
Kirk.
you could see that Charlie was speaking in, and I was about 20 feet to the north.
Gee, I wonder what the motivation could
You can
be.
see there's my footage there. And we were
probably
talking about
a Trumper.
why they were against Charlie Kirk, why they didn't, the things that he says that they didn't like, that kind of thing, when shots rang out, and it was chaos.
What did you do in the immediate aftermath? Did you also ran? Did you check for your son? Tell me about that.
I immediately ran to the balcony and pulled my phone out and called my son. As I was waiting for the phone to pick up, I was looking around. I thought, was that fireworks? And I thought maybe somebody was pranking the crowd. And then I started hearing that Charlie was shot, and my son picked up the phone and he said, "Dad, Charlie was shot." My son was waiting in line to ask a question when that happened.
Just so I asked this to a previous guest, Adam, but just so we can kind of get a baseline of understanding of the event and of the facts on the ground, just to confirm, you heard how many shots specifically? Just the one?
You know, my first inclination was that it could have been firecrackers, and I think it might have been the echo of the shot. We were surrounded by buildings. I think that might have been it. I'm familiar with shooting at shooting ranges, so that was my first thought. Was it was either a long distance shot or it could have been firecrackers, and I think it was a long distance shot coming from the east of us.
Did you go through security to get in?
There was absolutely no security. I attended the Republican state convention here at the same facility earlier this year. We had security. We had our bags checked. There was none of that here. I was able to walk right in through class. It was in between classes, so there was thousands of students everywhere with backpacks. I walked right through with, I have a gear bag with tripods sticking right out of my bag, and nobody stopped me. I was able to walk right in.
I just saw someone posted,
How would you
this
describe
is where
the crowd
glorifying
here that had come out to see
Luigi
Charlie Kirk?
Mangione
We've talked a lot
gets
about
us.
this. His campus tour, if you will, the most recent one that he had been on, was intended to be a dialogue. It was intended to be debate, healthy disagreement, obviously verbally. Did you get a sense that the crowd was largely supportive, had come out to sort of see Kirk in his element? Help us understand that.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably 50 or 60 protesters there against Charlie Kirk, but the crowd supporting him was far larger. And anytime there was an anti-Charlie chant, it would be drowned out by USA or Charlie Kirk chants from the other side. So it seemed the mood was positive. People were there to hear the transfer of ideas and discussion. And it's just a shame that it has to break out in violence like this.
Yeah, it's just terrible. Adam Bartholomew, thank you very much for sharing your experience there on the ground. As you remain, I know, near campus. We're glad that you are okay. Appreciate you joining us. Let me bring in now our NBC News correspondents Ryan Riley and Mel Zanona, because at this moment we have talked about the widespread condemnation, Mel, across the political spectrum of political violence, coming from everybody from current sitting members of Congress on the Republican side to former high-profile elected Democrats, former President Obama, former Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Joe Biden as well. Mel, you're hearing a lot of that today on Capitol Hill. I don't see anything actually happening. Including from some members who counted Charlie Kirk among their friends, personal
friends. Who's going to do anything about it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The mood on Capitol Hill right now, really somber. Members just walking around with tears in their eyes, reading the news in real time. This is really hitting close to home on Capitol Hill, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, Charlie Kirk was really close with and had personal relationships with a lot of members in the Republican Party here on Capitol Hill. One of them, for example, Anna Paulina Luna, she credited him with recruiting her to run. She said, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be a member of Congress right now. So really just hitting close to home for these members. The second reason why this is really reverberating on Capitol Hill is that members are scared for their own safety. That's something that has been going on, unfortunately, over the past few years in particular. Political violence on the rise. There have been a number of incidents, including recently there was the assassination in Minnesota for some state lawmakers. But this has really changed how members on both sides of the aisle are operating on a day-to-day basis, because most of them do not have a security detail. Most of them walk around without anyone protecting them. And when they go home in their districts, they're having these events similar to what Charlie Kirk was having, where it's these open forums, anyone can get in, necessarily not security over there. And so they are starting to change how they're operating, and that's going to have an impact on how they interact with their constituents, how they're able to campaign. They have tried to take steps, obviously, in recent years to increase their own security, but this has just been something that they've been wrestling with. And while everyone on both sides of the aisle is saying political violence needs to stop, it's not clear that there's an answer that everyone can agree on how best to do that. Speaker Mike Johnson did come out and talk to us a little bit ago before holding a moment of silence on the House floor. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop.
And those comments were before it was announced that Charlie Kirk had actually passed away from that gunshot wound. After it was announced, though, Speaker Mike Johnson put out a statement, again, reiterating that Charlie Kirk was a personal close friend and confidant. So just a reminder, again, of why this is hitting so close to home for members of Congress.
Melanie Zanona. Mel, thank you. I know you're staying close to a camera tonight as well. I want to take you now back to Utah. I want to show you here the room where we expect to see a news conference shortly. This is just the prep. This isn't the news conference starting. They're just checking the mics. They're making sure everything works. Because we do expect to hear at some point soon, we don't have exact timing, from the governor, from law enforcement officials, both locally and we presume federally. We understand at least some representatives from the FBI will be there, some representatives from the university as well, with a series of questions now around the current status.
Reaction. And then my brother pulled me down and he put his body on top of me. And then Ethan came and put his body on top of me, and everything just happened so fast, and everyone was running and screaming, saying get down. And it just didn't feel real in the moment, especially like the blood. I'm still really shaken up. I mean, it happened like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, those are emotional words. I think there are so many students on the campus of Utah Valley University that are feeling that way today, that were in attendance, that saw what happened.
Incomprehensible statement early on that we have the shooter in custody. If you think about how completely reckless that was, because now that we know the shooter was not in custody, you had hundreds and thousands of people on the campus. You probably still had normal campus business ongoing.
Makes me think that was by design.
And you had an unsecured scene with someone who just murdered a fellow human being. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
Is not in custody.
Can we get to that? You said there should be
Police
an identity
have
by now.
a vague
How are they
description
pulling
of the
that?
shooter,
Is that video
and
camera
that's it.
from the university? Is that
He might get away with
eyewitness?
this.
Where do you think that comes from?
My guess is, I mean, they should have, based on. I mean, again, it's still very early, but based on the trajectory of the shot, they know right now. They know the general direction in which it came. They may have a good indication as to whether it was. It had. My guess it was upward from an elevated position downward. That's what's being reported. I have no reason to doubt
it
that.
had to get over the
that's
crowd,
gonna at least point them in a general direction. If one thing is true about college campuses, that they have plenty of cameras. Plus, every human being out there has a cell phone which has a camera and video. So my guess is they got the school cameras first, and then they're pouring through possible witnesses. God willing, someone said, "I saw the shooter. I have a video of the shooter. I have a picture, or even better, I know who it was."
Yeah, that is obviously the case. And I don't want to get into more, but I do want to show a tweet here, a social media post from Bill Maluzhin saying, per federal sources, Homeland Security investigation agents in Utah have responded to the location of Charlie Kirk's assassination. They're assisting with the manhunt for the shooter, who remains at large. The prior report arrest was not the assassin. And we talked about that initially. And obviously the chaos of the moment, so many things are dynamic as someone points a finger and they think that is the shooter. How careful does law enforcement have to be in that moment to get the right individual to not put others at risk?
It's enormously important. And I don't know if you saw the clip, there was an individual, older gentleman with gray hair who was being dragged off, who was initially identified or believed to be the shooter. And there was a large crowd that was gathering and following behind and cursing at him and screaming. And one of the cops holding them said, "Hey, we're not sure. You don't know. We don't know if he did it." So there was at least there was some appreciation of the fact that it's a fluid scene. We're not for certain sure that this is the shooter. And guess what? Turns out it wasn't the shooter.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I do want to ask you about the security on hand for this, because Charlie Kirk is a very popular figure, but he's not an elected official. He doesn't have, say, Secret Service there at hand. And we heard from reporters on the ground that there were no metal detectors. They weren't even checking tickets for this event. Does that complicate things for law enforcement to really have no presence, to go there on hand, kind of going blind into this?
Well, I mean, to some extent, if we accept what's being reported thus far, and really I have no other basis of making any sort of conjecture, if it's true that the shot was from distance, say an overlook in a building 200 yards away, having metal detectors to screen the event would not have helped in this situation.
True.
I have no doubt that the security detail around Mr. Kirk, who apparently reacted very, very quickly and appropriately, their concern, without a doubt, was someone rushing the stage, a person who would either lunge at Mr. Kirk or draw a weapon, and so that was that close quarter danger. With respect to with the president, and by the way, a complete failure at Butler, you have to consider how vulnerable would the president be, or any speaker, if someone was in that building on the roof or in a particular dormitory window. So 200 yards, if that's an accurate number, is not a particularly difficult shot for anyone who has any facility with a firearm. How do you know that? Well, in the U.S. military, soldiers in the Army are qualifying at 300 meters, and the Marines are qualifying at 500 meters. So it's well within the, first of all, the gun. And by the way, just looking at the video, my guess was initially the first, I thought a couple things. Number one, small caliber, high velocity round. Unfortunately, as soon as I saw that video, I thought that's a non-survivable wound. But the effective range, and the question is, it's hundreds of yards. Yeah. And the question is, in civilian security, what can you do about it? Well, there are a few things, but what you can't do, you can't put counter snipers on roofs. You can't do that. You can obscure vision, for example. Like when Charlie was in that kind of canopy area. If you're worried about elevated position, you could hang banners, you could hang screens, or even an American flag just to obscure the view. You could shoot through that, but you wouldn't have a clear target. So that's one possible thing that they could have done.
Very interesting, and that is interesting just to show the capability, especially from the military background. David, hold on real quick. We're hearing reaction from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle there on Capitol Hill. Let me dive out to this real quick and hear some of their reactions. I'll bring you in here momentarily.
Worse and worse, and it's got to stop. And I don't care whether someone's liberal or conservative. It doesn't matter. It has to stop.
This afternoon. I think what has just transpired is tremendously disturbing. It is the latest evolution and instance of political violence in the United States, and it must end.
Congresswoman, what message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding
political violence? From which side?
To your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment and the rhetoric that has been put out in the media.
Beyond rhetoric, we need to talk about action, and we need to talk about, yes, there are words, but most importantly, we are in a job of leadership. We are in a job of action. We are in a role and a position where the American people are looking to us to do something about this. And every
no one's looking to you to do a damn thing about this, AOC.
Due to gun violence in America.
Oh, this is gun violence?
Every single day,
this isn't political violence. This is gun violence.
To vote against doing anything. They vote against universal background checks.
So their own side assassinates someone, and then they call to ban guns.
Remove any way to block the mentally ill, to block extremists, to block people with histories and records of domestic violence from getting guns in their hands. So are we going to do something about this or not? We have a political assassination that happened at the same time as a school shooting where children are dying on the same day, a week after a shooting at a Catholic school where children were gunned down while praying. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass.
Are we gonna talk about all those crazy things that my side's been saying for the last 10 years? No, we shouldn't talk about that. We should take more Americans' rights away.
People can finger point all they want. Look at the record. Look at the actions of what we are doing. I don't think a single person who has dedicated their entire career to preventing gun safety legislation from getting passed in this House has any right to blame anybody else but themselves for what is happening.
You, AOC.
We have to stop this. We can stop this.
Is she blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination?
Acknowledging that basic common sense gun safety legislation is not taking away a gun, is not attacking the Second Amendment, but it is about ensuring the safety of our children, of women, of people across this country, to ensure
Charlie
that
Kirk,
guns and firearms
white man assassinated. Think of the women and children.
Use them against human beings.
This is disgusting.
Period. Domestic violence is one of the highest.
If this is what the left is going to be going with, this is disgusting.
To kill someone else with a gun or not. There are so many other indicators, and I think it is so deeply important that when a politician tries to blame words for inaction, they need to look at their action and their record.
Wait a minute. Politicians blaming words for actions is disgusting?
Horrific.
Can we go back and talk about January 6th and how you dragged Donald Trump to court for his words
and violence
over other people's actions?
We cannot risk. Thank you.
Are you worried about holding events in public? All right, just listening in there, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez talking about this here on Live Now from Fox. Her words saying uncorking political violence. We've seen different violent...
To be able to watch and to listen. What was happening in the minutes before this shooting? Presumably, from the video that we've seen, people were lining up. They were asking questions to Charlie Kirk. It was kind of one of these usual campus events that he holds, yeah?
It was, yeah, very full campus. A lot of noise, lots of cheering. When he came out, it was like exploding like a concert. There was some booing too. And he was actually on his second person, I believe, when it happened. Mm-hmm.
So it was fairly early on in the event. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Probably maybe 15 minutes-ish around there, maybe 20.
Okay. And Logan, when the shooting happened, can you tell me what you heard specifically? One shot? Did you hear people yelling? Give me a sense of that.
Yeah, so I was up on the balcony. I had headphones on because I was checking the audio for the news team. I was just listening to him talk, and that's when I heard what I thought at the time was a firework. It sounded not as loud as I was expecting the gun to sound, but my brain couldn't even process what I saw in front of me. I was just more focused on processing, was that actually a gunshot? And I turn back and I look and see the entire crowd just getting down, and Charlie Kirk has been pulled down. And I'm like, oh, this is real. Someone has a gun. And then I left it rolling and I got away as fast as I could.
Logan, you say you saw Charlie Kirk had been pulled down. Had he fallen? Had his security taken help? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so his security team grabbed him after he got shot, and they pulled him to the ground to get him out of sight of wherever the shooter may have been.
And Chase, you were in a different location from Logan, and did you immediately know that it was a shot fired?
I don't think I instantly knew, but there's such a history of divisiveness of Charlie that and there's this air of controversy while you're there.
You'll see in the chat if
there's this fear that something's going to happen.
Is a C word.
And the second we heard a noise, just naturally, without even registering what it was, everyone just started to run.
Where did you go?
I went into the building. If you see the video now, up and to the left, there's a balcony, and we just went right in those doors with everyone else.
And at what point were you cleared, either of you? Did anybody come around and tell you to remain where you were? Did you talk with any law enforcement? Was there any kind of sort of investigatory procedure after?
When I had stepped back from my camera, there were policemen there who were yelling at everyone to get away from the scene and to get to safety.
Okay. And that's what you did, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You both are students, and you know this campus. We know from what officials have said, the shot came from a building that's about, I guess, 200 yards away, right from where this amphitheater was. I believe it's called the Losi Center. Can you help us understand, how far away from where you were is that building? We're looking at a map visually, but you know this campus. Explain this to us.
From where I was, I think it was about maybe 50 feet away from me, from what it sounds like, and from where it sounded like the bullet had come from.
I see. So more on that upper deck, kind of behind where you were standing, Logan.
Yeah, and after looking at footage from what I've seen from other perspectives like this one, once the shot happens, it seems like the upper levels get cleared out a lot quicker, which makes me think that it was closer and people heard it first.
Got it. And Chase, to enter or exit that area, was there any security either at the event or is there generally any security in that particular space?
There was good security. There was right above where he was at was completely clear. There was police officers there. There were police officers inside patrolling.
It's really, honestly, horrific.
What kind of legacy does he leave behind to the conservative?
Charlie Kirk leaves a huge legacy. It's going to be hard for anybody to fill his shoes. He was extremely important. Students all over the country would get very excited if they found out he was coming to their college campus. He brought in thousands of people to hear him speak. Even people that didn't agree with him would come, ask questions, even argue with him. He was always about the debate. And Charlie Kirk was never for violence. And to see him murdered in such a graphic way in front of the camera, and that video is too gruesome. Honestly, I hope it gets taken down. I don't think his wife or children one day should ever see it. I really hope it gets taken down. But
his wife and children were there and saw it happen.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words.
How concerned are you about your own safety in the wake of this attack? I mean, he's a giant on the right. You were a giant on the right.
Yeah, he had asked me that too. Of course, I am very concerned. I have some of the most death threats in Congress, and they're always ongoing. But again, today it's not about
still
me.
awaiting
It's about
news
Charlie
conference.
and his life.
There's an update on the suspects.
And everyone that's mourning his loss.
Thank you.
There's an update on very strange behavior
Green talking about the impact as
the original guy that was arrested.
His wife and 2 children. You heard there Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about just the connection, since she is her mother herself, saying that the children are in similar age. And I do want to get back to this as the manhunt continues, and just to reiterate that they did initially say a suspect was in custody. They are backtracking on that. The Washington Post saying a person who was taken into custody after the shooting of Charlie Kirk was not the correct person.
How did they know that?
A spokesperson for Utah Valley University. The
How did they
shooter
determine that so quickly?
Large. We're expecting an update right now from Utah Governor Spencer Cox in the coming moments. I don't know how imminent this press conference is, but reporters there on on hand for it. They're giving it a mic check right now. Let's bring in back to the conversation right now David Katz, law enforcement expert. Thanks for hanging with us as we kind of jump around to all these live feeds during this very dynamic moment. But we know that the governor is going to speak here momentarily. We know that there's no suspect apprehended, at least reported.
It's been a long time since we hung.
Right
I hate that it's under these
circumstances.
circumstances.
Talking about? Is he just there to reassure people potentially?
It's good to get together with you, though.
I mean, there's always that aspect. I mean, the governor. Well, first of all, the governor has to make
this is
a
big.
statement.
It's
given
potentially very
the high-profile nature of this incident. I'm hoping there's something a little more concrete that they can. Maybe they've identified, an individual of interest. I'm hoping that's the case. The
spooky. Yeah, we played that video earlier.
The idea that they're this far along and not saying anything, that's a little distressing given the fact that the shooter was clearly,
that video doesn't show much. It's
at large on
probably the
campus
shooter,
with all those folks going around,
it doesn't really help that much.
in the area. That could have been another tragedy. But, on the other hand, in law enforcement, the cops who are tracking down or trying to track down the shooter, I mean, it's not part of their mindset to we got to put something out for the media. So, I mean,
lack of
as far as the
gunpowder
ones who are doing the hunting, I don't expect anything from them.
That guy clearly wasn't on the roof, so it probably wasn't him.
And do you think that
I still think he was perhaps there as a
alongside.
distraction
Do you think
to
they'll
help
be
the shooter,
for the
give the shooter time to get away?
Assistance, trying to find the identity of this individual to see who they are or where they may have gone?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that this individual, whoever it may be, has made social media threats.
So that guy has been released, and they've determined he was not the shooter.
They were contemplating doing this.
I've showed that video here.
That would certainly be helpful if that was the case.
The latest on that is that guy is not the shooter.
And I don't know this for sure, but my guess is they've got good video, if not from the camera systems on campus, but from the thousands of people who were thronging the area. But I mean, these days, you could be in front of an ongoing train. Instead of getting out of the way, you put your phone up because you got to take the video. So I don't think there's any shortage of footage. I'm hoping they've made some identification. Maybe they'll show a photograph and the publicity will get.
There had been some confusing initial reports that perhaps somebody had been arrested on the ground. Obviously, there was then a backtracking from the school. And so far as we know, again, 6:15 Eastern, 4:15 in Utah, no one has been captured yet.
Yeah, I think the confusion of something like this it's natural that someone was taken into custody. Some things were said that got onto an X video and kind of went viral. And it wasn't the person who they're saying committed this act. Hopefully they're saying it was from this one building. They did come out and say that. So hopefully the tactical teams cleared that. And they don't have anyone in there. So they're now assuming that the shooter is beyond the scope of the original crime scene, I think. Hopefully that's going to come out in a press release, because now the amount of time that's passed and everyone leaving, they're going to have to now start reviewing everything from an evidence point, a lot of cameras and stuff. So it can now take days into longer to actually find a shooter.
Would a college campus like this typically track people who are coming on and off campus? At this particular event, we know that there were hundreds, if not, we've heard estimates of maybe 2,000, 3,000 people who had come out to attend this TPUSA event.
Campuses have a lot of cameras, like modern cities and stuff.
Yeah.
So with all the students on there, there's a lot of cameras, but it takes time to review. They're going to have a lot of people start looking at these cameras. When we start looking at something like this, the Boston bombing was one of the first ones that happened. And the FBI actually had to change the way they took video in to review it all, because it takes up a lot of space. And how do you do it? So I think they have better systems now. And that's where the Bureau is probably going to come in, that they can put an email, an 800 number. If you have a video of this event, if you have something, even if you don't think it was relevant, to send it in, and then it's going to take people to start looking at it. And then once they can get that clip of, I think this is the shooter, then they're probably going to have to come out in public and say, have you seen this person? We're looking for him as a material witness, so to speak.
Rob, in a moment of apparent political violence like this, is it your assessment that after what we've seen happen, there may be less of a broader threat to the community at large, given that you do have this person, somebody who just shot and killed a 31-year-old here in broad daylight, still not captured?
I think this was a targeted event. So is that person going to go look out when you look at some of the mass shootings and some of the more prolific shootings? I don't think that's the concern. But when that person then gets cornered or thinks that someone recognizes them, then they could, again, go into violence to get away from it. If they think that they're being cornered by someone who may recognize them, then you can have the outcome from violence. But I don't think it's the same as someone who has just a mass shooting that just wants to commit crime to anyone, as opposed to this looks to be like a targeted shooting as opposed to just a mass shooting.
We are not showing, of course, that video of the moment of the shooting. We showed it once at the top of the hour here. You heard the sound, but there have been a tremendous number of other videos coming into us from various angles, Rob, from the top sort of level there where people were standing, from various points in the amphitheater. Law enforcement is using that, right? This all becomes evidence. These are all tools now that law enforcement can use to try to track down the suspect, no?
Oh, absolutely. But it's going to be so much at an event like this, especially something like this, where it's influencers there, it's social media, young kids who just shoot everything with the phone. There's thousands of videos and pictures that law enforcement's going to have to go through. And that's where the federal agencies can come in, because they have the people. Obviously, the campus police, they don't have the personnel. They probably don't even have the technology and resources to do something like this, where FBI is going to be able to come in and throw thousands of people to start looking at video, because that's what it's going to take. And to get the video in, get witnesses in there, try to talk to them. And the problem is, when a shooting happens like this and it's a bowl-like event, every witness thinks that the gunshot came from somewhere else, because when you talk about sound and how that the ricochets of sound and everything else, it fools people. Even when you're standing there, you really don't have a good idea. So everyone's going to think, oh, this is where the shooter was. You're going to have to go through all those statements, but they're going to start capturing all the phones. They're going to probably have a way to physically come in, to turn your phone in, to take the video. There's going to be a way to do it online and such, because, again...
Oh, God.
Violence as an instrument of their emotion.
He can barely contain his glee. Look at him.
The whole reason we have a social contract is to make ourselves safer. And that means that we resolve conflicts within American society nonviolently. And that's something that every political leader and public official today should be speaking up for.
Yeah, just for today, though. Tomorrow we can go back to our violent
even
rhetoric.
Even though we have very strong disagreements about stuff, we've got to model civil disagreement. And then, I feel very strongly about gun violence and the unique situation the United States of America is in. And I've been very willing to talk to colleagues across the political spectrum and across the aisle about why I think we need to act.
DJ Lunchbox says, I have the stream on mute, but fuck this guy.
I
know you can't hear me, DJ, but you're right.
Gun purchases. Commanding majorities support.
Yeah, this is Jamie. I like that rat skin Jarvis Watts. You don't know him? Democrat from Maryland. He's one of the worst. He's one of the most sniveling.
Some people say it's impolite or impolitic.
There are so. I was just trying to think. Is he a top 10 worst Democrat? And he probably isn't even top 10
every single day. In the United States
but he's still awful.
So
that's just
how
bad.
Nightmare if we don't have
there's so many bad Democrats.
What's taking place in our society.
He might not even crack the top 10, which is scary.
All right, just listening in there to Jamie Raskin, the Democrat from Maryland, talking about this.
This strikes so close to home. You really begin to question, even if you weren't there, oh, I know someone who was there, or...
Bullet Craze. I don't know if I've played this for you guys yet. I've seen it a few times. I'm sure most of you have seen it by now. Another angle shows an individual running on the rooftop shortly after Charlie Kirk was killed. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right up here. So it was right after the shot, and someone's running away up there on the roof. So clearly where the shot came from. And that's the same roof that from the other angle where those kids saw someone up there before the shooting. But it's not really anything to go on. You're not going to identify the suspect from that.
Absolute disappointment, sadness, heartbreak, and there's to be honest, there's anger, there's disgust, but primarily I'm just so heartbroken. Charlie's been such a wonderful voice. He's such a bright young man, faithful and just full of smart and articulate and able to persuade people so well.
FBI says Charlie Kirk's assassin is in custody.
All right, so
according to the FBI, they have the assassin in custody. Are we gonna get some news on this? We're gonna get a press conference, or we're gonna get a name?
First college experience was at the same university, at Utah Valley University. That's where I started, and then I went from there to BYU, and then came up here to Logan and went to Utah State University to get my PhD.
And can you just speak to the community? What are they about? Obviously, we saw hundreds of people there at this event. Can you speak to that? Were people excited to see Charlie Kirk today?
This is FBI Director Kash Patel. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. Why is this already feeling like a fucking cover-up? Why don't you share details now? You don't have to tell us everything, but something would be nice.
On the scene, but that was ended up not being the suspect. There had been videos circulating, and from some of the reporting and from some of the statements that were made by the school, they were looking at that rooftop area, and that was nearby. So I think that's probably where they were, training a lot of their focus on. But having gotten someone in custody this quickly, I'm curious to learn more, probably in this press conference, about how that exactly ended up happening, whether it was at the scene or whether this was someone they had to very quickly find. Based on the timeline there, you would lean probably more towards there could have potentially been an arrest on the scene there, because finding someone that quickly and identifying a suspect usually takes a little bit more time, unless there's a lookout for a specific car that they were chasing after, or something of that nature. So we'll find out more at this press conference about exactly who this person was potentially.
And it is also clear, Ryan, that this has been, from the law enforcement perspective, an all-hands-on-deck effort, given just how high-profile this was.
Correct. Yeah, you had an immediate response there. You saw earlier, in your coverage, a lot of that instant response, and the FBI was responding very quickly as well. This was obviously state and local law enforcement were first to the scene, and so that quick partnership sort of lines up. And the question now will be where this case initially falls, whether it's brought initially locally or federally, as well as the details here and how this apprehension.
No, they let the old guy
very
go
quickly.
Although old guy is still suspicious
for the family. You think of his wife, his widow, and the surviving children there. Obviously, this is just a horrific situation. But
Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez, and then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, Political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the county sheriff's office.
They have him or not?
The local police department and the university police department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest.
Okay, so they don't have it.
This incident occurred with a large crowd
More
around.
conflicting information,
There was
guys.
one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Okay, so they don't have the shooter. They do have the shooter. It's the wrong shooter. Oh, we have the shooter.
No,
we don't have the shooter.
We extend our sincerest condolences
What is going on?
to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately.
So
we have full
the state has no idea what the FBI knows?
Am
I to believe that?
Operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our
Kash
partners.
Patel himself,
We are working
FBI
on setting
director,
up
said 8
a
minutes
digital
ago that
media
they have the
tip
shooter in
line, and
custody,
as soon
but
as
we were
it's
watching a
established,
live
we'll
press
get that
conference
information out to everyone.
that says they don't have the shooter in custody.
I know there's a lot of questions.
Which one is it?
This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Yeah.
We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Why do they have such poor quality cameras?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location.
Every new camera is like
potentially from a roof. Yes, a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things. Unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry. See?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
There was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today.
They started off by saying that there's a suspect like that there's no suspect in custody, that it's still an ongoing investigation. They didn't mention that anyone is in custody. And moments before this press conference, Kash Patel had tweeted out that they did have a suspect in custody. They were then asked later to clarify, and they did clarify that there is a suspect in custody. This was a fucking mess. It's either incompetence or something else. I don't know. That was weird to me. That whole fucking thing was weird. They gave us nothing. And they're going to give us something later. Okay.
Point. So obviously also calling it a dark day, a political assassination. That's what Governor Cox of Utah said there at that press conference, alongside, flanked by different law enforcement, including the FBI. And this was the post from Kash Patel, the FBI director, that came down just immediately prior to this event, saying the subject of
redacted. The video of the arrest is the wrong guy. They arrested a guy, George Zim,
custody. Thank
old
you to
guy.
local and state
that
authorities.
Video of that arrest, they released. Actually, no, they arrested that guy for obstruction of justice, but they say he's not the shooter.
Available. They also didn't get into too much of the investigation.
Jay, just
but
the
they
standard
were
issue
talking
2025
about this,
competence.
the single shot
Fair
that was
enough.
fired potentially from a building at a great distance away from the location. Charlie Kirk was holding a microphone, sitting down under a white tent, answering a question coincidentally about shooting, about political violence and active shooters recently. So, of course, all of this going on. So we'll see what comes of it next, as they're also talking about the full extent of the law, bringing justice for this political assassination there in Orem,
This has the
Utah.
potential to push a lot of moderate people right
Just this
further
live picture
right.
outside of the White House, President Trump
or even a lot of moderate liberals
flags around
to the
United
right.
States on federal
It
property
has that
communities
potential.
At half staff to honor the life, as President Trump called
The next
him
few days
an
are going to be
American
interesting to
patriot, a
see
great
how people
patriot.
react to this.
So certainly, obviously, a dark day. We're hearing from different lawmakers about this on both sides of the aisle, condemning this act of political violence. This a post from Cami Mondo with Deseret News saying maybe a clarification, saying they do have a person of interest in custody. What the investigation is ongoing. Whoever did this, we will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable. So that coming in. Also, Cox saying that this person is being interviewed right now. No identifying information, but it's not George Zinn, who has been seen taken into custody earlier today. Cox says it's not believed there is a second person of interest as a suspect right now. So obviously, they are potentially going to lift the lockdown on that campus after people were sheltering in place. A chaotic scene on that campus. There's hundreds of people in attendance to hear this individual speak. Obviously, the political commentator, the conservative pundit there, rose to prominence as speaking to the youth, speaking to a group of people that potentially felt unheard. So following it closely here on Live Now from Vox. Let's take you back out, though, to Washington, D.C. one more time and listening to lawmakers, including Chip Roy. He was speaking on the steps of the Capitol about this tragic incident.
The killing of Charlie Kirk, I mean, it was obviously shocking. The way that happened, as I said earlier, the absurdity that this is a guy that you can disagree with him. I obviously agreed with him on most things. This is a guy that was trying to open up dialogue and engage in civil discourse across college campuses.
Liberty
and was part of his
Firster,
appeal,
there's
even those that
far
disagree with
away
him,
video
right, just
of what
engaging
appears to
in
be
an open
someone
debate.
on the
And it was extremely
nothing
popular.
better than that.
And
during the press conference we just watched, they claimed to have CCTV cameras that caught the shooter, potentially, and they have that guy in custody.
It's, this one hits. I'm just thinking about most recent conversations with Charlie about different issues, different things. And my son, I was texting with him, and he was a big fan. And he was asking about it, and I told him, I said, stay off of it. He's not on social media. He can't ask it, but if somebody sends him a video,
he said,
don't click on all that stuff. And, he asked what his status was. I told him he had passed away, and he goes, "Oh man, is that public news?" I said, "It's official. He's gone, and I'm sorry." And he said, "I'd like to have met him." And then sent a Bible verse about staying the course, and I'm really proud of him. But look, this is gonna change things. I just kind of got to figure out exactly how. But we're going to stay the course and keep doing what we believe. A country that's turning its back on our collective faith as a nation, this is why we're seeing a breakdown in our ability to band together. We got to do something about that.
How do you turn down the rhetoric, turn down the threat of political violence?
Well, I mean, we should be able to speak freely and speak with passion and regard about what we believe without it coming to that.
Clay Travis posted, "You cannot call your political adversaries Nazi, fascists, and modern-day Hitlers and then say political violence is wrong when your own deranged lunatic supporters act on your statements and kill or attempt to kill the people you've attacked."
It's insanity, right? With the sickness of people on the street, whether it's people that are violent like that man in North Carolina who was should have been in jail, or whether it's just people that are sick from their political hatred. You got to be able to get that our founding fathers. I mean, obviously went through a civil war. Our founding fathers were often at each other's throats. Adams and Jefferson famously, hating each other and then kind of coming to respect each other. Like you either are bound together by something or you're not. And I think we should be bound together by the much greater purpose for this nation. And, that's what I'm going to stand with, and that's how I'm going to move forward with all this. We're here for something bigger and greater than all of ourselves. Charlie lived it, tweeted out 3 days ago.
Charlie Kirk shooter was captured on security camera.
Jesus Christ, so I know where he is. And just God bless his wife and his 2 young children.
What does it say that on the floor? I mean, you guys couldn't even get through kind of the prayer without it being a shouting match between folks on there.
Look, there's people on the floor that were very close to Charlie. I think some of that was coming out. I don't know why we couldn't have had a spoken prayer, but the speaker was trying to move things along, get us through the votes. We had a moment of silence. I'm quite certain we'll have some deeper conversations and public displays of our appreciation for Charlie going forward. And the president's obviously taken some steps, but look, it is what it is. We'll move forward through it. Thanks.
What does his legacy mean for the conservative vote then?
I mean, Charlie. I don't know how to say past tense right now. It's just Charlie was a incredible deep thinker, grounded in philosophy. I mean, I remember a couple months ago he was over at some, Oxford debates or whatever it was. Just like true deep thinking, classical education type engagement on the things that we believe, and that's really important. It's important to have thoughtful discourse that makes you think, that forces you to go through logic and reasoning and our history, and be rooted in history, and not let you get away with just sound bites and turn and walk. Charlie was not that. Charlie was the opposite of that. Again, you can disagree with him, but he was deeply rooted in philosophy and principle and faith and knowledge and history, and we need more of that, not less. We weakened the country today with the loss of Charlie because that kind of discourse is necessary. It's like William F. Buckley having deep thoughts and conversations with firing line and other stuff. We need that. We don't need soundbite Twitter wars. We need deep philosophical engagement to carry our country forward. Charlie represented that, and I hope more will continue to do that going forward. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir.
All right, just listening in there was Chip Roy talking about that, the moment of prayer, the moment of silence on the House floor to remember Charlie Kirk and honor him in that way, of course.
I mean, what's the future of holding public debates, public events at all? Someone doesn't like what you have to say, someone doesn't like your opinion, they're going to take you out.
That is why you are hearing from so many Republicans who are
a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk, and then the Democrats decided at that point in time to try to shout that down. First and foremost, Charlie Kirk is now pronounced deceased. He was murdered. I don't know anything about the suspect yet. I think everyone's waiting to hear that, but that type of rhetoric is the exact type of rhetoric that got him killed. So to be clear, we should have been allowed to pray for Charlie. I would encourage the speaker to go back tomorrow and let us pray on the floor for Charlie Kirk's family now and the rest of the people that have been impacted by this terrible loss.
You said they caused this. You said
most certainly, yes, they did cause this. That type of rhetoric, you calling people fascists, you basically saying that we're Nazis taking away people's rights. Charlie Kirk was literally murdered, and you can see that footage online. And I would encourage people, instead of sharing that, please share pictures of his family.
The White Lives Matter movement.
Congressman, he recruited you to politics. Can you talk a little bit about your early experience with Mr. Kirk?
I was supposed to go to medical school, and he convinced me that politics would be a better option. So we'll help continue
White
that
Lives
fight
Matter
and for the movement.
riots?
Thank you.
There, are you just listening in there? Anna Paulina Luna talking about some of the disagreements taking place on the floor. This during that moment of silence in our nation's capital about Charlie Kirk, his impact there. Now the remembrances as they hope to pray for his wife and 2 children, Erica and those 2 kids. So we're also learning more, hearing more from people there on the ground in Phoenix, Arizona.
The horror and the shock and the anger, there is also a degree of fear as well.
Charlie Kirk founded. Plenty of people out putting flowers down on this facility, as you can see a close-up angle, but also further away, as we do see different people already in attendance to pay their respect.
Gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Why does she look happy?
All right, so this is what we're learning and what we're seeing from these folks, and honestly, what a lot of you at home saw on social media as well, is it's a traumatic thing.
Very traumatic.
You know, and it's,
Wrath of Hong. I'm probably quiet because I'm so far away from the mic. It's probably better when I get closer to it.
And that's what they saw. And
let me know if that's true. Otherwise, I'll adjust some things.
Right. It's a lot to process at once.
LA Flowers are probably Christians.
I can't believe we're not.
Tells us to turn the other cheek.
I guess I can.
That feels really hard on days like today, because I would say
why are we
outraged and furious is probably how I feel the most. But also
we're getting nothing.
Just devastated. Just
I cover, and you guys are news junkies yourself. A lot of breaking events like this. And information is usually flowing. Sometimes some of it's wrong, but it is flowing. And it seems like we're just getting nothing here. We're getting nothing.
On the attempted assassination of Trump last year. And it's just kind of shocking that we're still in a place where something like that could be happening in our country, where political assassinations are a part of our life. Just felt like we were past that, hopefully, or better than that, and we're not. And it's humbling.
So I saw throughout the day people dropping off flowers, condolences, but at one point it looked like everyone was really gathering together. Can you describe what it was like kind of being in that crowd down there with all of you in kind of that same emotional state?
I think people take comfort in mourning together, and particularly...
All right, hang on. What's this? Do we have something new? Video shows man with weapons being detained near scene of Utah University shooting. Okay.
I think they just found the guy right outside the carry-on. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
That kind of looks like the description that they were given. So it is an old white guy boomer. He's definitely friends with that other white guy boomer.
Do you see his gun? That's his rifle.
What is that? Is that a 30-06? Good. I only caught the end of it. Did anyone see that rifle? Can anyone identify that rifle? It did look suppressed, Bullet Craze. I agree. It did look like there was a suppressor on it. 300 win, maybe? I guess I could scroll back and analyze here. Okay, this is what we get. Alright. Okay, then it goes behind them. Damn it. Okay. Definitely looks like suppressor on top. 243. I don't think it's 50. It's not 50 cal. That looks like a 30-06 to me. I'm not an expert. 300 Win Mag crack would be a bit louder. Yeah. I'm not an expert. I've never held or shot a gun in my life. I don't own guns. That would be crazy to own guns. But I think this is a 30-06 with a suppressor. Rim 700? You think? I mean, that could be. It's hard to tell. Well, Brax, we don't know if there's probably a scope on it. We don't see. We never see the top of this weapon. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a scope. Yeah, look at that scope. Yeah, there's a nice. That's a nice looking scope. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out. But that looks like that's it.
Cox is calling a political assassination. And just to kind of reset, if you're joining us,
go to the start
7 o'clock.
of the vid. Why?
I think they just found the guy right outside the carry-on. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
Something East, is that mid East football? Big East football? Oh, the gun was leaning against the cop car for a second? Wait.
I think they just found the guy.
Oh, back here. I see this. Yeah, that doesn't help a ton.
What I was going to ask him, he was talking to him about how he was going to ask about transgenderism or something like that, but nothing about shootings. And this is the irony that came to me, which was like, right when he asked that, not like 5-10 seconds later, he was shot.
All right, so we have been told that there is going to be a candlelight vigil at 7 o'clock tonight at the Utah Capitol in the Rotunda inside, posted by members of the Utah House of Representatives.
Right, so obviously what you just heard before we turn to the vigil were from many students who experienced the shooting.
Congressman
today.
Jason Chaffetz was at the event and witnessed the shooting.
As soon as that shot went out, he fell back into his left, and everybody hit the deck.
Charlie Kirk became a highly influential conservative activist and influencer after starting Turning Point USA. The group has a presence at thousands of universities and high schools and regularly holds campus events. Kirk is credited for helping President Trump win over young voters and win back the White House. Support for Kirk after the shooting has been bipartisan.
I mean, it's just another horrible act of political violence that has no place in our country.
All right, Connor Hansen there reporting, and again, back out there at a community that Mark Kelly represents, Turning Point USA headquarters, you see flowers and a family paying their respects to the co-founder of that organization, this conservative commentator. As you can see, people out and about paying respects in some way, any way they can for this individual. So it's a very somber moment. People there coming together. I don't know where they're going to lay these at the front, giving them out. As, of course, one of those supporters said that potentially they saw Charlie Kirk as a future governor of Arizona, a future leader in the United States. Let's continue on, take you back out to other lawmakers talking about some of the impacts that Charlie Kirk had on them, and their influence, their impact, and
civility. A lot of politicians' commentary coming in after the fact, rightfully so, understandably so. We are going to turn back to our investigative reporter, Nate Carlisle. Nate, you deal with a lot of investigations like this. What would you like to share with us now?
Well, I think first we're going to hear from a witness I spoke to a few minutes ago. Then we can come back and talk about the press conference. But first, let's talk about Skylar Baird. He is getting well known here in Salt Lake City because he bought the Fifth Ward building about a year ago, and he went to hear Charlie Kirk today in Orem, he said he was just a few feet away from Mr. Kirk when the shooting happened, and I think we've got some audio of what he told me a few minutes ago over the phone.
You know, to be able to have someone that is that powerful of a speaker, he's very smart, he connects with this next generation, and this next generation is the up and coming generation that will be trying to fight for the lives of the unborn. And so, you know, we just love Charlie Kirk and everything that that he helps with in this pro-life cause. So, my son tells me that a girl in a Satanist t-shirt guided him underneath the bridge and told him everything was going to be okay. And that to me is where we need to be, right? So not only can we have conversations, but someone that I don't know, that we don't have the same political views, helped my son today.
We apologize for that, but let me just talk a little bit about what Skylar Baird did say to me today. He was just a few feet away from Mr. Kirk when the shooting occurred. He saw blood come out of Mr. Kirk's neck, and then Skylar Baird jumped in. He described it as a moat. I think it's actually a little kind of man-made stream that runs through that part of the campus, and he took cover in there. Says he came out soaked. He never did see the shooter's face, but he ran home to Salt Lake City and called me from there. I think we're going to go now to...
Yeah.
Okay, where are we going now?
That's right. We're going to go to Ben Winslow, who was at the press conference from the Department of Public Safety. Thank you so much, Nate.
And Ben, what can you tell us?
Utah Valley University, still a very active scene behind me, a large police presence here.
Feels like even the news doesn't know what to do or say because there's no information coming in or out.
Safety, the special agent in charge of the FBI, and Utah Valley University's police chief, as well as its vice president. We did hear that a person of interest is now in custody. Now, this is different from another person that they also booked on obstruction of justice that person is considered a little bit of a local gadfly in political circles. But what we know is that the person of interest in custody is in connection with the shooting of Charlie Kirk. The FBI is telling us and the Department of Public Safety, they will be setting up some kind of a hotline. They will be asking for people to submit videos, tips, things that they have so that they can obviously help to build their case if this is indeed their suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Davis off script.
We talked about in the news conference, we were asking questions, mostly
Lynn,
clarification of do you have someone in custody?
No real
Yes, they
update
do
on the
have
shooter.
person
Although,
of
did you
interest
see
in
the
custody.
video?
Again,
You probably
it
didn't
has
see the
not been
video.
established.
I guess there's kind of an update on the shooter. This is probably potentially the shooter being arrested.
I think they just found the guy right outside the carry-on. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
What? I guess this could just be some dude with a rifle on his dash, right?
Shit.
You know, over here in the Discord, it's Matt Dev is making a good point that this looks like it could be a pellet gun. And the more I look at it, the more I think he's right. It sucks because there's never really a great shot of this gun, but so I don't know.
That's his rifle.
I mean, I guess that's really the best shot of it right here. Yeah, that's a thin-ass fucking barrel. Yeah, barrel looks undersized. Break barrel arrow rifle probably, maybe. With a scope and suppressor. Chuck Foods, there's no way that boomer could climb on top of that roof. It's also potentially a good point. Is this guy running across roofs and stuff? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I now don't think that's the guy. I don't think that's the guy.
For law enforcement who are working to keep us safe and to catch the perpetrator as well.
Well, you guys were about 30 feet back from the tent. Tell me what you saw.
Charlie was just answering, I believe, the second person up to ask him questions, and we heard a loud crack from above us. And we could see it hit his throat, and we could see the blood come out. Terrifying.
What did you do in that moment?
I think I turned to Kimball and I was like, he's been shot. We got to go. And then we ran towards the doors and people were running and pushing each other. And yeah.
There were mothers with strollers as well, with little kids, and a couple families on campus for the event. And I was holding the door for this big group of moms. And I remember just thinking, I really hope the police are on this guy, because I was in the courtyard for a while after it happened, holding the door. It was terrifying, to be honest.
Could you see what they did for Charlie in the
And Gabe, at this
moments
hour,
just after he...
there are any events scheduled to pay tribute to Charlie Kirk? We know that the vice president was incredibly close with him as well. What are you hearing about that?
Well, there's still a lot of questions about scheduling tomorrow. The president, of course, was expected to head to New York. He was supposed to head to a ceremony here at the Pentagon.
I'm just flesh and bone, but more importantly, I'm a soul. And that soul is accountable to one being. I mean, I've had an unbelievably blessed life. Been doing this now, it'll be 12 years on June 5th.
Such a young man to do it.
So young.
Yeah, so praise God. I mean, I've been all across the world. I've met with world leaders. I've flown in Air Force One, got to know a president. I have an amazing family. The podcast, Turning Point USA, all that stuff. And so you experience that, and you're like, what actually matters? What matters is your relationship with the divine, your relationship with your family, your kids, and maybe a close collection of friends, and your relationship with the truth. I'm just flesh and bone, but more importantly, I'm a soul.
Both of you for joining me. I had the great privilege of speaking to both of you earlier today. My condolences for this horrific loss and the fact that you were there. How are you both holding up? Haley, why don't you start?
It just comes in waves. You kind of think about it just as we were at our son's game, how grateful we are to still be here. It could have been so much worse, and you just think it's a weird thing to be a part of. We haven't really wrapped our heads around it yet.
Taylor, I imagine you must still be in a complete state of shock.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just grateful, like she said, that we're here for our kids, and it's sad that there's so much hate in the world.
It's just unbearable. You're absolutely right. Taylor, if you can, I know this is so hard, but walk us through what you saw and what you heard in the moment that bullet rang out.
Everything was going great. Everyone, it was a fun atmosphere. Lots of cool people. He brought together a lot of great people, and as soon as the shot happened, I think everybody was kind of just like, is that real? People just started dropping, and my wife got down. I just laid on top of her and told her, "I've got you." I looked over and saw Charlie as he was falling out of the chair, and I saw the blood coming out of his neck, and so it was. I knew it was real, and we just stuck together and tried to help everyone around us, see if anybody needed anything, and if everyone was safe, and nobody was hurt. And then we did what we could to get out of there.
Haley, I can't imagine the fear. Did you also witness Charlie Kirk get shot, and what was going through your head when all of this is unfolding?
I didn't witness it. I saw him fall out of his chair. I was laying on the ground already, along with most people. I just still don't even, I just keep seeing glimpses of what happened and people's faces, and the hardest part is just so many teens laying on the ground and so many mothers with their children. In that moment, you don't know if you're supposed to lay on the ground or run. And everyone around us was screaming and crying, and I just kept saying to people, if we can find the shooter, we'll know which way to run. But people were just stepping on us and falling on us. And it's something I've never experienced, and I would never wish it upon anyone. It was watching those kids was the hardest part, and I just keep seeing their faces, and the mom with her 3 kids. You wish you could do more, and you don't know if you're running is the right thing or stopping and helping is.
Haley, you've touched on something so important, both the confusion that happens when there is a mass shooting, but also the fact that so many of the people there were young. And that was what Charlie Kirk was about speaking to young people, about getting them engaged in political discourse. Haley, you're a mom. How does that impact you?
It's hard. My son is going to a concert tonight and I'm scared. Just being here at my son's football game right now, I just smiled the whole time. These kids are safe and they're smiling and they love each other. And so it was good to come to the game and see that, but I pray for Charlie's wife and his children. He was doing such amazing things for our kids, teaching us that we can have different opinions and learn from each other. And we don't have to hate to think differently.
And Taylor, first of all, Haley, I just can hear your heartbreak, and we join you in praying for Charlie Kirk's family. Hopefully tonight everyone is.
Yeah.
Taylor,
for our country.
Yeah. Taylor, we learned that there is what authorities are referring to as a person of interest in custody. They're still trying to determine more about this, but knowing that there is someone in custody, what's your reaction to learning that?
So I don't know. I guess I had heard that they had caught someone and then it wasn't the right person and they were still looking. I don't know if I hadn't heard that they had actually got somebody else in custody now.
They do have someone. They're saying that they do now have a person of interest in custody, a second person.
That definitely makes me feel a lot better about the situation and safer. That was my biggest fear, was seeing all these children at this college. Their parents aren't around. They don't have the people, there to be with them. And knowing that there was still somebody out there, it was the biggest fear. We couldn't get out of the parking lot. And watching everybody's move, just scared, is somebody else going to come out, and start shooting? And it's sad. It's actually, it angers me to have to know that we have to live this way.
And speaking of that, Haley, I think, when you and I were talking a bit earlier today, the two of you said something that really struck me, which is that you just walked into this event. There were no metal detectors. There was no security. There were law enforcement on the scene, but it wasn't enough to protect him from this horrific gunman.
Sorry, what was the last part?
Are you angry that there wasn't better security? Do you think there needs to be better security at, frankly, all political events?
Yeah, I wasn't angry that there wasn't better security. I trusted in my state. I trusted in the people we live around. I trusted that we were safe. I didn't think in Utah this would ever happen. I think because of the religion that mainly surrounds us, we're a pretty loving state and accepting state. And no, I'm mad that this happened. I'm very mad. I wondered why they didn't have bulletproof glass around him. But I also was just so excited that we could all come together and we didn't need to be in fear.
Taylor, what is the message that you would like to send to everyone all across the country tonight as they watch this?
I would just, I guess the only thing I'd really need, like to say is, right now there's so much division in the country, in the world, and there's so much hate and anger, and I wish personally that people could just love each other, that people could just allow everybody to be who they want to be and have their own political views. And not have that determine whether or not you like them or you hate them. Race, political, anything just doesn't matter. We're all people. We should all just love each other.
Well, it's such an incredibly powerful message that we'll end the conversation on. Taylor, Haley, thank you so much for joining us. Please know that our thoughts are with the Kirk family, but all of you who were there today. I know that you are all grieving, and we are with you. Thank you. We want to bring in now Liz Kreutz, NBC News correspondent. Liz, I know that you have been monitoring this story closely all day long. We did get some new details about the investigation just a short time ago when we heard from law enforcement and the governor. What were the key takeaways for you, Liz?
Yeah, Kristen. So really a little bit of some confusion here in terms of the semantics about what we're hearing in terms of a potential suspect being in custody. FBI Director Kash Patel put out on X saying that they do have the person responsible for this shooting in custody. And then when the Governor Cox of Utah, came out and gave a press conference earlier, he said they have a person of interest in custody. Here's that post on X from Kash Patel saying that he's in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for their partnership with the FBI. And we know that the FBI have been assisting on the ground with this investigation. And they were saying that they believe this suspect shot at Charlie Kirk from 200 yards away from a roof, and they have some surveillance video of this person potentially wearing black as well, and they're asking for people who were there to maybe send in videos that potentially could help them identify more about this person that they appear to have in custody. We should say the situation as well, Kristen, on the campus right now is also on lockdown. The campus is now closed because of this. You can see the videos, obviously, in that initial moment. Thousands of students are trying to run off campus, but there were classes in session as this was going on as well. Classes are now canceled. Students that were on campus and maybe hid in different buildings or ran into different buildings. Police, according to the university, are right now going building by building on this campus, trying to safely get all of the students out. And they even posted to students, they said, we have this hotline number set up that you can call if you are stuck and you want an escort. Call this number and we will safely escort you off campus. Kristen.
And Liz, you know, we've been talking throughout the hour about who Charlie Kirk was, the fact that he was a conservative activist, and he really focused on energizing young people. That political debate that is so central to our democracy. He would hold these events.
A representative talking about Charlie Kirk and who he is, of course.
Civil society, our American way of life, and it must stop. We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly.
Potentially the motivation of this person of interest now in custody in Orem, Utah. A live picture right there on the ground. We've had so many pictures coming in as the amount of law enforcement has dissipated significantly since that press conference from the governor. Let's be joined right now by friend of the program, national security analyst Hal Kemper. Hal, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Authorities say there is a person of interest in custody following this, what they're calling a political assassination. Why not call them the suspect? What's the difference?
Well, they don't have all the predicate to really call him a suspect at this time. Right now, that's a person of interest. Probably somebody who matches the description or was doing something very suspicious. They brought him in. They're talking to him. They're trying to find out. And, you know, everyone is running to jump to conclusions right off that the first person they pulled in was definitely it. Obviously, he was a little bit off based on what he said, but he turns out he was not the assassin. That the assassin, maybe the person that they have now, probably is a person they have now. Don't know for sure. You know, this was the thing with this isn't somebody walked up in the crowd. In fact, that's what some thought initially, that maybe somebody near where Charlie Kirk was on the podium when he was talking, that somebody may have shot him at close range. That certainly was what some thought. Now, this turns out it was actually somebody at longer range, which infers that they had some sort of long rifle, some sort of something, you know, by definition, a sniper type of attack, if you will. Not saying this person's a trained sniper, but.
Okay. Let's see here. Laura Loomer. During the TMZ live stream, employees at TMZ could be heard cheering 30 seconds before Charlie Kirk's death was announced on the TMZ live stream. They were happy to hear the news of Charlie Kirk's death and could be heard clapping and cheering before passing the news to Harvey, who was hosting the stream. Let's see. Probably help if I turn the sound on, yeah?
That's one of the main reasons they're holding this news conference. So my guess is we're going to see an image of this guy possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern.
You can hear some
Janet, go
clapping.
Go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Wow. Wow, classy newsroom. Cheering for Charlie Kirk's death before announcing it.
What did Trump say?
Yeah, who sent it?
So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead. Yeah, he just said it. Okay.
And my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife.
Like right now.
Yeah. True Social. True Social.
Where is it?
It's number 2 and pending.
You can't deny the timing on that.
You're still in it.
Apparently, they're claiming they were clapping for a police chase that was going on somewhere else. That's what they're claiming. Okay. These people are. I've been telling you guys this for fucking years. You guys know this. They want us dead. They want you dead. They do not give a shit. There's no reasoning with these people. If you don't agree with them or help them further their agenda in any way, they want you dead. They will cheer for your death. We learned this for a fact over COVID. They wanted us all dead. And they're pissed that we didn't all die. All of us who didn't take the vax. We're supposed to be dead. And they can't fucking stand that we're still alive. And we're still smarter than them. These people are sick. They want you dead.
Okay.
Get it up.
Got it. Can someone alert this, Abby or Liam? Or Rob, sorry. I know you're there.
I want to confirm
Okay,
people in the back
now get the Trump statement in immediately.
There's a police chase in Temple City right now, and that's what they were watching, not Charlie
So Donald
Kirk
Trump just posted.
Would-be terrorists and assassins. I'm sure that's something that they're going to look at here to say, okay, he may have been radicalized. Was he intentionally radicalized by, a foreign player or a foreign state or something like that? These are all things the FBI will go through and look at and see if that's, or more likely than not, he's just very extreme in his views, and there's a very good chance there may be mental illness involved. That seems to be a common theme we see with these would-be assassins, extreme emotional distress or some sort of mental issues or depression or something like that.
That's why we identified him as the perfect patsy here at the CIA. Oops. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud.
Critical condition after a shooting in Evergreen, Colorado, not far from the site of Columbine.
Oh.
Hybrid, elaborate hybrid warfare plot, then that needs to be chased to ground and if nothing else, ruled out.
Yeah, that is so very true. And obviously looking at some of those correlations, those trends is kind of what we do. And you don't want to speculate, but you can kind of make those leaps pretty easily, or at least people do in terms of this. Since they're calling him a person of interest, and we kind of get into that right off the top, but is it potentially that this individual ditched the gun, that there's no really connection there? They have this video of an individual potentially connected. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's a distinct possibility. There's just and the other thing too is they don't think that there's a second person involved, but then again, if it was an assassination and, could have been, there may have been trying to do a handoff or something like that, with a weapon, all sorts of different, there's a lot of different possibilities you're going to have to rule out completely. The fact that they say they don't think there's a second person involved tells me that they probably got a pretty good idea of what went down, how it rolled out. And they're just filling in all the details and doing the interview to try and get as much information as they can before they come out and eventually, if they come out and press charges, indict them. So that's, or her. I mean, they're being a little vague on that. I'm assuming it's a him, but we will find out what's going on there. But the big thing is we're going to find out also the motivation connections online, especially. that's one thing we've seen. We've seen a lot of these attacks, these deadly attacks, whether it's assassination or what I might call a mass assassination, these mass killings and stuff. And then when they dig into it, they find this radicalization process online where they were talking to like-minded individuals who also, share the same views and stuff. And they kind of ramp each other up online. And that's important to know, because if he was talking to somebody, and in some cases they will say things that were clearly in retrospect indicative that they were planning on doing some sort of attack, and people literally sat on that information. And I can think of at least a couple of cases where they criminally indicted those who knew that this was going to happen and didn't say anything about it. So we'll see what comes out of this.
Yeah, the digital footprint is sometimes there, and it almost seems so obvious in retrospect, looking back on it. I do want to talk to you about the specific shot, because it was just singular, a single shot. This from Fox News saying they believe the suspected assassin dressed in all dark clothes, and a single shot potentially came from the roof. And we also have talked about what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. There were multiple shots in there. Does that tell you anything? Is that indicative that this person only shot once?
Well, Wendy, I have not seen the weapon, so I don't know what the weapon is. If it was a bolt-action weapon and he had optics on it, being a scope, and based on the shot, the scope was obviously, BZ battle, but basically it was sighted in for the rifle. If that is all the case.
Okay, this is new. Thank you, Aaron. Or at least I haven't seen this. This couple knew the man who was arrested first.
My past experience in law enforcement, I knew it was a gun. And then I tucked behind the corner and all the crowd started racing out. And after I saw the picture of who it was, I recognized him as to be George Zim, which I know him from Turning Point USA from last year when we went down and bussed down to Arizona to help on the Trump campaign.
So he was on the trip with you?
Yes, on the bus.
And that's the person you say you saw taken into custody?
That's what it appeared to be. From a distance, it appeared to be him, which I had some bad vibes about him when I was on the bus with him, and even text several people saying...
that guy has to be involved somehow. It was his job to be a distraction so that the shooter could get away. In my opinion. I think.
He was making me feel very uncomfortable.
You, sir, what did you see?
Okay, yeah, I was there and I watched the shooting. It looked like that he got hit. A direct shot right to the heart. As soon as he was hit, he fell backwards, went to the side. The audience went to their knees. I stayed up a little bit because I wanted to see if anyone saw the shooting, if they would jump all over the guy. I saw nothing like that. The crowd was pushing me so that I went backstage, and they were going around me, and I stayed a little bit backstage, and I turned and looked, and they were arresting a guy by the name of George Zim. Yeah, I know the guy. I don't think he did it. I think they arrested the wrong guy. I think whoever did it was a good shooter, a sharpshooter. It was one shot right directly.
Okay, fair enough. But so she said she got bad vibes from the guy. He doesn't think he did the shooter. Okay.
To the heart, and we need to find out who did this. I think there should be a research completely done that took place hours, maybe a day before anything went on. Who could be there and pull that trigger and do it? And I don't think it was George Zim. He was poor, broke. He was on medication, a little bit loony boon.
Damn, George Zim fucking taking strays. He was poor and broke. He couldn't have done this. George Zim's watching this interview at home later tonight. What the fuck, man?
Maybe a perfect person to pick and say that did it, but I don't think he did it at all.
They're thinking so he's at this point, patsy. Supposed to be the patsy. Well, thank you for that, Aaron. That was a highly entertaining interview. Still didn't really learn anything new, but what is this? Oh, POTUS called into Fox News, it looks like, maybe. Trump.
Just a few moments ago before this show, I talked to the President of the United States on the phone. He had obviously already posted on Truth Social. He had said some other things, but did want to pass on something else publicly and said I could pass this on. Quote, all of this violence cannot happen. Charlie Kirk was such an amazing guy. He really captured the youth, the imagination of the youth. He was an unbelievable patriot. He really convinced millions and millions of young people that MAGA was the way to go. Today is so sad. He was an amazing person who was not afraid to talk to and confront the other side, just talk to them, debate them, and explain why they were wrong and MAGA was right. Nobody was better. It's such a tragic day. Again, that's President Trump just moments ago before the show. Just a few moments ago before this show.
Law enforcement, first responders, and the general public at large is looking at suspicious activity. You know, it's one thing to say, look for suspicious activity. I remember when they started saying that, they say, you know, they started saying, look for abnormal behavior. And I had to raise my hand. I go, I live in Southern California in Los Angeles. You're going to have to be a little more defined on that one, you know. So know what that suspicious activity is. Know what it is that they should be looking for. Those things that stand out. Keep in mind, an assassin, a terrorist, is deliberately trying to avoid detection prior to doing the attack, even if they're not trained.
Oh, I haven't seen Senator Elizabeth Warren's comments on Charlie Kirk's death yet. I imagine they're probably totally reasonable and sane.
This is just wrong, and my heart goes out to his family, to his friends, but we just cannot be a country that turns to violence when we disagree. We just can't.
What can Congress do about it, Senator?
Well, one thing Congress can do is gun safety, and every time there's a killing, the Republicans say...
Hang on, it was less than 20 seconds. Less than 20 seconds before she started talking about gun control. From Congress. Less than 20 seconds after being asked about Charlie Kirk's death.
This is not the time to talk about gun safety. And yet we have to. As a nation, we have more gun deaths than most other nations, and we don't keep our children, our friends, our neighbors safe by just putting ordinary gun safety rules in place. You know, I just want to say this coming from Massachusetts. If the rest of the country would just follow the rules we follow in Massachusetts, we could reduce fatalities all over this country. And plenty of people who are hunters and who use guns for sport still have lots of activities in Massachusetts. But at least we make it a little tougher to use guns for harming other human beings.
Anyone that can use a gun to hunt a deer can do what happened to Charlie Kirk today. So I'm not sure what her fucking point is. She's like, well, the hunters can keep their guns.
What do you say to the people who are saying the Democrats need to lower the temperatures? Talking about things and, you know...
Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States?
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Democrats don't need to lower the temperature of our rhetoric. This is Trump's fault. Oh, please. Wow. So less than a minute and 15 seconds into this, she starts blaming Donald Trump. She was asked about Charlie Kirk's death. 20 seconds in, she spends about 50 seconds talking about gun control, and then she switches to blaming Trump.
And every ugly meme he has posted, and every ugly word. He is the leader of this nation. And I think that when he's posting things like he did just a couple of days ago, trying to show an entire city on fire, and a reference to helicopters, in effect, throwing people out of helicopters and showing himself as some kind of big chest-beating threat then I just don't want to hear this from the Republicans.
Do you think politicians on both sides have a role to play here, though, in trying to turn the rhetoric down?
I think what we have to say is, A, violence is not the answer, and we are willing to take steps so that violence in this country is not so lethal. Do we have a single Republican?
The violence is already illegal in this country. It's already illegal to be violent against other people. There's tons of laws that cover this. Everywhere from local, city, state, federal level, there's probably thousands, tens of thousands of laws against being violent across the country. What?
Who will stand up and join us following the school shooting out in Denver at the same time? School shootings happen every single day. They have become commonplace.
School shootings do not happen every single day.
To actually get attention when someone has
right,
been
let's watch. If only they had outlawed murder,
Congress
then this wouldn't have happened.
And should change that.
I just asked Senator Cassidy that same question.
Alexander,
before.
cite the
said
law that
Congress
says
can't
violence
change
is
the heart
illegal.
of a man.
You can change whether or not they have a lethal weapon in their hands. And the likelihood that they will be able to kill another person or to kill themselves goes up if they have a lethal weapon. It's just, those are the facts. And Republicans want to turn their backs on that.
Is a knife a lethal weapon? I mean, this is the slippery slope here, and there are parts of UK where knives are illegal because it's a weapon. So what? Pretty much anything can be a lethal weapon if you try hard enough.
Because it is more politically expedient. But they are not making anybody safer.
A lot of people are saying that political violence has no place in our country, but it clearly does have some place in our country.
Fact of life now.
Is it just a fact of life now that there's?
I don't want it to be a fact of life, and that's what we have to keep saying. We have to keep saying no violence, but we also need to back it up with actions. And backing it up with actions means just taking some modest steps for gun safety. And remember here, most of America agrees with us on modest steps on gun safety, on things like background checks. This is
Look,
what
every time I've purchased a weapon, I've had a background checked. Well, not every time. Most of the... Okay, I get her point, sort of. But it's irrelevant because it wouldn't stop black market deals from happening. Do you think people that adhere to laws and rules are going to be like, oh shit, I have to get my background checked now? I guess I won't go buy it on the black market from that shady dude in the alley. It's not going to stop that.
America wants to do to protect our children. And yet, the Republican Party, just as they bend a knee to Donald Trump, bends a knee to a gun industry that continues to make money by stirring everyone up and making sure that everyone has access to every possible lethal weapon.
Jay, markets of killers.
That puts all of us at risk. It puts our children at risk. It puts
Chicago,
leaders
very
at
reputable
risk.
sales.
And that's a real mistake for our country.
Senator Warren, do you feel safe given all of this violence?
How can anybody feel safe today?
This has gone on far too long. I apologize. I apologize for subjecting you to her for... Gosh, I mean, I paused and talked. You had to look at her face for probably like 7 or 8 minutes. That's my bad. That's my fault. I apologize, viewers.
Your time, as always. We'll talk again soon.
It's happening right now in America?
Yeah, I think it's, of course, it's such a tragedy. I mean, Charlie's a father, an influencer, a husband, and it's really horrible that he died. And it's just disgusting what happened today, right? But it really is starting to hit. I think the shock is starting to wear off, and it's just a horrible thing which we witnessed today.
Yeah. What do you think Charlie Kirk's going to be remembered for?
I think he's going to be remembered for opening the space for, in particular, my generation, the college, high school age kid range, to the political world. I mean, he argued a lot of topics and went to a lot of campuses, arguing and talking about the things that we believed in, you know. And given, you know, not everyone believes in him, but right or left, whoever it may be. I think he just was there to open up the conversation, to instill our First Amendment, our right to speech. And he did that very well as through his debates in college campuses.
All right, Jason, Jaron, I should say, I thank you for joining us. I'm sorry you had to witness that. I'm sorry you lived through that and experienced that at a time in your life when you should be learning and, you know, soaking up everything. And this, unfortunately, was a horrific incident that happened right in front of your eyes. But we thank you for sharing your time and your thoughts today.
Thank you.
We're going to have much more on our special coverage just ahead, including the latest in the investigation after conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at an event, what we know about a person of interest in custody, and some of the clues investigators may have.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house. It could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is
I am Andy Mack. Let's take you back out to more reaction from lawmakers and former presidents reacting to this, the fatal shooting of Charlie.
It's right across the freeway from Wolverine campus, and we've been talking to the students here, many of whom were at the event today. I'm joined now by Ryan, Sophia, and Teague, and sadly, you guys are on the front row.
Front and center.
What did you see? What did you do?
Man, it's kind of fuzzy, but we were just like standing there cheering. Me and Teague get kind of hyped at these kind of things. And I just all of a sudden he just looked like he took a breath, and then blood just started coming out. And for a second we were like, what's going on? The sound came like a split second after we saw the blood, and then I don't even know, we just dropped to the ground.
This is trauma like you have never seen before. Sophia, how are you dealing? I mean, now a few hours later, how are you dealing with what you saw?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty traumatic experience, but we've had friends around all day, which has really been helpful, but we're definitely getting flashbacks every once in a while from it, but we're just trying to cope with it.
And having the friends to talk to, many of whom were probably there as well, I would think.
Yeah, they were a lot of our friends were there, but it's really helpful just to have people around.
Teague, you got up this morning.
I agree. They look like they're holding back laughter.
That you would watch a man die today.
No. Yeah, I woke up. I thought it was just I was super excited. I've been looking forward to it. I actually do enjoy politics quite a lot. So it was this was almost Christmas morning. And we showed up. We were there 3 hours early.
What?
Getting ready, and just to have the unfortunate things that happened today, it breaks my heart. When I first started getting into liking politics and whatnot, Charlie Kirk was always someone that I would watch, and I know it was very, as I agree with Sophia, it was very traumatizing today.
Charlie Kirk has become an icon, especially for folks in your generation when it comes to politics, and they get people. He got young people excited about politics. Now what? Now what for you guys? What do you do with what happened today?
Well, I think he taught a lot of people with all of his debates and discussions at different college campuses, kind of some good morals that we can all stand on. So I think the biggest thing that we can take away from it is just stand for what he stood for, what we believe in. No matter what side you're on, stand for what you believe in and do it peacefully and just love other people. And I think he was a great example of that. So.
Now, where are all of you from?
I'm from Saratoga Springs, just across the lake.
Saratoga Springs?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. You've come a long way.
Yeah.
Long way. How about you?
Saratoga Springs.
Lynn.
Okay.
Lynn says they're in shock.
Know each other?
Maybe.
Now that this event has taken place, the level of political discourse in our country has taken a terrible backs.
Although, I mean, what do you think about this one? We watched this girl earlier, but she almost appeared to be holding back laughter too.
Basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is. And then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe just, did he appear to be moving afterward or what?
Not at all. I personally believe he was dead on impact.
Oh my goodness.
Basically,
standpoint, so they'll look at that as well. And as we've seen, Tom, in these recent cases and incidents, we've seen federal charges, we've seen state charges sometimes brought at the same time. All of that will be figured out in the hours and days to come. But for right now, it definitely sounds like, and officials there have said it on the record, that the FBI and local law enforcement are looking at it. One thing that the FBI does particularly well that they've set up for incidents just like this is tips.fbi.gov. So, you know, all the images we've seen of this today, Tom, how many videos have we seen? 12, 24, more than that? The FBI is looking for people to send their original videos to them.
And brought about. Could this be a turning point for the political discussions in this country?
Oh, let me make a turning point joke.
No matter what you believe in politically, like killing somebody for
little levity
you believe is not okay. So I think, in a way, we can unite in the idea that we got to treat each other with respect no matter where we come from. So yeah, there is a way where we can unite. Like everybody has a belief, or most people have the belief that you shouldn't kill people for that reason. But it's hard though. It's hard when everybody has different views and people get mad about it. But yeah, there's definitely a way to connect and get past this.
Sophia, you're playing this over and over in your head. How are you going to deal with this going forward?
I don't know. I feel like it's just important to talk to people about it, just try to get over it. But, I mean, eventually it'll go away. It's just a pretty traumatic experience, so I think help would be great.
Are you guys going to get together with more friends and continue to discuss this? I mean, will it become something formal, do you think?
At least for me, yes. I will say that's one of the things that people, they joke about me with, is like how much I enjoy it. But I also do view things of like, you know, people like Charlie Kirk or like Ben Shapiro or big names like that, they do help, you know, shape society and shape us. And for me, it was just like, I don't know, just, yeah, getting together. I think talking politically and sharing views is very important, and it shouldn't be stopped.
Well, hopefully they will continue to share political and other kinds of views on college campuses across our country. The fact that it happened here in Orem,
why would anyone
Utah, perhaps one of the
hold
most
any event like this on a college campus
on the
ever
planet.
again?
I mean, that terrible irony has got to speak volumes to all of us who have gone through this thing now.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that for sure. It's weird. Shouldn't have happened here. Orem, Utah, bro. Like, that's crazy, but yeah, I don't even know. Came out of nowhere. But we can come back from it. It's still a good place to live. Still a place where you can share your beliefs and you can be accepted by other people. So we just got to work on that and make sure people feel safe around here still. So.
Okay. You guys, thank you so much for coming down from your rooms. We interrupted their pizza dinner, so thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. We know that this will be a milestone for you in your life because of where you were when this happened. And it'll always be with you. And God bless you in taking care of yourselves in getting over this trauma. Okay? Know that we're with you. Okay? Thank you so much, you guys. Go enjoy your pizza, okay? All right. All right, you guys.
That was a weird interview. It's very weird.
People came out to vote, but a particularly hard demographic, young people, right? And that's always very tough to get them out. And also going to college campuses, and his reach was very strong.
Has anyone seen anything new?
A massive advocate.
I'm checking
for
every
family,
source I can
for
see.
getting married, having kids,
new.
you know, going to church or having religion as one's role in life, very, very important, influential among young people, especially too.
Yeah, Brylan, how did he break through with young people? Because he had podcasts, he was huge on social media. What was it about his message, as Matt alluded to? He sort of broke the mold when it came to Republican operatives, and he probably wouldn't call himself that as well, because he kind of came out of the MAGA movement and that sort of the people that wanted to get rid of the swamp in Washington, D.C. on the right.
Charlie was authentic, and I think that's what resonated with people so well. He really took the time to talk to people. He didn't come to campuses and scream at college students like I'm a freshman at Auburn University. People love to see him actually come and interact with people. And Charlie was doing this the right way. Every event that he's ever done on a college campus, he has a Q&A. The entire event is just come and ask me questions. And he encourages people that are on the opposition, people that disagree with him, to get in the front of the line. He wants to have conversations. And I think that that's something that we've lost in the country. And if anything comes from this, it's a need for civil discourse, because Charlie was doing that. He was bringing back conversations, and this whole tragedy could have been prevented by a conversation. That's why he was there. I mean, how do you explain this to his two young kids today? Your dad went to a college campus, a place of free expression and free conversation, and didn't come home? Like, where else was this supposed to happen?
Yeah. Matt, what do you think happens now? I mean, in the way people campaign and the way people try to get their message out. I was talking to Kristen Welker a lot about this. As much as social media is necessary.
What we're going to see or hear here is the actual shot, that one shot for 1 second, but you're not going to see him hit.
Right.
That's it.
And that's when it happened.
Have a physical, but also maybe a different type of barrier between people like Charlie, whether it's on the left or the right, and people on a college campus, or his ability to engage with kind of the general public, right? We saw this in some respects after the shooting in Butler of President Trump, right? His events got more controlled, more guarded. He got more distant. It had to for his safety. I hope that free expression, as Brylan was saying, was such a cornerstone of what he believed in, and debate and civilized debate. I hope we don't lose that, and we can still talk and be civilized without barriers, physical or otherwise, in between us.
Yeah, Brylan, I'm gonna give you the last word here of what you're gonna remember about your mentor.
Still shocking. I mean, everyone that I know who's involved in Charlie's life, anyone who's ever worked with him, this is about as sad as it gets. Tragic. I completely heartbroken for him and his family. I cannot even imagine the conversation have to be had with his wife and his kids. Just a horrible, horrible day.
Yeah, all the way around. I mean, I remember just seeing the news on, getting a push alert and then going on to X and just seeing the horrible images coming from that. But I mean, this was just supposed to be a gathering place to talk about.
As Jeef points out here, Abby DePhillip, CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip posted, the degree to which the algorithm on this platform is pushing video of the shooting is incredibly disturbing. There has to be some human that can turn the dial down in a situation like this. And Jeef said she's not mad that it happened. She's mad that we're talking about it. She doesn't want to see what's wrong, Abby? Don't want to enjoy watching the fruits of your labor? You and your propagandist pals were instrumental in bringing this about. They are demented. They're sick.
Assassinate you. I mean, that seems to be where we're at now, and it's scary for anyone who's in politics. I mean, you should be a Second Amendment advocate. You should always carry with you. You need to be aware of who you are and who you're with, and it's also to the point where you don't want your address posted anywhere online, because there's a lot of terminally or I would say mentally ill people who are out there who would have no problem coming after me or my family, just like they did with Charlie today. But I will say this, there definitely was some issues with the security there today. I've heard there were 6 security guards for the entire venue with thousands of people.
6 whole security
That's
guards.
something that definitely needs to be corrected, and we're going to have to take a look at in Utah for the security if you have someone that comes into town.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think another big question going forward.
Are you trying to tell me that no one thought that Charlie Kirk coming to town was a big deal and we shouldn't have any security here? This is shocking to you that something like this can happen? I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it. This is like one of the least shocking things I've seen yet this year.
From wanting to get involved in politics. And it seems like the more politically active you are, the more open you are with your thoughts and your freedom of expression of your speech, the more you seem to become a target for those who disagree with you. I mean, that's just the reality of where we're at now. Now, I'm going to be biased on this, but I feel like it's targeted way more towards Republicans and Democrats. Republicans that seem to be having an issue with those coming after us for just our ideas. And Charlie's a perfect example of that. He's a very kind person. I had someone ask me today did he deserve this in any way, shape, or form? Did he say anything that was controversial? I said he would speak facts. He would talk about statistics. And apparently that's just too much for people to handle. They don't want to hear it. And that's just a bad place to be in this day and age where you can't even do that.
Update on the suspect in custody. The suspect in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. So there's now no longer a suspect in custody. I don't even know what to say. Like, I call bullshit. Okay, sure. I mean, like, what? That was so irresponsible of him to tweet out earlier. That the subject for the horrific shooting is now in custody. The subject is in custody. The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation. I'm guessing he was talking about pellet gun guy here. Yeah, pellet gun guy. Oh yeah, you probably didn't do this with a pellet gun. Cool. What a bunch of shit. What a bunch of crap. This guy's gonna get away with it. They're gonna get away with it.
I mean, we've got even a state senator in Utah who's very liberal, very left leaning, who consistently is targeting and assuming and associating a lot of the issues with Republicans and conservatives just because he has different beliefs in them. This idea that we can advocate for violence, or anyone is advocating for violence, is wrong, and we need to call it out, and we need to see more people with common sense pushing back against that. But in all reality, though, Mike, we're starting to see that. I mean, there's a reason why President Trump won the popular vote. People are sick and tired of the rhetoric that they were seeing and some of these ideas coming out of the Democrat Party. And they're tired of it. They want peace. They don't want open borders. They don't want violence in their cities. I mean, why is it that Republicans have to bring the National Guard into D.C., here where I'm at tonight? Why is it that Republicans are going into Chicago to clean it up? Why can't Democrats just do that? Because they have a different philosophy where it's soft on crime, and they let these violent offenders out on the streets. Look what happened in Charlotte last week with that poor woman who got stabbed to death, and 10 people stood around and watched it. Well, there was a judge who's let that person off multiple times, 14 different arrests. That's a different philosophy that we have between Democrats and Republicans. And you know what? Democrats are going to keep losing elections, and they're not going to get voted back into office if they don't feel safe in their own cities.
That's all true, Trevor. And it really shows what we're dealing with here in this country and sadly the world as well. Trevor Lee, thanks so much for coming on and giving us your thoughts here on this really sad day all around. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Prayers go out to Charlie's family.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Take care. All right, everyone, we are going to continue right here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting some breaking news. I want to bring this in from FBI Director Kash Patel, saying that the subject in custody has
breaking
been
news
released
from 5 minutes
after
ago.
An interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. So again, there's
state and federal level in this investigation. He's also been
Had him
coordinating
on.
with
They were
between the FBI and
back and forth. But Governor Newsom even said to Charlie Kirk, my son is a huge fan of yours and wanted to come meet you today. And I told him, no, you got to go to school.
Right.
But the fact that Governor Newsom's own son is a fan of Charlie Kirk, I think speaks to the...
Really infer what exactly is going on here in this investigation when it comes to the
good
suspect.
Question. What exactly is going on
So
here
we'll
in this
keep an eye
investigation?
on that for you right here.
It's felt
Obviously,
fucking
a lot
bizarre
of
the
moving
entire
parts
time.
Today, still very fluid situation that's playing out in Utah, and we are going to continue to follow all of the breaking news surrounding this event. Again, a live look right now at the White House. Earlier today, the White House did put a lid on the day, meaning that we will not see President Trump. So we are expecting maybe sometime tomorrow that we could hear from him. All right. While we do wait for some more updates, I do want to bring you just some more of the sights and sounds that were coming from TPUSA headquarters in Phoenix.
So your first and last name, spell it out for me.
This has been a day marked by confusion, and clearly there is a very wide-ranging investigation happening now, but this is not following what we might typically see. So let me take us back to what was happening at the time of the event. After the shooting itself, of course, law enforcement is scanning the scene, looking for information. There was one older man who was taken into custody by local authorities. We had done some work on him, and he is not suspected in the shooting. He was charged with an obstruction case. Then we learn from official sources of a suspect being detained and believed to be involved in the shooting. That's how it was depicted to us through various sources in law enforcement and government. And then, of course, we had on the record the governor of Utah saying there was a person of interest in custody. Kash Patel, the FBI director, using his social media to refer to an individual as a subject. Other officials, other sources of ours were saying that they had confidence that the individual being held was someone they thought would be, in fact, the suspected shooter. So not just a witness, not just a material person, those kinds of things. We're trying to figure all of that out. Now, after some period of time where we believe there was an attempt at least to question that individual who was detained, now Kash Patel is saying that subject has been released. That suggests that they do not have any compelling evidence to hold that individual right now, because with a charge of this type, a murder and other potential crimes, it would be very difficult to let someone go without probable cause. So this is a surprising turn of events, and we will keep working our sources to try to find out more. Authorities had also said they could see a figure in dark clothing. Earlier, the university said they believe that the shooting took place from a rooftop. There is some grainy imagery that seems to show a figure moving along the rooftop. We don't know if that's the shooter. So hours after the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, sorry, my phone is ringing. Sources will have to hold on a second. Hours after the murder, we're still in a situation now where investigators may be in a manhunt situation, looking for more evidence, more information. There would be other things they could try to do in terms of assessing the wounds sustained by Charlie Kirk in his death that perhaps could give some indication of the type of weapon they're looking for, the range, that kind of thing. So the headline is there was a subject in custody. That subject has been released. Where are we? I don't really know, but we are pursuing this with our team, reaching out both on the ground in Utah and with federal officials as well.
Kelly, we really appreciate you clarifying all that. If we could just clarify one other thing, because by now a lot of people have probably already seen some other videos that have been circulating online. In the chaos that followed, there were videos of police handcuffing an elderly-looking gentleman and then taking him out of that crowd.
By the way, to show you what they have just unveiled here, a new memorial they stuck into the ground. It says, "May Charlie be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior." And as we move over to the left, you can see at the front door of Turning Point photos of Charlie, people bringing flowers, balloons, coming to pay their respects. It's a very emotional and somber time here. But we heard new information from the FBI Director Kash Patel that they are still looking for a suspect, the person responsible for shooting and killing CEO and founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. Now, they have now taken 2 people into custody and released those 2 people into custody. So the suspect is still on the loose. Now, they evacuated that college campus. We spoke to, actually, our Fox 10 affiliate in Utah spoke to a lot of witnesses describing what that was like, the moments before and after this shooting. And we've also seen aerials. This was not just college students on this campus, but families as well.
Just one shot straight into Charlie Kirk, and that was it.
He was talking about guns right when he was shot.
And then he fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
So everyone got down. Everyone was so scared, and I just grabbed her, and my boss is with us, which is her mom. She was like, run, and we finally got up and followed the crowd, and I just kept holding her. I don't even have my shoes on. I left my keys, and everyone's just scared. It's traumatizing.
Not only the public safety director of Utah, but also the FBI director, Kash Patel, talking about they believe this was a targeted attack, a single shot directed at Charlie Kirk. And as I mentioned, we're here at Turning Point headquarters in Arizona. Not only are the headquarters here, but Charlie Kirk and his family spending a lot of time here in Arizona. They got a home here, and it's somewhere where Charlie Kirk spent a lot of time prior to the 2024 presidential election, and that's what Turning Point is about, reaching out to young voters on high school and college campuses, and that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was doing today when his life was taken. I'll send it back to you.
Kenzie, just a total shock there for everyone that knew him and supported his messaging as well. Kenzie, we appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for those updates. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more reaction from the people that knew Charlie. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
So no, Ariak, this guy that they arrested or potentially arrested is not the guy. I don't even know who this is because I saw other reports that said the guy in custody is 25 years old. This is some old guy, but they've arrested 2 people today and let both of them go. There is currently nobody in custody. There are no suspects in custody. There's no names. There's nothing. So this guy is not it, and they have no one in custody. Kash Patel tweeted 15 minutes ago. No, you're good. You're good. There's been so much crazy misinformation. I just wanted to make sure that we're up to the latest with everybody because I know people are probably in and out too. They had a guy, they let him go. They had another guy, and they've let him go. And they currently, as far as we know, have no suspects in custody. Let's see here. In other news, Nepal, citizens storm Communist Party headquarters and tear down hammer and sickle flag. When's this from? Yesterday? Oh. UVU professor and former FBI agent.
That's hundreds of classrooms, and they all have a lot of agents out interviewing everyone that was anywhere near that stage, looking at phones, seeing if anybody caught anything. So there's a monumental amount of work going on right now trying to identify who this shooter was.
A lot of work indeed. We're going to go out live now to Fox 13 News reporter Maithili Gooby. She's been at the hospital for us this afternoon. Hi, Maithili.
Max, Robin, I'm still here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Now, we do know from officials, they told us earlier today that this is the hospital where Charlie Kirk was brought after he was shot at Utah Valley University. He was brought in a private vehicle, is all that we know, and brought here to this hospital. Now, we've seen police out and about. We've seen cars coming through for Utah Highway Patrol, Provo Police, Orem Police, and crime scene tape as well. And just about less than an hour ago, we saw vehicles from the Office of the Medical Examiner come in as well. There were 2 cars and there were law enforcement and tactical gear as well here at the hospital. So we'll be here monitoring
shooter
for updates,
still
as and
at
when they
large.
come. But in addition to the officials has also been
it
people
feels
that
like
have been
they might
coming
just have
through,
no information at all. Like
just to be a part
this
of
has
what's
been
going on.
so bizarre. I mean, I've been live for 4 hours. I've been following this for 5 hours. And the very little amount of information that's come out has pretty much all turned out to be pretty much incorrect. And they have nothing. And they're giving us nothing. Do they have nothing? Is this guy going to get away with it? Was this a clean hit? And they just have fucking nothing to go by?
I'm going to listen to his messages that are out there, and I'm sure this is going to inspire people to speak up a little bit more about their beliefs and how important his work is.
Lynn, they had a press conference earlier, but it contradicted what the FBI was saying at the time, and they gave us nothing.
I'm more focused on humanity and the fact that nobody should die because of their beliefs, and the fact that we are so divided. We need peacemakers. We need people who are willing to put aside arguments in the name of discourse and put aside anger.
So people have been coming through with signs. There have been flags. There are posters saying, "Pray for America, pray for Charlie, for his family."
We don't buy
well.
patsies
so
anymore,
lots of
so we
people
just get
gathering
no
at that
one
intersection.
now.
It's been growing since we got
Maybe.
here. But we'll stay here monitoring for updates and share them with you as soon as we get them. Live in Orem, I am Mike Legal B.
Yeah. Update us with the nothing that's coming out.
Or was this just an effort to escape as quickly as possible?
I think probably an effort to escape as soon as possible. I think if he's looking through a scope, he saw the effects very quickly of the blood coming out. And he also could have, because he slumped back to his left, I believe. He actually could have been then out of, like, that area could have gone under the tent from where the sniper's position was. So there's a couple of things that happened, but most likely the shot went off, and then he saw the amount of blood and then just knew he had a shot that was probably lethal. And frankly, the first time you do that, it's not the easiest thing to see through your scope. So it could have been he thought about it, and then the realism of what he did kind of came out, and he took pause, and then all the chaos happened.
Rob D'Amico, we always appreciate your perspective. Thank you so much. Let's get over to Gabe Gutierrez, who's at the White House right now. Gabe, can you talk to us a little bit about, Charlie Kirk's dynamic with President Trump? We saw that post from the president announcing his death. Many credit President Trump's election to Charlie Kirk and his work with the youth. What is the White House saying tonight?
Yeah, that's right. You're looking at that post on social media, Gotti. President Trump calling Charlie Kirk legendary, that no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. It is an acknowledgement to what the president and top White House officials have been saying now for years, that Charlie Kirk has helped them start a MAGA youth movement, and many credit him with helping Donald Trump win his second term. Now, White House officials here, this has been so personal for them. This assassination really reminds them of the attempted killing of their boss a little bit more than a year ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. And I was in the West Wing earlier today, Gotti, just minutes after this news broke, and I saw senior White House officials seemingly devastated. The looks on their faces was one of shock. When asked for comment about what they thought about this, I had one official turn to me and say, "Not yet." And it was clear that this was not just a typical story that was unfolding. This was someone who they were very close to. Charlie Kirk was a constant presence here at the White House, even during Donald Trump's first term. So there's a profound sense of sadness and shock here at the White House, even as we head into the evening here. And the president ordering that flags be flown at half staff here, just over my shoulder here on the North Lawn. It really is just devastating for so many here at the White House. One other thing I would mention, just a little earlier this year during President Trump's inauguration, Charlie Kirk was in the Capitol Rotunda with a prime seat for that inauguration. Some even joke that he had a better seat than some members of Congress, and it was perhaps an acknowledgement that more so than some of those members of Congress, he probably played a larger role, likely played a larger role in getting President Trump elected. So just a devastating loss here, Gotti.
Yeah, we also saw on Capitol Hill Speaker Mike Johnson talking about this epidemic of political violence. We're seeing people like Elon Musk posting how the left is the party of murder. I mean, after something like this, you often hear politicians trying to just quell any rage that may be out there. And yet, as you were describing, like, this is very personal. The right, the president has been shot at. He has been shot, and there have been attempts on his life. This is somebody that they knew. Do you see the White House coming forward and saying, you know what, we should all just take a moment to calm the temperatures, or do you see...
First and foremost, Charlie Kirk is now pronounced deceased. He was murdered. That type of rhetoric is the exact type of rhetoric that got him killed. So to be clear, we should have been allowed to pray for Charlie.
I am praying for him. He's a close friend. I'm praying for him right now. It's horrific. It's evil. It's wrong. There's a lot of toxic hate, and too often that hate manifests in violence. I've known Charlie since he was a teenager, and he's, I think, a courageous leader, and I just pray that God's healing hand be upon him.
The lack of tolerance for thought, for speech, for having a debate on a university campus, and our prayers are with him and his family and supporters, and just a sad day. It's a sad day for America anytime we see this, and it should not be acceptable. And I'm seeing way too much online where it looks like people are saying, you know what, he had it coming, and that ought to be condemned by every single person under this dome.
I'm just going to state the obvious here. This is
from Presidents Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and certainly across the political spectrum, we've been seeing an outpouring of condolences, but also, this denouncing political violence in any form. Gotti.
Yeah, Gabe Gutierrez at the White House, keeping an eye for us tonight. Gabe, thank you. And what happened today in Utah, it was witnessed, as you've seen, by thousands and thousands of people, a lot of them college students at Utah Valley University. And as things unfolded, a lot of them were documenting what they were living through in real time, sharing what they saw.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Gang violence were Charlie Kirk's last words before he was assassinated.
Some bushes, I stayed there. There was a lady with her elderly mom, and I said, is she okay?
Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there like...
Is there anything new? I can't find or see anything new. We're just playing old video. We're playing old interviews.
And I just immediately hear a pop, see him get shot in the neck, blood come out of him, and then he just hit the floor, and then I just take these guys, and we just run out of there.
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe.
I'm only 18 years old. I've never experienced a lot of death in my life, but this is like the first time I've ever seen somebody die, and my heart was just racing. It was so scary.
The craziest part is like there was no checkpoints, nothing to get in here. Everyone was just able to walk in here. I'm like, I have my backpack. I'm like, if I wanted to, I could just bring a gun with me.
The fact that it ended so quickly, so fast in that way.
For those of you who are in denial about this, what stage of denial are you in? Or what stage of grief are you in? So I didn't mean it that way. None of you are in denial. What stage of grief are you in? And what stage of grief do you think America is in on this right now? And does anger overpower the rest of it? Is this new?
Right. Thank you so much for having me. I think that it is scary, just knowing that it could have been one of our classmates, especially when UVU is supposed to be a place of safety. You know, there's a lot of people coming from a lot of diversity, so we don't know where people are coming from already in the first place. So to come to this place where we're expecting safety and to gain an education and just wonder whether or not the shooter is still out there, it's very scary, terrifying.
And they're saying that this was kind of a longer distance shot from a roof near where you were. Does that square with what you witnessed or what you heard?
Yes, it does. I was about 5 people away from being able to speak to Charlie. I was going to ask him a question, and I saw him with my own 2 eyes get shot in the neck. It was very traumatizing.
And you were there to ask a question. For those that are unfamiliar with how Charlie would run these things, anybody could stand in line and then they could come up and they could have a conversation with him in front of everybody, right?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
And I mean, did it seem like there was a lot of tension at the event?
Honestly, no. There were a lot of people there who were Trump supporters. I wasn't sensing any tension at all. It came at a moment that was completely unexpected. I certainly didn't expect it, and I feel like everybody didn't as well. And I was standing there in shock when it happened. I honestly couldn't believe that it had actually happened. I, for a second, thought that it was fake.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that no one should have to go through, and to see these images of what all of those people witnessed, what his family is now going through. It is absolutely horrific. Jacqueline Aponte, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. And we'll be right back after this break.
Wow, I guess the news has moved on. The 3 major platforms here, none of them are talking about it anymore. Charlie Kirk assassinated? That was hours ago. You guys are still talking about that? God, move on. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be tomorrow. There'll be a lot of like reflection, and we need to move forward as a society, and we just need to move on together. That's what it'll be. You just wait and see. I've never been wrong on the internet before. And I won't be tonight. There's literally no news on this anymore. There's nothing new. There's been nothing new for hours. I mean, I guess we all just move on. Well, that happened. There you go. There's got to be something here.
Intern on.
This is not somebody with.
Again.
It's just YouTubers talking about
and the rise in political violence.
Our Mark Cota-Robles joining us live with more on some of the factors contributing to this increase. Mark?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're decided.
No, it's it. It's over. It's already over, guys. Get over it. Move on. Lynn sent something positive in this week. Okay. Let's check that out. Oh, wow. From Lynn. These guys are now 5 years old. They started watching The Zone with me as kittens. Oh, I remember. I used to ask people to send in pet pictures after like a long night of riots. It'd be like 3 or 4 in the morning after Portland finally shut down. I'd be like, hey, send me in pictures of your animals. I should, those were good times. I used to take more happy breaks back then. They're 5 years old. All right, you're just making me feel old now. Jay Davis, them cats have seen some shit. That's actually a good point. I believe you that they used to watch The Zone with you. Look at them in the eyes. They're like, oh, fuck. Our owner's watching riots again. I mean, they're just, hang on. There has to be some news on this.
Something that someone's life should never be ended that way.
This is the vigil.
I'd like to stand here and, as we're here together, make sure we're reminded that violence is not the answer. We have to reject hatred. We have to live our lives with peace, prayer, hope. I'll let Riley speak.
Hey y'all, I'm Riley McCardle. I'm the chairman of the College Republican Federation of Alabama. Obviously, super rough day for Turning Point and every conservative across the country. What happened earlier this afternoon was just unthinkable. I remember President Trump, the attempted assassination on him about a year ago. And I mean, obviously by the grace of God, he was safe. But, today I never saw anything like this coming. Charlie Kirk was there, Utah Valley University, with both of his children and his wife. Both watched him be shot. There's nothing that I or anybody could say to them at this point. I imagine that would, help heal those wounds. But it's super moving that all of y'all came out here tonight to honor Charlie and to honor the incredible impact that he made. I mean, 31 years old, and the impact that he's made is just immeasurable. And I think it speaks volumes that so many people came out here tonight to honor him. So thank you all so much for coming and remembering Charlie for the patriot and the fighter that he was. He dedicated his life to the service of this nation and making it better every day. And we will proudly pick up that torch and continue that fight. The three of us, are totally committed to that. God bless Charlie Kirk, God bless his family, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, I'm going to lead us in prayer real quick. How it's going to work, I'll start, and then if any of y'all want to jump in, please feel free. Just speak up, because we've got a lot of people here tonight. So if you would bow your heads, close your eyes. Lord, we we just lift up your good and faithful servant, Charlie Kirk, tonight. We thank you for his life and everything you blessed him and gave him the ability to do for us, our country, our communities, and us as individuals. We lift up his family, his wife Erica and his 2 children, his mom and his dad, and all those who knew and loved him and worked with him. We just ask that you bring a level of comfort and consolement to them, however you may do that. And we just ask that you continue to bless them and bless all those who are continuing Charlie's fight.
So much about how you're designed is so good that masculinity is good and femininity is good. And the way that you have designed it is better than anything else that we've done.
Father, I want to pray for the Church of America, God. I pray that through this, Lord, that you would give us an eternal perspective, God, and that we would realize the finality of our days, Lord, that at a certain point, Lord, everything that we have done is everything that will have been done for our lives, God. So I pray that you would give us so much more intentionality, God, to the way that, Lord, that we live our lives, God. I pray that you would give us dreams, Lord, and people to impact, God. And I pray that you would give us the boldness through this, Lord, that we might have the boldness to fight the fight that Charlie is fighting, Lord, against the kingdom of darkness.
help us in a moment like this, see, as we come together to lean on you. I know that you are eternal, and that he's in a much better place with you, Lord, because you are all good.
We are seeing more dedications and remembrances for Charlie Kirk, really all across the country, from Arizona to Alabama. We take you here to the University of Alabama, and again, just some more memories being shared of Charlie Kirk, and we'll continue to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we continue to bring you some of the people that knew Charlie Kirk, worked with him, and continue to share his thoughts and memories with everyone. I do want to bring in our next guest to help bring in some more memories of Charlie. This is Matt Schlapp, CPAC chairman. Thanks so much, Matt, and I'm sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. He was a friend of yours, and I'm very sorry of this news.
Yeah, it's devastating, positively tragic. You feel it on a personal level. Everybody knows he was a young man with a brand new family, hadn't been married that long. Beautiful photos and, great example. And then you have this larger context, which is what the hell is going on in our country? What's wrong with our society? Why have we started to hate so much politically? I think, obviously, I don't like what I see coming from the hard left. I don't like this idea that you can't be friends with people who you disagree with politically. I just think as soon as that got entered into the American political context, everything became toxic. You have people who have canceled family reunions because of politics. That never used to happen in America. You have people who, in our neighborhood, they do the nastiest things because they don't like my wife's or my politics. This has to end. We have to learn about the golden rule, rediscover it, being a good neighbor. And if we see people in our society who are inappropriate with violence, maybe we need to call the authorities a lot sooner. We just seem to have a lot of very mentally deranged and sick people who are letting politics do them things that is changing the course of history in a very negative way.
Matt, it used to be where if you didn't like someone's message, you just didn't listen to them or you ignored it. Now, when you don't like someone's message, it seems like you got to find out where they are and then want to shoot them from over 200 yards away.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this violence. If you call someone Hitler or Nazi or someone who hates trans kids or hates Muslim kids, or, this war on women was a rhetoric that Obama used. When you use this incendiary language, you could be encouraging people who are not balanced to do something terrible. And I just think it's a good moment for everybody to take a few steps away from the brink. And I also think we better figure out as a society if we share things in common anymore. And one of those things could be the idea that America was a country that was established with a very wide and broad First Amendment that allowed people to express themselves politically. And I think we need to encourage that. We need to encourage people who disagree with each other to listen to each other. The biggest problem we have right now is we have a news media that shows sides, that shows the left-hand side, the hard left side, and by and large with mainstream media. And, that left people with no place to go to get the truth. And then you have people that are wandering to figure out what's going on. And I would like it if we had some continuity that brought people together. Sports used to do that. They had to even ruin sports with politics, which they're doing less of now, thank God. But these are the things we need to see changes on.
Yeah, especially when you look back at 2020 to 2022 for sports, it was almost unwatchable because it went so politic driven. Matt, what about your events? Are you worried about the security around your events, the big events that you host? And tell us a little bit about that.
It's always in the back of my head every time we have an event, especially at the big ones. We spend a lot of money on security, so people shouldn't be worried. But with all of these newly sworn in officials, we have a lot of magnetometers at our events. So I think we're taking all the steps we need to. That being said, of course you worry about it. We just live in a society where one person can do tremendous damage, and they seem to be feeding off each other. We had the shooting at the Catholic Church that was, not very long ago. And we had this terrible stabbing in the metro from a guy who had 14 priors and was violent. We're just seeing with rapidity terrible acts of senseless violence. We're a society that's growing accustomed to that. And that's a very dangerous and unacceptable thing. And I think if there's something I'd like to do, we fought very hard on a lot of things that we care about at CPAC, and we've made a lot of Republicans upset at us at times because we've been very strident, and I don't take any of that back. But I would like to, rekindle this idea that somebody who disagrees with me shouldn't feel like I wouldn't be kind to them or that I wouldn't want to talk to them. And Charlie did a good job of making sure people understood that. And I'm going to double down on trying that again. Sometimes you have to put your hand back out even when it's been slapped, or turn the other cheek, as our Savior, my Savior, our Savior told us in the...
I don't know how confirmed any of this is, but it's something new. It's something new, finally. Pictures circulating, unknown source, no other details. I'll take it! This is the worst news I've ever seen with a source. Picture is circulating, unknown source, no other details. Someone said, I'm less than a mile from where the shooting was, and the black bag with tan straps is the description that was going out of the shooter. Here's another picture. I don't know. That's all I've got for you. And this is the worst update I could possibly think of. Picture circulating, unknown source, no other details. Okay.
Government's controlled by Muslims, right? That doesn't make you Islamophobic. Like, you know, all of these terms that these people just keep throwing out, and they're very broad and inexact.
We've watched that a couple
and all
times.
That needs to end as well. You can have political opinions that...
but maybe not everyone was here earlier, so in case you missed this, this was on the House floor. Lauren Boebert requests a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. Democrats can be heard shouting no. And then Representative Anna Paulina Luna shouts, y'all caused this.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Shh. Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh.
You know, he had an outstanding career and really grew the organization. It's a very impressive organization. It's on college campuses all over the place. They have great conferences. And matter of fact, they asked me to speak at one of their conferences, and one of the young people, maybe they didn't say it's to be too nice, but it's okay. They said, you know, Turning Point's getting to be bigger than CPAC. And I was like, well, if Turning Point gets bigger than CPAC, or CPAC gets bigger than Turning Point, we might just win and take this country back on the principles we care about. So, like, you know, it was a good thing to have another group that was growing.
All right, there's at least a little tiny bit more about this picture. The background of this picture of this guy with no further information matches the background of UVU's Sorensen Student Center. So this is just like a generic probably picture from the website of the Student Center at UVU. And here's this guy walking through UVU Student Center. Oh, is this him? Okay, once again, not confirmed at all, but we got nothing here. I can confirm that the person of interest in custody in the Charlie Kirk murder investigation is Zachariah Ahmed Qureshi. Does this look like a Zachariah Ahmed? I mean, maybe it is. It is Utah. It is Mormon town. Guys, I don't know. I don't love that post. That's anyone can post anything random on the internet.
Into that narrative, and he worked every day 24/7. He poured into this generation. He woke this generation up. He moved this generation, and now this generation is projected to be one of the most prominently conservative and prominently most religious generations, and that's a true testament to him. And the least that people could do is show up for this and to honor the.
Let's see here. New Orleans. A New Orleans firefighter mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. This is Ashley Creekbaum, a New Orleans firefighter. She had these disgusting words to say about Charlie Kirk today. She posted this on Instagram and then deleted it. What did she say? I think he should be forced to carry that bullet in his body. That bullet has a right to be there because it's a gift from God. Oh. I see. Should she be tracked down and fired over this comment? What do you think? What do you think?
my message to people is that we have to return this country back to God. That's the only answer. The answer isn't Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal. The answer is God. And if you really want to see a change in this country, that's the direction you have to take it. And it can't just be this generation. It has to be all the generations before us and the generations to come.
Is there anything else you wanted to add that I didn't ask for?
Don't let this, this is a fear tactic, is what this is. And they shut down Charlie Kirk. They want to they tried to shut down Donald Trump in Butler. They shot Steve Scalise. They've tried to shut down this movement. And that's what this is. This is a movement. Their goal, the end be-all goal is to shut down the voices of people, conservatives, Christians, and we can't let that be the goal. This cannot scare us. This cannot make us back down. What this has to do is ignite us and make us fight even harder.
Are the young kids going to actually be pissed about this?
Thank you so much for your time, Tyler.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Y'all have a blessed one. Roll Tide.
All right, University of Alabama right there. Some more reaction from the students. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. And really, the big takeaway this hour as we get close to a new hour here on Live Now is that the manhunt for the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk is still underway. They do not have a suspect in custody. There were reports earlier, even the FBI and local police officials said that they had a person detained and were questioning. Well, that person has been questioned and released. So a suspect is still on the run tonight, and we are awaiting more key details from officials when it comes to that. Again, we are going to be monitoring it all, but let's go back out now to Alabama. More reaction now from students.
Yeah, Lynn, I saw that.
Happened today, the news of Charlie Kirk.
We'll see.
What was your initial reaction?
I was sitting down eating lunch, and I don't think I finished that lunch.
It feels big. It feels big, but we've also seen a lot of other things that feel big, and then they're just not. I don't know. The next couple days, the reaction and letting this sit in and having people discuss it ad nauseum everywhere is going to be very telling. If this is just forgotten about and moved on within a week, I won't be shocked. And neither will you. Let's be real. Neither will you.
Even if you disagreed with them, and I disagreed with him on a lot of things, no one deserves to die like that. He had a family, he had kids, no one deserves that. And the people coming out here to show that made you feel good. I don't know how to really put it into words.
Klaus the dog, ball. Yeah,
he was only 31 years old.
Like the Vegas shooting. Like the Christmas Day Nashville bombing. That literally, I talked to people, they're like, I never even heard of that. You don't know the bomb that took out half of downtown Nashville and took out a fucking AT&T data center right on Christmas Day 2020? No, because they didn't talk about it.
This is what people are talking about. What do you want people to take away?
I've heard it said 1,000 times today. There's no room for violence, political violence in this country.
He's like, wait. Let me remember what I'm supposed to say.
If you want to win an election or if you want to win a debate, do it with your words. Don't do it with guns. Don't do it with knives. Don't do it with violence. These people who die, who are killed in these attacks, have families.
Alexander C. No, they did not catch anyone. There are no suspects.
They have families. And
no one's in custody.
Sorry, it's hard to put into words. There's no room for violence in this country.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
I'm fine.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We've got...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us during this breaking news of Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31, shot and killed at a rally in Utah. And now we are learning that the suspect Well, there is no suspect right now under custody because the police says they had someone detained. They were questioning that person, but that person has now been released. So that is the new information that we have. It's been really a back and forth between the FBI, the local police officials there on the ground, and we are still waiting for more of a clear direction from this investigation. But this was the moments just a little bit ago, and the governor.
All right, no, fuck that. So 12 minutes ago, Donald Trump released this message.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
kind of a powerful statement from the President of the United States over this. You know what I know it was discussed a little bit earlier by some people, but it's incredible that Charlie Kirk's death was officially announced by Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America. We'd seen it, we knew it, but I think for a lot of people, Donald Trump was the confirmation. He confirmed it before any major news source. He was the confirmation, essentially. That's big. It's a big thing.
So we will keep an eye on this for you right here on Live Now.
And, this is going to be one of those things that,
We've already seen that a bunch of times. What else is going on?
Now in custody for this crime.
And it looked like they knew that they were looking for somebody specifically that was
what?
on campus
That's gotta
that
be
might
from
have been
earlier.
captured
Is that from earlier?
on video.
Wait, they have another suspect in custody?
Clothing, maybe on a roof. What are the details there?
Yeah, they say that they have closed circuit TV video, which appears to show this
what?
person. And right now, from what we understand, this person is not believed to be a student. This was an event that was open to both.
Hang on, they have another. Wait,
campus and open to the public.
they have another person in custody?
They believe that this was someone who was on a roof shooting from about 200 yards away, and the video shows that they were wearing dark clothing, but we don't.
Or is that just old information? Okay, Utah Valley University announces the campus will be closed from September 11th through September 14th. So they're going to be closed for the rest of the week. The entire campus closed for the rest of the week.
Different college campuses across the country. This was the first of that tour, and you could just register online and show up, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people did. And one of the witnesses that came on our air was saying, was telling our colleague Kristen Welker that she was even nervous about that, being like, "Gosh, this is someone who's kind of provocative and says things that can get people riled up. I would be scared if this, if this was my loved one sitting there."
And as we've been talking, sorry to check my phone here,
Yeah.
but it looks like the FBI director, Kash Patel, has now posted on X, the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by
Is
law
this
enforcement.
old?
Once again, this is the...
How are they this far
possible
behind?
back
That
and
was an
forth that we've
hour
seen.
ago.
Someone taken into custody, someone
Released.
Yeah.
So now the manhunt continues.
It appears...
NBC News is an hour behind a tweet from the FBI director?
That's
crazy.
Moment in, United States political history. You were just talking
Or is
about
this a
that
replay
event.
from an
I
hour
remember,
ago? I
back
don't
in
know.
2016.
There's no way they're that far behind. Can't be true. Yeah, Kimba, tomorrow's 9/11.
Tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk. We'll take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be hearing from a witness talking to us right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, finally something maybe new. Maybe new. Most of my feed consists of people sharing leftists just being total fucking assholes. Like people commenting on Charlie Kirk's wife Erica's post, telling her her children now have no father, stuff like that. I'm just looking for updates, but all I'm seeing is Democrats being fucking assholes. Already seen that. We're already starting live feeds of Remembering 9/11. TMZ issues clarification and apology.
For joining us. Our breaking news coverage continues of the tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31. We are continuing to bring you the very, very latest on this. We know that the suspect's still at large. The manhunt continues for that shooter. Once we get more information, we'll pass that along to you. In the meantime, I do want to bring in our next guest. He was a witness to this terrible shooting today in Utah. Please welcome everybody, Michael Mariano. Thanks so much for being here with us, Michael. And you saw this all happen. Just tell our viewers where you were in connection to Charlie and everything that you saw.
Snack, you were 10 during 9/11?
Many of your viewers know, Charlie,
I was 16.
When he visits college campuses, he has a table. He tables and asks students for them to prove him wrong or to debate or dialogue on a certain political or theological topic. And so I got to the event early, and I went to the line and I spoke with some of the members of the Turning Point chapter at UVU about my question that I wanted to ask him. And so they expedited me to the front of the line. And Charlie arrived on scene at about 12:02, a few minutes after noon. And I believe the shot was fired at 12:10. And I was probably 10th in line to ask a question. So, only 10 or 12 feet to his right. And he was shot in his left neck. And so I didn't see the grotesque details because I was on the other side, but it was I'm still in shock, but the first second was, someone's playing, a crass joke to try and ruin the event and ruin the turnout. And then, after a few seconds, it was like, this is real. I've always seen this and wondered if I'd ever be a part of something like this. And now I'm in the midst of a political assassination and a hate crime.
Yeah, I mean, it's just terrible just how it all unfolded, and to think you were just getting so close to giving your question to Charlie there. Now, when it happened, when the shooting happened, was it very loud? Did everybody know, okay, something is going on here? And when did the people started to run?
I mean, I think it's all a blur momentarily. Some people were under the impression that it wasn't loud enough to be a gun. I think some people thought it was a firecracker. People started to run pretty immediately. I think the people I was with prioritized getting down on the ground instead of running, just because it was in a bowl formation, and we were at the bottom of the bowl. And so if the shooter was up high, anyone that was running, we were afraid was just going to get mowed down. So it was probably 20 or 30 seconds of anticipating a second shot, assuming that it was a mass shooter. And then once I think people realized that it was a more targeted attack, we helped people find their families and get the heck out of there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, once that happens, you just got to start running and hoping for the very best. And that moment that just happens, and there's mass confusion. And then when did you realize, okay, this is really bad? And then when did you get the details that unfortunately he passed away?
It probably took about 3 hours to get the news that he had passed away. Initially, I didn't even know if he had been hit. I saw him bounce. I saw him fall down in his chair. that was inconclusive. Some people were saying he was hit. Some people were saying he wasn't hit. And there were just mixed news flying around everywhere. We heard that he had been hit maybe 30 minutes after. It was confirmed through video evidence and whatnot. And then I think we were waiting on standby. And as a member of the community down here in Utah, you're hearing different things from friends and family who are saying, my uncle works in the hospital. This is what I've been hearing. My father-in-law is the surgeon in there right now. This is what I've heard. So mixed reviews until I think it was President Trump that kind of sent out the memo that unfortunately Mr. Kirk had passed away.
It's terrible, terrible. I want to show our viewers right now. We'll get to this in just moments. There's a vigil going on right now in Orem, Utah. We'll give that to you as soon as we wrap up here. But I want to continue with you, Michael, just because you were so close to this. I mean, just 10 people away from asking your question. And I mean, given everything that we see now in this landscape of political divisiveness, I mean, it doesn't seem like you can have an opinion anymore, because if someone doesn't like your opinion, they're going to try to find where you're at and want to kill you if you're big enough, if you're an influencer, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. This is a political assassination and a political hate crime, but in the same sense, it's not political at all. We here in Utah, we here in America are all grieving. We're all grieving. So now is the time to think about what we say and how we say it. Because if we don't take a moment to stop and suspend our judgment, instead of focus on unity, we're going to keep going in this conflict of irrational responding when we're projecting. We're projecting our disbelief and our hurt and our anger and even maybe some people's happiness, which is disgusting to say. But we need to take a minute and we need to suspend judgment and we need to focus on the shared humanity in this. And so our response and my response is to take a moment to process my emotions instead of responding out of shock or anger. And yet, we need to understand everyone suffered a loss here, no matter what side you're on. This isn't just political. This is humane. And it is scary that we're killed for our beliefs, right? Our inalienable right, our endowed gift from God in the Constitution is the right to life. And there's just no word. There's no words that can describe this. There's no argument. There's no politics. The only way this can be solved is in shared compassion and in presence. And I can't offer my words. I can't offer my argument. I can't even offer my politics. I can only offer you and my loved ones around me here in Utah. I can only offer my presence, and I can sit and I can be with you and I can listen to your sorrows and I can cry with you. And the way I see it, that's the only way out of this sorrow and hurt.
So true. And lastly, Michael, I want to get your thoughts because, a couple of hours ago, we heard an update saying that they had somebody detained that could be possibly the shooter. They said they were questioning him, so the manhunt was over. And now, just a little bit ago, within the last hour, we learned that the manhunt is back on. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Where this little back and forth going on with police as well as trying to locate this coward?
Yeah, I mean, the governor has assured people that we're going to get this guy. It's a tense situation right now with a manhunt and a shooter and a murderer, a criminal on the loose. But I have trust in the authorities, and I hope this person doesn't try anything else. But I don't know. It's anxious with all the uncertainty, but in situations, terrible crimes like this in the past, we have equally as little information as we do in this point. And you just have to have faith that, like the other stories, FBI and the government knows more than they're letting on, and they have a trace on this guy, and we're going to get him, and we're going to prosecute him to the highest extent of the law.
Yeah, so well said. Michael, thanks so much for speaking with us. I'm glad that you're okay, but I'm sorry for you that you had to witness such a tragedy today. But take care, and thanks again for speaking with us.
Thanks, Mike. God bless.
You as well. Take care. All right, everyone. We now want to take you out live to that vigil that is going on right now in Utah. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
By its calling. But the Constitution it represents, the body of people who came together, were inspired and called of God against their own interest to create a higher and better way to live. This one shot will be heard across the world faster and farther than any one shot has ever been heard. I assure you. Do something in your own lives to take responsibility for the freedoms which we enjoy and stand for the very things in which we have been beneficiaries of. And let's not be complacent in prosperity. Let's not be complacent in the comforts that we enjoy in this wonderful place, this symbolic place on earth, voted one of the happiest places to live on earth, right here in the greatest country of this earth. This is where this happened. You are in the room where it happened. This is where you get to go forward and determine with your children, your family, your people of influence, how you will respond. And may God be with us in how we do so. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I've got one more thing to say, and then Ryan wants to say a word. I heard in that little talk that we need to take action and how you're going to act here forward. Does everyone hear about a gentleman named OFA, that was killed about 60 days ago downtown Salt Lake? Some heads nod, some not. So we went down to a counter protest. This is important. We went down to a counter protest. There were 7,000 protesting to get rid of Donald Trump, the government, and all that stuff. There was only 6 of us down there, masked up. We were watching. They had what was called peacekeepers, their own group, monitoring people. They went around the corner. One of their own was carrying an AR pointed to the ground, which you can do in Utah. Innocent man standing behind them. 2 of the peacekeepers drew their guns, shot 3 bullets. Shot the guy with the AR in the stomach, killed Ofa, Polynesian, shot him once in the head, dead. Okay? You can look this up. To this day, no one has been arrested, and they know who the killer is. Sim Gill, your district attorney here in Utah, is not doing his job. I hope and pray that this assassination, if they find this gentleman or person that did this, that justice is done, because it's not happening in Utah. You're shocked, aren't you? Yeah, look it up. The guy is not behind bars. He's not been arrested. And local PD in Salt Lake, who we know have done their job, submitted everything, nothing's happened. It's disgusting what's happening in our state. It's filthy. The American flag should bring us together. It sure as hell is not. We need to be the change. Ryan's a friend of mine. He has a word to say.
Really quick. A person's freedom is not judged by where they can go. A person's freedom is not judged by the possessions or what they have. It's truly measured by what they can say. To look in this world and identify who the evil people are the ones who are trying to control what you can and cannot say. Those who are trying to censor your speech. Today we lost a valuable voice, and it's up to us to continue with that voice. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
Thanks, Ryan. Anyone else? You okay?
A lot of you don't know me. I met Kish probably 5 years ago. I'm the pro-police, pro-conservative rallies. And then I kind of stopped because I'm like, I don't really see a point, It is what it is.
You need flame again?
All All right, people just coming together in Orem, Utah, still in shock, as you can see, of the death and murder of Charlie Kirk. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More breaking news coverage continues in moments.
TMZ tries to clarify and apologize over the tone-deaf laughter that can be heard in the background during live stream reporting about Charlie Kirk.
We were live streaming all day during this tragedy. When something happened in our office, as we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase, and they were laughing, they were clapping.
Horse shit.
And you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear.
I think this guy's lying to me.
One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing, they were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
And that being said, we acknowledge that it was horrible timing, and for that, we are sorry.
Yeah, people are hooping and hollering over a fucking car, a run-of-the-mill car chase. These people watch shit like this all day, every day, just like we do. Okay? When we watch car chases, are you hooping, hollering, and laughing? No. No. We actually have a lot of experience with this. This is horse shit.
We apologize. We apologize that you had to hear that.
And I get why, if you're watching the stream, you may have felt that that's what the laughter was about. We assure you it was not about that, but it was horrible timing. And
by the way, I get it too, and he gets it, because
what are they laughing about in a car chase, by the way? Unless they're laughing at Austin's own chat making fucking jokes. What are they laughing at? What are they clapping and laughing at in a car chase?
We listened as we were talking.
You can go back and look on the stream. I actually walked off camera to go back and find out what the hell was going on, because...
Oh, no, actually, no, for real. Like, we're not lying, because, like, I actually went and asked what was really happening, and then they told me something, and that, so why would I lie about that?
It was inappropriate for the laughter at that time, but no one was laughing about the Charlie Kirk tragedy.
Nevertheless, we apologize for the way it sounded.
There was actually a car chase going on at this time. I will give them that. I saw it. I didn't bring it up on screen because there was something more important to be discussing and talking about and watching. But I don't buy that they were clapping and laughing and hooping and hollering over a fucking car chase. I don't buy it. I don't buy it for 1 second. There was a chase, Lynn. There was a chase. Is that the chase, Low IQ Savage? Is this should we watch the chase and see if it's worth laughing and hooping and hollering over? What the... All right, this is the alleged chase. This is the alleged chase that they were clapping and laughing about right at the same time that the newsroom learned that Charlie Kirk had died.
CHP in that intersection. So this has become a very odd and dangerous chase by the actions of this driver.
No doubt about it. And that really was unusual to see the
the person come out of their car and go to the CHP's window, which is very dangerous. I mean, I don't understand why you would take.
Well, and they had something in their hands, almost like they had like hairspray
I couldn't tell what it
something.
was. I couldn't tell what it was. But again, this person is leading police on a pursuit well over a half hour now. We're trying to figure out why was this person in it, and you're going to see this. I'm not quite sure why the CHP hasn't. Well, it looks like this. Well, you see the driver heading into a parking lot or a gas station.
The red car was right there in the screen again.
Oh, really? So this red car continues to kind of follow along right there.
There it is. That's the car that was, that car was following CHP, which was following the T1, and they were just going around and around a circle, and they continue to go in the same general area.
This is hilarious, isn't it?
Although they are now down to 88th Street. Earlier they were up near 55th, 56th. So they've moved down to Manchester in that area. But we don't know if they necessarily know anybody. We just know that they've gotten off the freeway.
Yeah, and they keep doing kind of U-turns, or they're just kind of right, left, like just kind of going into this sort of the grid of this area. But then
into oncoming traffic now.
Oncoming traffic now. Now that is very dangerous. And I know we are getting close to the 2 o'clock hour. Several kids do, the elementary kids get out of school, and this is one of those. Let's see. I was going to say I haven't seen this car get in any kind of collision yet, but we weren't on it the whole time during the special report.
Well, we do know there's damage to the vehicle. We don't know if that vehicle damage is caused, it was already there, but if you've noticed on one of the, I think it was the passenger side, that it did seem that there were some crash marks as if it hit something. But now here you go again, stopping right there, if that's the vehicle that we're looking at. Nope, in the front, Air 7, I think to the right.
In the front.
Yeah, tilt right, go right. Is that not it there?
I was thinking it was at the intersection, the first.
I thought that was the very first white vehicle
in the middle
that is about to go forward now, but maybe not. Okay, so we're hearing from our director that a red vehicle got on the highway, so maybe Air 7 to the right, if you could. There goes a red vehicle, but I'm not sure if that was them. No. They went under the overpass and we lost them right there at that metro spot.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on with this pursuit now.
Air 7 is continuing to look on the freeway, and if they can hear us, it does sound as if maybe they got onto the freeway. Don't know if they were going north or south. As I look at, it was possibly northbound. Is that, Mike, is that what you were thinking? Our director, oh, nope, right in front of us, there's CHP. On, would it be Grand? Right in that space, I believe there's CHP there. Now, if they're not sure if they're following, so bear with us here. We're streaming with you just to see if we can figure out where this person has ended. Chances are they're going to be in the same area, and there's a heavy police presence throughout South LA. The last we had seen them, they were Manchester and Western, I believe, is what we had seen a moment ago.
Yeah, and again, it's not easy when you start realizing it's very hard for police, any sort of jurisdiction, to pull over a car during a pursuit when there's a lot of cars on the street. They're trying to be mindful of the community. And then this person, as you can see right there, you see so many white cars, a pretty popular color. So again, we're trying to figure out where this car is. Remember, it was a Volkswagen, small SUV, a T1, if that's how you pronounce it. But that part's debatable. But again, it's the white VW SUV. And now it appears that at least our eyes are not on it. Air 7's trying to find it as we kind of get a vast view of this area. And as soon as we see more CHP cars or LAPD cars, we know we'll be in the right area. But as of right now, we are not able to find this vehicle, part of this pursuit.
Okay, we see two CHP officers, and to your point a minute ago, how do you know? It does look as if they're going lights and sirens. So chances are you're able to hear what's going on if you're in the neighborhood. But it's certainly starting to pick up as far as the commute. We're seeing more and more cars, and this person had stayed off the freeway and was just driving around on surface streets, and now we're seeing CHP at a pretty high rate of speed. Yeah. It looks like they're going on Manchester there, if I'm reading this correctly, and it is possibly going away from the freeway. So maybe they saw something ahead that has them heading in that direction.
But
they have gone into oncoming traffic themselves as well.
And we know that you can see people, pedestrians sort of just minding their own business. They'll be able to figure out there's something happening soon. But again, that's what's so remarkable about some of these pursuits. When you go under those overpasses, which is what we saw, going under an overpass, that's when it seems like we lost sight of this pursuit vehicle. Obviously,
and the problem is just because we find CHP or officers, it doesn't necessarily mean there's so many of them in the neighborhood. Yeah. So we don't know necessarily if these guys are going to a place they think the suspect is going, or if they are actually engaged with them, because we have not seen the vehicle since it went under the overpass. We saw that red car for a minute. We believe the red car that was involved with this got up on the freeway at some point, but we do not know where CHP here is going. They're on Avalon and 91st Street. So that would generally have them heading southbound, if I'm getting that correctly. So they're on Avalon southbound.
Hey, by the way, Philip, we were just talking about the overpass. We're learning that the CHP is with that suspect vehicle under the freeway, but no one's in the car. So that leads you to believe that red car.
The two of them might be in the red car and on the freeway. So it says here also in our note from our assignment desk that the driver got into a red vehicle, continued on Manchester, and they've lost sight of it. So that all makes a lot of sense in the possibility that the red vehicle got up onto the freeway and took off.
Yeah, very, very much involved with this pursuit as well. I know our director was saying that, and I was thinking, no, that seems very unusual. But Michael, you called it. We're all involved in these pursuits because we're all trying to keep our eyes on to what to do here. When we see cars lost by authorities, we all start looking around, and again, now we're trying to figure out. So the CHP, they must be trying to find that red vehicle. But did the red vehicle get on the freeway? Again, you just look around. There's a lot of red vehicles. And it looked like a small compact SUV, correct, Philip?
It did, yeah. It looked, I don't know what that vehicle was, but it's similar in nature to that midsize SUV, which is the Volkswagen Tiguan that we were looking at. But again, if they did get on the freeway, we've certainly lost them. Looks like CHP is searching the neighborhood. And again, I don't know if we can re-cue the video. It might be too difficult because we're about to wrap this up here in a few minutes if we can't find the suspect. But that was such an interesting thing to see. It was almost a merry-go-round moment where the three vehicles were just doing a circle in the intersection, and the red vehicle's one of them. And then the woman got out of the car, and it makes you think that was the person that eventually helped the suspect take off.
It was unusual. It was like a carousel. It was just going very slowly in a circle, and I just kept thinking.
Oh my God, I laughed and clapped all the way through that. That was the most hilarious 9 minutes I've ever seen. It was so funny, guys. Oh, if you didn't laugh and clap, I don't know what to say to you. I also have a crazy update. Authorities seeking new person of interest in Charlie Kirk assassination. No one currently in custody, officials say, according to the Associated Press. Authorities are seeking a new person of it. Isn't that just investigating the fucking crime? Authorities are seeking a new person of interest. We have no one in custody. Thanks for the update. That literally means nothing. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to. I don't really know what to say to that. We've got nothing. Update. I have nothing for you. You're welcome for the update.
Charlie Kirk, we're close.
An event today with Attorney General Pam Bondi in Illinois, the shooting on the flight back, and she ended up not speaking. The plane, an aide to her describing him as a close friend to the Attorney General. And if you look across those that are not only in this cabinet, but in the higher ranks of the Republican Party here today, they had come across, most of them, Charlie Kirk, and also at the, the staffing level. Essentially, he had a deep footprint across, the MAGA aligned part of the Republican Party here. And I don't think we can understate enough what he meant to the future of the MAGA movement and the younger generation of today's Republican Party.
Yeah. I mean, that clip that we played from Gavin Newsom, I remember hearing it, and it just, that idea of dueling. I saw one of those in Arizona, and I was struck at the back and forth, and there's a lot that's lost in the quick clips that we often see on social media, but there was a lot of nuance in those things, and a lot of people that would go to those would find that nuance extremely appealing, that were on the other side of the political spectrum. I do wonder, though, going forward, what does the political legacy of Charlie Kirk and what does Turning Point become now after being struck by this very stark incidence of violence?
Right. I don't know. There are others that are very much engaged with Turning Point USA, and it's hard to fathom that the president and his allies will allow the organization to go by the wayside with Charlie Kirk's death. I think that in terms of our political debate, this happened on a college campus university. Well, literally people had the opportunity to take a mic, and he welcomed debating back and forth. And so this was not a situation where it was a question of the words being spoken, but it's about the impact on the actual spoken word. And understanding that political violence has now taken the life of Charlie Kirk. It took the life of the prominent Minnesota lawmaker in June, and it targeted the likes of Nancy Pelosi and Gretchen Whitmer and Steve Scalise and Gabby Giffords. There's a long history over the last 12 plus years now of political violence intended to silence the political discourse here in this country. And
I'm sorry. I have to note that he did not once mention the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. All he did was list a bunch of Democrats who've kind of been targeted. Forgot to mention the assassination attempt of a former president who was running for president and is now the president. Just slipped his fucking mind, I guess. I guess he just forgot about that.
Yeah, and no doubt not done any silencing because what we're about to see is going to be, I think, something that we have not seen before. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for all of this.
Thanks,
Let's now bring in Chase Hughes and Logan Topman, who are students at Utah's Valley University.
They're getting a lot of interviews today.
Kirk's event earlier today. Guys, thanks so much for being with me. I'm really sorry about everything that you guys have had to witness today. Let's start just with that one single shot. It is pretty wild that we still don't know who fired that shot. There is a suspect still outstanding, but we've started to hear and see some videos that are circulating that appear to possibly show a figure on a roof line. We've heard from investigators that they think that somebody was on the roof. Does that square with what you heard?
Logan? Well, I wasn't on the roof. I was on kind of a balcony that was in between where he was suspected to have been and where Charlie Kirk was. And when I heard the shot, I didn't quite process what it was in the beginning. And it sounded to come from behind me, which would have been approximately where the sound came from, is where they're suspecting it. So it would make sense based on where I was standing and where I heard it.
If I understand correctly, you were underneath, that bullet would have passed over your head to where Charlie was.
Maybe not directly over, but yes, I was more a little to the side, kind of a little more south than Charlie was, but not by too much.
Wow. And could you see him clearly from where you were?
I could. I was on the corner of a balcony, and I was actually filming because I'm part of the student news team, their UV review, while I was filming. So I was able to see everything from where I was.
Oh my gosh! Again, I'm so sorry that you had to see that. In the aftermath, the pandemonium of everybody running, how fast was it before you started to see officers come in, security taking Charlie out? Like, what was there any order to that madness?
Yeah, they were. I would have to say the law enforcement did a wonderful job. There was instant action from police, immediately escorting people, telling them to go inside. Like you've seen in the videos, the second that the shot was fired, Charlie's security covered him and escorted him off. Everyone was being asked to leave immediately. It was really minutes later, we were in the newsroom discussing what happened, and there were police clearing the halls to clear students out. We received emails from the school saying, if you're stuck on campus, call this number and we'll help you. It was very, very well done for this situation.
And Chase and Logan, I'm not sure if you guys were there for the entire event, but how would you characterize today's event? Sometimes they're very boisterous. Other times it's a lot of long, back and forth, cordial arguments, and then sometimes things just get pretty rowdy. What was today's like?
It was really excitable, surprisingly. Typically, you feel like, which is funny coming from Utah, but it seems like, a very moderate to maybe a little bit of left campus life in our experience. And it was very, excitable. There was...
Harvey is cool. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It just dawned on me, and I'm sure this has dawned on a bunch of you before me because I'm dumb, but this is the exact same hit situation that they attempted with Trump, a little over a year ago when he was running for president. And you just know that they're fucking pissed that they missed Trump by like an inch. They had it set up so fucking perfectly. They had him in their sights and they fucking missed. Today they hit their target. This was attempt number 2. Today, they hit their... Stromy, you don't think they intended to kill Trump? I think they intended to kill Trump. And they missed by a fucking inch. Half an inch. And also somehow that just wasn't that big of a deal. Like when it happened, it was a big deal or whatever. But within weeks, because there was an election coming up, the news had moved on. Someone just fucking shot a bullet at former President Trump, who's running for president right now. They missed by this much. Fuck it, whatever. Today they hit their target.
It may calm the waters in some way and may help with the discourse.
Yeah, I'm praying your optimism carries the day here.
Logan, there's no helping the discourse at this point. You guys have known that for a long fucking time. So have I. I don't even participate in the discourse anymore because there's no fucking point. There's no fixing this with words. You know that, right? There's no fixing this situation with, maybe if I'm just nice to everybody and try to get them to understand where I'm coming from. It's not possible. And I could point to Exhibit A of today as proof of that. All Charlie wanted to do was have a fucking conversation with people. And they killed him for it. There's no conversing with these people. They don't give a shit about that.
the FBI and local officials there on the ground. We had a statement earlier from Kash Patel, the FBI director, saying that they had a subject that they were going to be questioning. And then at the news conference, just moments later, they say right off the top that they don't have a suspect in custody. And then during the questions from the media, they say, well, we do have a subject right now being questioned. And now we learned that that person has since been let go. So, what do you give here with this jarring communication right now?
Yeah, Mike, there has to be a better. This is not good with regards to communication from any level. So you have law enforcement itself that's contradicting itself from a federal, state, or local agency. So I don't like that, and it ultimately erodes in the public trust. To when something is going to happen, people are going to, I'm not so sure because you cried wolf one too many times. It's not good for the public safety because the public needs to know that law enforcement is doing their thing and that they're trying to secure the neighborhood wherever they may be in harm's way in that particular community if they fear this shooter is still somehow in the area. So it gives them a false hope, and then when they see that somebody is not in custody, they're back into that fear, and so it's not good for the community at large, and especially not good for the ultimate messaging from law enforcement that really needs to be coming from one source, and it must be tested before it goes out to the public, and so I would just say that at this point, we should be very careful in putting anything out there with regards to somebody being in custody.
And Scott, what do you make here of this suspect there that we, of course, we don't know too much about right now, still on the loose, but, it would seem like in this situation that this person would probably want to go out in a blaze of glory and maybe either get caught right away or shoot themselves at the scene, maybe with a handgun. But for this person to shoot and kill Charlie and then just kind of escape without incident, it seems a little bit different.
Yeah, this is a little bit different. And I've heard whether it's professional, not professional, I can definitely say trained. Going back to the assassination, the murder of the U.S. healthcare CEO. Again, was this individual trained? Was it a professional? And then, of course, we see the outcome. Someone who is very strongly intent on killing not only the CEO that he targeted, but generally going out there to look for others in targeting the U.S. healthcare. So here you have an individual that really, I would say, is well trained. I don't know the exact yardage if that's been put out there, but I've heard anywhere from 50 to 200 yards. Either way, that's a considerable amount of time for just a novice. For someone who is mentally ill that all of a sudden decides to get a gun, maybe not having practice with the gun, then to get it onto a roof and to be able to fire one round, not a bunch of rounds, and to hit their target. So I do believe in the proficiency of this individual. There's no doubt in my mind if it's a targeted event as opposed to a random mass shooting where a person is going in to do the most harm in the shortest period of time. And ultimately, if they're not taken into custody by law enforcement, they meet their demise either by suicide or by law enforcement encounter. And they have no escape. It would seem to me this person stayed at a distance, had planned, had surveilled, knew exactly what was going on, knew the layout, and had an escape plan, and they were successful in that. So it's a combination of perhaps lack of law enforcement that was in and around the scene because this was even though it was a well-tended event, it is a low-key event in the sense that did Charlie Kirk and his team decide, hey, we're not looking to build up a high security as you would have for a presidential or some other protectee. So there's no doubt in my mind this person is well trained, had thought a lot about it, planned, and is well trained with the weapon to be able to have pulled this off and to be able to escape.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Scott, thanks so much again for joining us on Live Now from Fox and giving us some great insights into the investigation, what will be happening, and hopefully soon suspect arrested.
Thank you, Mike.
You take care. All right, everybody, I want to take you now right outside of the hospital, presumably where Charlie Kirk's body is. You could see that there is a lot of people coming out in support. They have American flags. The police right now are continuing to stand by here in this area in Utah of the hospital. So many people just wanting to come out and again, just pay in respect to Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31. Very, very difficult scenes that we all did see earlier today on social media. If you saw the video, just horrible to see one person you see life and they're talking and then the next moment they are shot and killed there, and life taken away so soon and so violently. But again, we have people coming out and again wanting to show their respect to Charlie Kirk and his family after this very, very difficult time. You got people just lined up on the sidewalk there. And just a little bit ago, we did see some police vehicles leaving the hospital as well. But still a very, very sad scene that is playing out not only in Utah, but across the country as people continue to learn the news of Charlie Kirk dead at the age of 31. The Utah governor says it is a political assassination, being killed because someone doesn't like what is being said. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back with more.
Hey, welcome back. We are continuing our coverage about the shocking political assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. At this time, the suspect is still at large. Person of interest who was taken into custody by the FBI. Well, Kash Patel posted on X in just the last few minutes that suspect was released. But one thing we have been talking about throughout the hour and what we've been hearing as reactions pour in about Charlie's death is an alarming rise in political violence in the United States. Obviously, top of mind, the attempt of Donald Trump's life in Pennsylvania last June on the campaign trail. And then again, a thwarted attempt on Trump's life last September. Then there were the 2 Democratic state Minnesota lawmakers who were shot and killed in their home this June. A man broke into Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's mansion, set it on fire this past April. Now, Republican and Democratic Party offices have all been attacked in separate occasions. The list is long and it is growing. We've got Gabe Gutierrez standing by at the White House right now. Gabe, I understand we may be getting a statement from the president?
Yeah, actually, Scotty, just within the past few moments, President Trump posting on his Truth Social platform roughly a 4-minute video reacting to the death of Charlie Kirk. The president eulogizing Kirk, saying that his voice would be now louder than it ever was before because of what happened here. And he spoke about how important he was to the MAGA movement. He also blamed what he called rhetoric from the radical left as contributing to this, but he promised that his administration would do everything it could to bring Charlie Kirk's killer to justice, Scotty.
Have we heard anything? Actually, I think we've got that statement in our system right now. If we can play that, here's the President of the United States.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot to think about in that message from the White House there, Gabe. And we're going to leave this show pondering what we've just heard, what we've seen throughout this day. Gabe, thank you so much for being with us. Where our country goes next, we shall see. For now, our prayers also go out to Charlie Kirk's family, his wife, his 2 young kids, and the victims of hate and violence all across this country. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and special coverage of this developing story continues right now. We're coming on the air with the shocking assassination of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. Kirk was 31 years old. He was a father of 2.
To be bringing you more key information as it comes in, but we want to now bring you more coverage from our sister stations across the country. Right now, we'll be checking in with New York City, with Washington, D.C., and waiting for those more key updates from reporters that are not only on the ground, but also working with their sources as well. So we'll be bringing that to you in just moments on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to be here with us during this very sad day as we report of a tragic death of a 31-year-old killed. But now let's go out to Fox 5 DC coverage. More from President Trump.
Violence and murder are the tragic consequence of.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Outdoor event today at Utah Valley State University. We want to get to our live team coverage tonight. Josh Rosenthal standing by with more on recent acts of political violence in the country.
We start with Shirin Rajay in the newsroom right now with the latest from authorities.
Yeah, guys, a day of shock and horror for so many today as the country mourns this loss. The search is still on tonight for the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk in what appears to be an assassination. There's been some confusion in the hours since the shooting, whether or not a suspect was in custody. Police did briefly detain a man moments after the shooting who was quickly released. And then after FBI Director Kash Patel announced a separate suspect was in custody, the FBI now confirming that person of interest has been released after an interrogation. Now, here's a look at where this all unfolded. A large crowd assembled in the center of Utah Valley University today for a Turning Point USA event when Kirk was shot and killed. Authorities say Kirk was killed by a single shot in an apparent targeted attack. At this time, authorities believe the shot was fired from a building about 200 yards away. Kirk was taking questions from an audience member about mass shootings and gun violence when he was struck. People in the crowd seen ducking, then running for their lives, a traumatic scene that many are sadly having to now cope with.
So I turned around, and like 10 to 20 seconds later, after I got done talking to Charlie, I saw that he was shot in the neck and that he was squirting blood everywhere.
If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
Charlie Kirk became a highly influential conservative activist after starting Turning Point USA back in 2012. The group has a presence at thousands of universities and high schools and regularly holds campus events. Kirk is credited in part for helping President Trump win over young voters. And by the way, President Trump was the first to announce Kirk's death on social media. A live look right now at the White House tonight, where the president has ordered flags at half-staff in honor of Kirk's memory. Lawmakers across the aisle have condemned this act of political violence. Charlie Kirk was just 31 years old. He leaves behind a wife, 2 young children. Again, no shooter in custody at this time. We'll be sure to update you as we get more details. Jen.
And Kirk's death is the latest in a long line of recent incidents targeting political figures.
Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal is live in Bethesda tonight, where he spoke with an expert about what is happening throughout the country right now, and more importantly, what can be done about it. Josh?
First and foremost, guys, it's important to note that right now, as of this moment, we do not know specifically why Charlie Kirk was killed. One thing we do know, however, is that in recent years, we've seen a tremendous amount of political violence.
I think that we are probably living through the most politically violent time since the 1960s and 70s. It's a sick thing that we see these acts of violence one after the other.
That's Matt Dallek, who's a professor at GW and has written extensively about U.S. political violence. We talked to him today about all of these examples we've seen in recent years. Among them, the shootings of the Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that guy. I wanted to hear what that guy had to say. I immediately was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. It sounds like that guy probably spit a whole fuck ton of truth at them, and they're like, yeah, we're not airing that. We're not going to air what that guy had to say. What?
Out of this, and he also mentioned that he believes our institutions and the political system have failed to contain extremism.
Let me hear what he had to
say about the rhetoric in particular.
My sense is that the rhetoric, the political rhetoric over the past decade has not just been harsh, but it has been hate-filled, dehumanizing, and the way that political leaders talk about the other side is not as...
I've been telling you guys about this for years. I've been talking to people about it. I tell everyone, like, I see a lot of crap online, and it's not good. You guys see it too. This is not shocking to me. I wasn't shocked when I read it, saw it. I was like, yep. Charlie Kirk assassinated. Sounds right. Even before we knew he was dead. I knew he was dead. We all knew he was dead. Charlie Kirk shot at an event. He's dead. He was assassinated. Not a shock. Not even remotely shocking to me. This is what has been happening in this country for a long time. He was insane to do open air events at colleges for as long as he did. I'm just a small time little nobody who loves to make fun of the fucking left and Antifa. I get death threats all the goddamn time. And I'm nobody. If this is shocking to you, you have not been paying attention.
Why you're here and why everyone else is here, but what made you want to help organize this and be out here tonight? You spoke to a group earlier. What is it that made you want to be out on the ground here tonight?
Sure, great question. There's a lot of people that feel alone. There's a lot of people that feel scared. Not only now, they felt scared when assassination attempt was done on Donald Trump. They felt scared when Black Lives Matter was out. They feel scared when they're threatened because they have an American flag. So bringing a community together that isn't afraid to come out and be together, people enjoy that. That's what drives me, is when people come and go, hey, thanks so much for putting this together.
I think people will be, it sounds like you've been in the political scene of Utah for a while. I think when people hear this happened in Utah, they might be kind of shocked by that, but it sounds like you said that there is an active kind of political group here. It's not a homogenous, one-sided thing, right?
Hell no. You've got a couple of groups, PSL. They're a socialist group in Salt Lake. They're pretty strong. A group called 5051. They're a national group, and I hate giving them any audience because they're socialists and they want to tear down our country. But they're very rampant, and a lot of them are paid actors. I mean, one of the last events, they had 7,000 there. We know they came in buses and were trucked in, but they were here, right? And Utahns, the local homogenized people, don't even realize it's happening.
Like you said, we had 2 assassination attempts on Trump. Were you concerned that something like this was sort of in the future, that this was a concern? And you talked about the march in Utah earlier 100%. In Salt Lake.
Yeah, there was a march in Utah, and the left killed one of their own and wounded another, right? Alpha was killed, shot in the head by the left. And, there's still no one arrested from it. So am I worried about that? Sure. Of course. They don't know how to reason. They don't know how to have a discussion. It's all hate, rhetoric, and threats. That's really what it is.
I wonder if I can get your thoughts on Charlie Kirk was obviously someone that talked to younger conservatives. That was a big part of Turning Point, right? Was that it was for a new generation of conservatives. And it happened on a campus in public in the middle of the day. Are you concerned this might have a very chilling effect on people wanting to go out and participate in political events like this?
I think it'll have, unfortunately, more of an action to make people a little more beholden to do more of this action. We sometimes see in society when there's a mass shooting, or take, for instance, the shootings from whatever group, trans or whatever it is, and they go out, well, all of a sudden, sometimes you see an uptick in this, right? And that's unfortunate. I sure hope our president and his administration cracks down on the criminal activity that's going on. I really do. I truly hope and pray that Utahns wake up, is really what I hope. The left and the right is just more of the conservative side of people. We've been very calm and complacent, and people like Charlie speak with words, and they're sharp, and they don't like it. But the left seems to do it with guns, which they want to ban anyways. Let's ban the guns, but let's assassinate people with guns. It's kind of an oxymoron. But yeah, I'm concerned. But I'm more concerned that people aren't going to wake up. But I sure hope and pray that this wakes up Utah, let alone America.
Almost finished. Did you ever have an opportunity to see him speak in person?
Yes, years ago, here in Utah.
A couple of years ago, but can you tell me, I think I heard him speak in Arizona and Vegas, if my memory serves correctly. I've covered a few political rallies. But can you tell me what's he like as a speaker? What's it like to listen to him?
You know, I think it's, for me, I think it's like Donald Trump. Donald Trump speaks for a lot of Americans that are afraid to speak, right? I think that's why he resonates with people. People sit on their couch watching football or having a beer or baseball and go, man, I was thinking of just that, or man, that's how I want our country to run. Well, Charlie speaks and people go, Charlie was able to regurgitate what we all think eloquently, right? And he was a great wordsmith. And some of us have a problem putting words together. Like, I'm not the best wordsmith. But Charlie then will speak and go, and it'll go in your head, oh my gosh, that's really what I wanted to say. And he's speaking what I'm feeling. That's what I get out of Charlie.
Gotcha. That was great. Thank you for talking with me. Sure. Is there anything you want to say before I let you go?
Wake up, Utah.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me.
All right, that's Charlie Kirk supporter coming out tonight to just talk about him, why he's out there. And again, we are going to be providing you the coverage on Live Now from Fox throughout the evening. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more reactions from across the country.
Referred to as the subject, a much younger man. And now we know that that person who, as we understand it, was 25 years old, was released. So we don't know where that leaves us, but it is surprising to think that authorities would release someone unless they felt that what they thought initially just doesn't bear it out, because they'd be able to hold a suspect for a period of time if they had credible evidence. So are we at square one? Are we starting over? I just don't know yet, but that's part of what we'll all be pursuing.
Yeah, and when we see just how many people were there when all of this happened, I mean, this is going to be quite the investigation. Kelly O'Donnell, really appreciate you clarifying all that for us, and we'll let you get back to your sources there. I do want to bring in retired FBI agent Rob D'Amico. Rob, the changes that we're seeing on the fly here are pretty astounding, and yet this is a crowd of thousands of people. Everybody goes running after that single shot goes off. You've got officers and you've got authorities saying that they think one of those shots came from the roof, meaning that, I mean, a sniper might have been on the roof and then was able to get away. How do you even start to investigate something like this when obviously you want to catch the killer before the trail goes cold, and yet you've got thousands of people to talk to and hundreds of pieces of video and pictures to sift through?
It is difficult. The biggest thing here is going to be cameras, because witnesses are going to be all over the place. Everyone's going to think that the shot came right from behind them or they saw where it happened. But in a bowl like that, with all those buildings around, one shot going off, it's going to be heard differently from everybody as a witness. So everyone's going to think they know where it came from, and they're not, because it's just really, really hard to understand how the ricochet of sound goes through that atmosphere. So I think the witness statements are going to be less, when you're talking to them, are going to be less credible until you get their cameras and someone had a video. But the still cameras, the CCTs, the one cameras that they're talking about, is really where they're going to be looking for something. If they think they know where the shot came from, if they think it came from that building, figuring out what cameras have access to that, have that in their line of view, what people were closer to that. But the problem is they all ran right after it. So it's really hard to gather. So you're going to have to be on the outside talking to people. You're going to have to put it out in public. Hey, if you're around this building, if you saw something, they've already done that. Bring your cameras in. They're setting up a link that you can send your video in. But that takes people to look at. So it's really, really tough that way. And this whole thing about, they're calling him a sniper. A sniper is a school-trained person, either police or military sniper. The shot here taken, it could have been someone that just has proficiency in long-range shooting. It could be a hunter or someone who's practiced. So the term sniper is a bit different from me, having been a sniper. I look at it this way, and I look at all the different things that are happening out there, the crosswinds, the tent, the fact that he was elevated and he hit him in the neck meant maybe he could not see with the tent because he was at a higher elevation. He could not see his head, or he, didn't have the right scope, the right settings on his scope. I look at things a bit differently.
Interesting.
But all those have to be taken into effect from the investigators.
No, I really appreciate that because, so many laymen, including myself, like you see that and you're like, wow, I mean, what a horrific shot. And it goes into his neck, which you would think is, might have been the target. And yet, if it was a classically trained sniper, you're saying things might have been differently. The other thing is he kept moving his head back and forth leading up to that. So whether a scope was used or not, like what kind of shot are we looking at here? Did this look amateur to you?
I wouldn't say amateur. Anytime you're taking a shot over 200, 250 yards into a person is not the easiest shot. And when you're looking at, what rifle was it? During the DC sniper case, we kept calling them snipers, and actually they weren't. And we knew that early on because they were taking a very easy mid-body shot at 100 yards, which is nothing for a sniper. And if you're looking at it that regard, we always kept saying that was misclassification. They were just shooting out of the trunk in type of a sniper hide, so to speak. This one, again, a good hunter can easily take that shot. When you're hunting deer, you're doing it 200, 250 yards. Utah has a lot of hunting, so I don't doubt that person has some obviously training. But are they a military type sniper? When you start looking at it and how you really deploy as a sniper, police sniper, military sniper is a lot different. But again, all those things that we're looking at, I've had a friend shot in the neck in Afghanistan. It went through and through. He got like 3 stitches in the front, like 7 in the back. Like it was a crazy lucky one. But I've seen that where a sniper's not going to be aiming at the neck to hit the carotid artery, which is what it appears was hit. And it could have come in from one side and out the other through the carotid. But definitely one carotid artery was hit by the amount of bleeding I saw. But a sniper is going to aim its center mass in the forehead. But a lot of things can happen to that round. So if he couldn't see it because of the tent, or if the wind blew it and it blew it off track a bit, or if he didn't have his scope set at the right yardage, he could have been off and then got a shot that unfortunately was a lucky shot that killed him.
And Rob, based on your expertise, why a single shot? Should we read into that at all, or was this just an effort to escape as quickly as possible?
I think probably an effort to escape as soon as possible. I think if he's looking through a scope, he saw the effects very quickly of the blood coming out, and he also could have because he slumped back to his left, I believe. He actually could have been then out of that area could have gone under the tent from where the sniper's position was. So there's a couple of things that happened, but most likely the shot went off and then he saw the amount of blood and then just knew he had a shot that was probably lethal. And frankly, the first time you do that, it's not the easiest thing to see through your scope. So it could have been he thought about it and then the realism of what he did kind of came out and he took pause and then all the chaos happened.
Rob D'Amico, we always appreciate your perspective. Thank you so much. Let's get over to Gabe Gutierrez, who's at the White House right now. Gabe, can you talk to us a little bit about, Charlie Kirk's dynamic with President Trump? We saw that post from the president announcing his death. Many credit President Trump's election to Charlie Kirk and his work with the youth. What is the White House saying tonight?
Yeah, that's right. You're looking at that post on social media, Gotti. President Trump calling Charlie Kirk legendary, that no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. It is an acknowledgement to what the president and top White House officials have been saying now for years, that Charlie Kirk has helped them start a MAGA youth movement, and many credit him with helping Donald Trump win his second term. Now, White House officials here, this has been so personal for them. This assassination really reminds them of the attempted killing of their boss a little bit more than a year ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. And I was in the West Wing earlier today, Gotti, just minutes after this news broke, and I saw senior White House officials seemingly devastated. The looks on their faces was one of shock when asked for comment about what they thought about this. I had one official turn to me and say, "Not yet." And it was clear that this was not just a typical story that was unfolding. This was someone who they were very close to. Charlie Kirk was a constant presence here at the White House, even during Donald Trump's first term. So there's a profound sense of sadness and shock here at the White House, even as we head into the evening here. And the president ordering that flags be flown at half staff here, just over my shoulder here on the North Lawn. It really is just devastating for so many here at the White House. One other thing I would mention, just a little earlier this year during President Trump's inauguration, Charlie Kirk was in the Capitol Rotunda with a prime seat for that inauguration. Some even joke that he had a better seat than some members of Congress, and it was perhaps an acknowledgement that more so than some of those members of Congress, he probably played a larger role, likely played a larger role in getting President Trump elected. So just a devastating loss here, Gotti.
Yeah, we also saw on Capitol Hill Speaker Mike Johnson talking about this epidemic of political violence. We're seeing people like Elon Musk posting how the left is the party of murder. I mean, after something like this, you often hear politicians trying to just quell any rage that may be out there. And yet, as you were describing, like, this is very personal. The right, the president has been shot at. He has been shot, and there have been attempts on his life. This is somebody that they knew. Do you see the White House coming forward and saying, you know what, we should all just take a moment to calm the temperatures, or do you see the blame starting as soon as a suspect's in custody?
Well, look, I think a lot of those discussions are happening right now here at the White House. The lights are still on here in the West Wing. White House officials are still here trying to, gather more information here, as you were just reporting. Now there was conflicting information whether a person of interest was in custody. Now it appears that person of interest has been released, and there's a suspect still they're still searching for one. So this is still a very fluid situation. One thing that we have questions about and we haven't gotten an answer to is the president is still scheduled to head to New York tomorrow on the anniversary of 9/11. He's also scheduled to take part in a ceremony here at the Pentagon. As of now, there has been no change to the president's schedule, but it's unclear whether he might post on social media later tonight or exactly how he might react here. One more thing I will point out, Gotti, it is extremely significant, and I think it speaks to how big this moment is and what an influence Charlie Kirk had on this country, that we have now received written statements from all living presidents right now. President George W. Bush just released a statement a short time ago. We've already heard from Presidents Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and certainly across the political spectrum, we've been seeing an outpouring of condolences, but also, this denouncing political violence in any form, Gotti.
Yeah, Gabe Gutierrez at the White House, keeping an eye for us tonight. Gabe, thank you. And what happened today in Utah, it was witnessed, as you've seen, by thousands and thousands of people, a lot of them college students at Utah Valley University. And as things unfolded, a lot of them were documenting what they were living through in real time, sharing what they saw.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Now, 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
heard the gunshot, I was the last one standing because I couldn't quite believe. I thought maybe it was a stunt. And then everybody fell to the ground. We all fell to the ground. I got pushed into some bushes. I stayed there. There was a lady with her elderly mom, and I said, is she okay?
Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there like watching it, like, oh, did he really? I'm like, yo, dude, he got shot.
It did sound like it came from the right side of me, and I tried to look, but I was getting pushed back by the crowd.
Oh my God. Go, run. How close would you say you were to where he was speaking? Probably 20 feet, 20, 30 feet from where he's speaking. I actually personally saw him get shot. Everyone else was filming, and I was just sitting there just watching the debate, just seeing what was going on. And then I just immediately hear a pop, see him get shot in the neck, blood come out of him, and then he just hit the floor, and then I just take these guys, and we just run out of there.
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe.
I'm only 18 years old. I've never experienced a lot of death in my life, but this is like the first time I've ever seen somebody die, and my heart was just racing. It was so scary.
The craziest part is like there was no checkpoints, nothing to get in here. Everyone was
His influence in 2024, its campaign cannot be overstated. He helped President Trump get elected by helping young Republicans get to the polls. And tonight, President Trump describing Kirk as a patriot, a man of deep faith, the best of America, who an assassin tried to silence. Steve.
Well, all right, thanks, Sharon. And joining us now, security and terrorism expert Michael Valboni. He's a former New York State Senator and former Homeland Security Advisor for New York. Sir, thank you for being with us tonight. First off, let's just get your immediate reaction to this tragic act of violence.
Tomorrow's 9/11. New York, more than any other place in the world, suffered the greatest tragedy that we could imagine. We were united after that. I'm hoping that this tragedy also unites us and stops with the partisan vitriol that has plagued our country in recent months and years.
Time is of the essence.
I mean, come on, let's stop with the fucking bullshit. Democrats are celebrating. You can see it everywhere. All over the internet, Democrats are celebrating this assassination. They love it. They love every second of it. Make no mistake, they are the enemy. They want you dead. They've wanted you dead forever. You are a reasonable person who thinks, I don't really want them dead. We just disagree about some stuff. They want you dead. And they will celebrate and clap and laugh when you die. They are not your friend. They are not your friend. They are your enemy.
This is something that this individual had.
Caesar, yeah, I've seen some people I follow on Instagram making celebratory videos. Never knew they were like that. Caesar, you knew they were like that. Have you not been watching Austin Zone for the past 5-6 years, however the fuck long we've been doing this shit? This is not surprising to me. I've been telling people this for a long time. In this year, I've been very concerned about what I'm seeing online. And the amount of, yeah, we should just fucking kill these people because we disagree with them, rhetoric on the internet. It's everywhere. I'm sure you see it too. This is not shocking. This is not surprising. I don't want to see, oh my God, who could have seen this coming? This is the least surprising news I've read this year. I was waiting for this. This is the result of the rhetoric that has been allowed from the left in the establishment online. They do not want people talking to each other. They do not want people saying, hey, let's have a dialogue. Let's have a conversation. These people want you dead. They wanted you dead back in 2020. They thought if you didn't take the vax, it was going to kill you all. They were so happy. They were so happy that, oh, these fucking chuckle fucks, these morons, they're not going to take the vax, and they're all going to die. Yay! Well, you know, all of us just didn't take the vax, and almost none of us died. And in fact, I think more people who took the vax died on average than people who didn't. I don't know. But we're still here. Oh no, I didn't take COVID seriously at all at any point whatsoever. I never wore a fucking mask. I never got the vax. Oh, I'm supposed to be dead? I'm still here, you fucking retards. You morons. Nonetheless, they want you dead. They want me dead. They want you dead. And they are so happy about what happened today. They are fucking thrilled. They're thrilled about it. And they want to accelerate. I think you need to get that in your fucking head. They are thrilled about this. They're going to pretend like it's not that big of a deal. And they want to accelerate.
Can happen, that unscripted approach, that live battle over ideas with anyone that was a huge part of his persona. Many saw he became the first.
Oh man, he was such a good guy. He just wanted to talk to people. The news is gonna fucking backtrack forever.
There's something to be said that if you want to earn the respect of forgotten America, you have to show them that you can intellectually joust with no script, no hard breaks, no producers in the ears, no teleprompters. That's where new media is going. Now, I'll only challenge one thing to say. I am reaching new audiences. I'm not talking to my bubble.
I forgot about
because
this
our
interview.
content is
Holy
so appealing.
shit.
It goes in a decentralized way.
And it's not just political.
No, it's not political.
Culture.
But like, again, our conversation here is going to go far and wide, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to see it. A lot of people are going to consume it.
I remember watching
because
this. I
it's
forgot
also
about it.
politics and entertainment have begun to overlap.
Yep.
So what Democrats are doing is you're still playing in a very old, hyper-sanitized media environment.
Right.
And my advice is you got to go where it's unpredictable, where it's treacherous, where it's dangerous.
Unpredictable, treacherous, dangerous. I mean, given what we saw today, it's a lot to process. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard to talk a little bit more about Charlie Kirk's influence. So, Vaughn, I mean,
the latest statement that we just received from the FBI as well as the Utah DPS that are continuing to investigate this shooting. So this is what we know right now, according to the release here. It says this shooting is still an active investigation. The Utah Department of Public Safety, DPS, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI.
USA. In 2016 is really when it started to
Harvey
take
is
off
cool.
more. Heroes
Thank you. Thank you
prominence
for the super
latching
chat.
on to
I
the
appreciate
insurgent campaign of
What
Donald
up?
Trump.
We see
And
Jada High.
over the last decade, you have
Hello,
seen him
hello.
take this
Always good to see you.
conservative youth organization and
It's
turn
been
it
a crazy
into
day. I don't know how much
mammoth
more I
of a
want to
political
subject
machine,
myself to.
bringing in
to this
hundreds of
bullshit.
millions of dollars, having thousands of chapters at colleges and universities around the country in 2024.
It's not good.
And this was for Charlie Kirk. I think that bite that you just played there with him sitting down for that podcast with Gavin Newsom is very relevant to the ultimate impact he has had on political discourse and ultimately the legacy of our politics, particularly when it means and when it reaches the younger generation, and ultimately what led to the election of Donald Trump in 2024.
This was a mess. This was a message. This sends a message of you are not gonna go out there and have open dialogue with anyone who's interested in having fucking conversations in public. We will take you out. This was a message. This was a fuck you. They're never going to catch who did this. He's already gone. This was a message. If I've ever seen a fucking message, this is a message.
Friends with Jay Vance. Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk were close friends. I was actually flying back from an event today with Attorney General Pam Bondi in Illinois, and we learned of the shooting on the flight back. And she ended up not speaking with the press and quickly exited the plane. An aide to her describing him as a close friend to the Attorney General. And if you look across those that are not only in this cabinet, but in the higher ranks of the Republican Party here today, they had come across, most of them, Charlie Kirk, and also at the, the staffing level. Essentially, he had a deep footprint across, the MAGA aligned part of the Republican Party here. And I don't think we can understate enough what he meant to the future of the MAGA movement and the younger generation of today's Republican Party.
Yeah. I mean, that clip that we played from Gavin Newsom, I remember hearing it, and it just, that idea of dueling. I saw one of those in Arizona, and I was struck at the back and forth, and
this feels like a message. Like, look what we can do.
We often see on social media, but there was a lot.
Look who we can take out in public,
and a lot of people that
and
would
get
go
away
to
with
those
it.
would find
look at what we can do.
Extremely appealing. That we're on the other
This was
side
a
of
message.
the political spectrum. I do wonder, though, going forward, what does the political legacy of Charlie Kirk and what does Turning Point become now after being struck by this very stark incident of violence?
Right. I don't know. There are others that are very much engaged with Turning Point
Of course
USA,
you
and
don't
it's
know.
hard to fathom that the president and his allies will allow the organization to go by the wayside with Charlie Kirk's death. I think that in terms of our political debate, this happened on a college campus university. Well, literally people had the opportunity to take a mic, and he welcomed debating back and forth. And so this was not a situation where it was a question of the words being spoken, but it's about the impact on the actual spoken word. And understanding that political violence has now taken the life of Charlie Kirk. It took the life of the prominent Minnesota lawmaker in June, and it targeted the likes of Nancy Pelosi and Gretchen Whitmer and Steve Scalise and Gabby Giffords. There is a long history over the last 12 plus years now of political violence intended to silence the political discourse here in this country. And it is tough to know and understand where this is going. 1 year ago, the president of the United States was nearly assassinated, or the candidate to be the president was nearly assassinated. And there was calls for political discourse to become more civil. I can't contend that we have seen that play out. And here in 2025, a tragic episode here in which somebody has clearly shot and taken the life of a young prominent conservative.
Yeah, and no doubt not done any silencing because what we're about to see is going to be, I think, something that we have not seen before. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for all of this.
Thanks, Scott.
Let's now bring in Chase Hughes and Logan Topman, who are students at Utah's Valley University. They were also at Charlie Kirk's event earlier today. Guys, thanks so much for being with me. I'm really sorry about everything that you guys have had to.
It's a lot of extra work and a lot of extra risk that you're taking if you can be indoors.
And certainly that's something that we spoke about in the aftermath of the first assassination attempt on President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. It came down to that, doing these big outdoor events. The president was adamant he would keep doing events, and they put the big bulletproof glass up in front. And thankfully, we have not seen anything to that attempt on the president's life. But here's Charlie Kirk, who, yes, he is a public figure, but he also is not in public office. He had a large private security contingent surrounding him. And clearly, you have to plan for all possibilities, but in a case like this, we were looking at some of the sight lines here, Jeff. I mean, that was a pretty wide distance, a pretty far distance away this bullet came from.
Well, not only that, he placed himself kind of in a bad position with the way that was set up, being down in a bowl with all that high ground around him. You just, anywhere you looked from his vantage point, there was a risk. The last report I heard was that the shot they're estimating came from 200 feet away, which, depending what kind of weapon the bad guy had, isn't that difficult of a shot. So again, I certainly don't want to sound like I'm blaming the victim, but putting himself in that position was a decision that maybe shouldn't have been made. I know that.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
No, I was going to say, the difference in what Charlie Kirk does is different from a political rally. Is that a political rally, everybody's usually there to support the person that they're seeing. Mm-hmm. Charlie Kirk invited a pretty divided audience, and sadly, somebody chose violence.
You've spent some time in the law enforcement realm on college campuses as well at Robert Morris University, back outside of Pittsburgh, and these are places where you do have large public events coming on to campus from time to time. But when you look at these law enforcement units, these police departments, clearly when you have these big events, it requires a enforced, fortified group of law enforcement professionals to join in too.
Yeah, the best thing these universities can do, typically, unless it's a large university, your suburban universities aren't going to have a very robust.
Very clearly, there was no security at that event at all. I think he had a bodyguard around him or two. He had his own private security, but they didn't secure that area. I'm not sure how you really could secure that area. The Secret Service could, because they'll have like 10 snipers on all those roofs. Like, there would have been a sniper on that roof, so if someone came up there, they'd be like, who the fuck are you? What are you doing? Charlie Kirk's not a politician. Charlie Kirk does not have Secret Service as his, defenders, essentially. So, I hate to say it, but fuck. He did what? He did hundreds of those events. Many hundreds, maybe 1,000 over the years. In an open area where anyone can shoot you. I think he played with fire one too many times. As he got bigger and bigger and bigger. And it makes you think, does someone want to become the next Charlie Kirk? Does someone want to go out there and start talking about this stuff in public? Or do they become a target? Is this a message to anyone who, how dare you go out there and challenge the system? How dare you go out and ask people to have fucking conversations with you? How dare you? Would you want to be the next Charlie Kirk? He was huge. He made millions. He built a huge organization. He made tens of millions of dollars. He was at the height of his life, multi-millionaire, nothing but up, beautiful wife, 2 kids, 31 years old, shot in the neck. Because how dare he go out and have conversations with people? How dare you? Why would anyone want to do it? It's going to get me shot in the neck.
Of course. Yeah, I'm praying your optimism carries the day here. Chase, Logan, really sorry again for everything that you guys have had to go through, and our thoughts are with you and your community there. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Sure. And don't go anywhere. We're just getting started on all of this. We're going to be right back after this break.
Breaking. All right, guys. I gotta go. I've got a speech to make somewhere. Just open air speech. I'm gonna go talk to some college kids about some shit.